Luis.
Can I make a comment?
Please.
One of yesterday's panel discussions. My background is marketing, so there was a panel about business.
Well, panel was about AI in marketing, and
But those could be
I agree. That's a good comment. So who should I have invited?
there is Mary Lama, she could bring up
About AI?
yeah, because she's working on data science, which is she's integrating data science.
Okay, if everybody can take their seat. Unfortunately, we have to start a bit early today. We have some speakers in California, and they agreed to stay up late and join us from California, but they want to go to sleep also. So I don't want to keep them waiting. We have to be on schedule. So I'm going to start off just giving a quick introduction to this summit in comparison to the others, so we know what the subject is and what to expect. So there were 3 summits, as you know. The first one on science and sustainability on Monday, and I think we had some very interesting discussions about how science can be prioritized and funding can be increased and what to do with this funding, and how to integrate sustainability into the roadmap for innovation. So you can see that summit online from the stream if you wish, if you weren't here. Also, we had yesterday our AI summit. We focused on artificial intelligence and machine learning as a means for Armenia to have competitive advantage over others who are doing things, basic things with their businesses, whether it happens to be in robotics or applied to voice and image processing. And in fact, we had many interesting case studies of how AI is being used in each of these sectors. I think we learned a lot about AI, biotech especially, life sciences. So that was a good day. And then today, of course, we're going to focus on the money. So actually, money makes the world go round. It drives entrepreneurship. It creates the means for innovation. And it also creates a return on investment for the investors. We often forget about that part. We often forget that investors are not just doing charity, not just putting money into companies to give them a means to get started, but in fact, they are looking to get a return on their investment in some manner. But the good news is, we have started to harness lots of different elements of the funding ecosystem. We're going to talk about all of them, and we're starting to be attractive to an investor pool that's getting bigger. In fact, we'll see some new announcements about venture capital funds that are forming with Armenia at the center. It's very good news, very good news. And while we're doing all that, we're going to try and put that into a global context of what's really going on in the venture world. What are the forces shaping that environment? Is it more difficult or getting easier to raise money? Or what you have to do in order to be successful at raising funds? And how do you invest those funds carefully so that, in fact, you also benefit, but the return on investment goes to the investors? So I think we have a very, let's say, full day, and we're going to start on time. So if you see the agenda, there are many sessions because I wanted to give opportunities for several groups to be able to present what they're doing in this venture ecosystem, and they're all having their own session times. So with that, let's go to the next slide. What time is it? Anybody know what time it is? 10? Okay, are they here? They're here, okay. So it's 10 o'clock, and the alarm has gone off, so we're starting. We invited two leading participants in the venture community to give us our first keynote interview. And many of you are familiar with Nina Achajian, who not only is a partner in Index Ventures, but she's also a partner in Hive Ventures, which has been one of the early stage leading investors in companies that are just getting started on the scene. Nina, are you still awake?
I am. Thank you so much for having me. I wish I was there in person. I'm sure I'd see a lot of familiar faces in the audience.
Oh, you can't see them?
I can't, but I can see you.
Great. Oh, you can see me. Cool. We brought Razmik Hovagimian as well, and he's still awake. Look at that. What time is it where you guys are?
It's 11 at night, and happy to be here.
Nice, nice. Well, we'll join you and have a beer with you very soon. Okay.
Great.
So we have the opportunity to have you both comment on the key questions that we raised. Would be good if you did it sequentially rather than simultaneously, although I'm sure we can figure it out. But let's start off, because my introduction is very weak. Nina, start off by telling us, what do you do at Index Ventures? What are your portfolios? What have you done so far, and how long have you been there? And where does Hive fit into this story?
Sure, absolutely. Well, maybe I'll start with Hive. So I started Hive a few years ago because I was working at Google and I was constantly getting inbound from Armenian entrepreneurs that were asking me for help, whether it was connecting them to angel investors or helping them get approved on the Google Play Store. And I thought to myself, there's got to be some fund that helps Armenian entrepreneurs really break into Silicon Valley. And I searched and there wasn't any, so I decided to build one. And at the time, you know, the Armenian tech ecosystem was incredibly nascent. There was a handful of startups that I would classify as investable. And so we started to work with those groups of startups very early on. And then we opened the aperture to invest in Armenian startups that were also based here and be a bridge for Armenian startups to both raise venture capital money from Silicon Valley and also for the startups here to build engineering offices in Yerevan. And I can say it's been incredibly inspiring just to see the evolution and maturity of the tech ecosystem. About 4 years ago, I joined Index Ventures as my full-time job. And Index is a global venture capital fund. It was the first venture capital fund to invest in Europe. We have offices in San Francisco, London, and Geneva. There are 9 partners globally. I'm one of the 9. We manage $9 billion in our current fund, and I focus on investing in enterprise software and B2B, as well as voice and AI. And what's been really cool to see is Armenian startups, as they've matured, they've become a fit for Index. And so I've actually led 3 investments in Armenian startups through Index Ventures and hoping to do more. But let me pause there and pass it over to Razmik.
Razmik, in fact, you are an entrepreneur. You're just a part-time venture capitalist, right?
Now focused on venture, but I think soon enough, jumping back into building.
Exactly.
And yeah, I'll give a 2-minute intro maybe if it's helpful. Hard to follow, Nina, but again, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I was almost there. I was trying to pull off a surprise 2 days ago, but it didn't work out. Hopefully next year. I'm a founder. I started, I guess the first startup was right after graduate school. It's called Embrace. It's a baby sleeping bag with something called phase change material that we patented between Stanford and MIT for premature infants around the world in villages where there are no hospitals for $25. And it gives parents sort of access and opportunity for better healthcare for premature infants. I took that same energy and put it in a for-profit venture to pay student loans for undergrad and grad. And that was called Viki. It was Netflix for international content before there was Netflix internationally. At that point, Netflix was very US focused. Raised about 25 million in venture. And in 2013, we had an exit to Rakuten, which is the Amazon of Japan. Moved to Rakuten's board. And from there, moved to more mergers and acquisitions side of the business. I was going to come back to the US, be an entrepreneur in resident at Greylock or Andreessen Horowitz until Rakuten's CEO asked if I would join the board and from there launch companies. And I launched a company called Pixel Labs 4 years ago. It's an AI engine, turns data into content. 2 years ago, we got acquired by Nextdoor. And November 8th, we're having an IPO. We're going public. So just knock on wood, that works out. In parallel, since the last exit, I've been investing. I've done lots of seed stage investments, maybe about 10 investments in Armenian startups, but very, very early phase, maybe 250K checks. And then I pass them on to Nina. She catches them very early, but she also catches the titans of the industry.
In fact, some of them are called titans, aren't they?
That's right.
And who knows,
Right.
maybe there'll be many other titans. So, Nina, let's go back to you. Not only do you have the experience of Hive, but you have the power of Index that also gives even more force to what you're doing. Give us an update on the Hive portfolio, and particularly those that you've been able to take further than just the initial investment, and what have they accomplished?
Absolutely. So maybe to answer that question, I'll say what I look for when investing at the seed stage, oftentimes through Hive or pre-seed stage. So as you all know, investing very, very early is actually the hardest type of investing because there's no data, and oftentimes you have to think about where the puck is going in terms of market trends. Second of all, you have to put a lot of weight into the team. And the thing that I spend the most time on is these 2 questions. One is why now? And second is why is this founder the right founder for this problem? And so I would say across the board of some of the very early checks we've made, whether it was Tigran at Code Signal or David and Arto on Crisp, I believe we were their first check, also with Code Signal, or Ara and Vahe on Service Titan, it's been incredible to see entrepreneurs that have domain expertise, they felt a problem firsthand, and they just believed at their core that the world should operate differently, and they left to go build those companies. So at seed stage investing or pre-seed investing, it's very easy to dream the dream, right? But it's also the hardest thing because so many things could go wrong. oftentimes companies pivot. Oftentimes, let's say a big competitor comes out, their product changes, and really going to market is very important. So what does it take to graduate, let's say, from the Hive portfolio to Index? Well, it's a couple of things. Number one, Index does everything from $250,000 checks to $100 million checks. And typically, I like to invest at the Series A or beyond. And so what we look for is glimmers of product market fit at the Series A. So what does that mean? That means that you have a group of customers who absolutely love your product and cannot live without it. That means that you've demonstrated you can hire and that you're starting to show some repeatability of go-to-market. And that's why I think it's very important for the startups that are based in Armenia to really think about how they reach a global audience. That has been something that has been fundamental to all the investments that I've made in Armenia, which basically means that you want to address a problem that it goes beyond Armenia just so that you can address a very large market and budget. So just for an example, Code Signal, when I invested, Tigran had started the company because him and Aram had completely different exposures to education. And although Aram was, as Tigran says, a better engineer, nobody would give him the time of day for an interview. And Tigran went to MIT, and as he graduated, he had like 5 job offers and ended up working as a software engineer at Google. Well, Tigran and Aram pivoted. They started from a marketplace. Now they're a SaaS solution, and they've gotten to a place where they've demonstrated that they can sell very large contracts to incredibly impressive tech companies. And so when I looked at it from Index, it was almost a no-brainer to invest and double down on them.
But you've also put money in other companies as well, right? Besides those two?
Oh, yes. I mean, on the Hive portfolio, we've invested in probably 30, 40 companies. And it's been amazing to see just the maturity. And I think what's the most exciting thing is as companies get more successful, so as the Service Titans of the world grow, as the Crisps of the world grow, as Gecko Robotics or Shop Monkey or a bunch of the other ones that we've been very early to, what it does is it actually provides institutional knowledge to all the other people based in Armenia. So imagine, let's say you work at one of these fast-growing companies, they have an exit. Well, now you've seen front row seat what it takes to build a successful company, and hopefully you've got an equity and made a little bit of wealth. So now what that does is it seeds all of these future entrepreneurs in Armenia. And not only have they seen what it takes to be successful, but they have enough money personally to take some risk. And there's tons of venture capitalists, myself and Razmig included, that would love to seed that next generation of entrepreneurs.
So let's switch over to Razmig. I don't think you have as much experience investing in the Armenian tech ecosystem as Nina has, but you have some. And you have the experience of being an entrepreneur yourself, so that in fact, as you're choosing where to put your smart money, you are sizing up the people that are recipients and have some basis for making those judgments. Give us a sense of where you're focused and what you think is promising for Graph Ventures.
Yeah, let me just tell you a little bit about Graph to set the context. So Graph Ventures basically is several of my classmates and I from Stanford, and all of us were founders, operators. We're building our own companies. And literally we were making investment decisions. So long as the referral was from a different founder, we'd decide in 48 hours. So we're very, very operational. So we like to come in early because we like to help the entrepreneurs operate, because we understand it from their perspective. But we have done 300 investments, and we're speeding up. I would say until maybe 2 years ago, I was just building. I was head down, just building the companies. So that was my priority, and I would passively invest. But for the last, I would say 12 months, maybe there are 6, 7 Armenian companies we invested in. 2 of them right now in stealth, we haven't announced, but it includes like a Circa or a Wirestock in Armenia or a modern bank. Prior to that, PixArt, I was very, very early in from their seed stage actually days. SoloLearn, and there was Lara Setrakian's News Deeply. So I've always stayed around sort of founders, entrepreneurs. But coming in early is where we felt we can help the founders on the product side, on the market side, as well as their future rounds. And the point Nina's raising around the ecosystem, it's actually a really, really important one. You need a foundation for a lot of this VCs and entrepreneurs for the next ecosystem to kind of flourish. And once you start getting exits, once you get companies getting larger, you get this alumni getting into that flywheel, finding and founding their own companies. My last startup, like when I was building actually the Viki, the streaming startup, we were in Singapore for 5 years. The largest exit was $100 million. Now Singapore, about 10 years after, has more unicorns than Japan. And the population of Singapore is 5 million, a very tiny country, and Japan is 125 million. But it gives you a sense, from one exit after another, started creating this ecosystem. And Armenia could be similar, so long as it starts in one place but expands with a global audience. So I think every time you have success with founders, entrepreneurs in the ecosystem, there's an opportunity for ecosystem to get 10x bigger.
Yeah, and I would just
very
highlight
exciting inflection point.
I would just highlight one thing is, when I started Hive, I really wanted to prove that using Silicon Valley standards for venture capital and diligence, one could make money in Armenia. Because I think, Berj, at the beginning, you nailed it. This is not a charity. And in order to attract external venture capital money, we need to show that there's a return on investment, which is why making sure you're building a business that, and what do we mean by exit? It means IPO or an acquisition. And so it's awesome that on the horizon, we have companies like Pixar and Service Titan, and I'm sure many more to follow. That attracts a lot of venture capital dollars because they stop and think, wait, what's going on in Armenia? I bet no one else is focused on that. I'm going to go there and deploy dollars there.
I want to distract you for a moment on this point. So unicorns are a unique animal, not just because they have one horn on top of their head, but because we don't know how they IPO or how they get acquired. The valuation relative to the money invested is so high that in fact we can't really understand the nature of their exit. What is it that's going to make Service Titan go through some kind of exit? Is it really headed toward an IPO, or is it headed to be acquired by somebody? We don't have to make any announcements. Ara and Vaya are here. If they wanted to tell us, they could. My point, though, is, aren't they too big and too highly valued to be acquired easily? And is the IPO market ready to absorb them and to take them to market?
So I would say generally, if you look at the tech sector in the public markets, the market cap of vertical software or enterprise SaaS has never been greater. And why is that? There's a few reasons for that. So number one, if you think about where we are in software eating the world, we're very early, right? We're still in like the 4th or 5th inning. Think about how many things you still do in your life with pen and paper, whether it's healthcare or filling out car loans or even like college applications in some cases. And so I think as a public markets investor, you look across all these industries and you think to yourself, where is there hyper growth and incredible demand? And tech is absolutely the favored industry at the moment. And if you think about what impact COVID had specifically, so COVID started and then all of these small businesses, restaurants, plumbers, car mechanics, doctors, the list goes on and on and on, were frozen in a moment where they were like, you know what? I had been thinking about adopting technology for the last 10 years, and this happened, and this is a hair on fire problem. I need to adopt technology today. So if you think about Toast, for example, it's software for restaurants. They make money both on workflow software and also processing payments, where a restaurant customer can order from a menu. Toast today is a $40 billion market cap, $40 billion. And their percentage of market share in their S1 is incredibly low. And so as a public market investor, you think, wow, I could see Toast being $100 billion if they even get to, let's say, double or triple their market share. And so I think that's what's driving a lot of the public market valuations, and that trickles into private. So today, yes, absolutely, the valuations relative to annual recurring revenue are crazy. I mean, multiples when I started venture capital, if you were making $1 million of ARR, your valuation was usually like between $5 and $10 million multiple, 5 to 10x. Today, it's like 100x. But the public markets are valuing these tech companies at similar multiples. So as a private market investor in venture capital, I think to myself, wow, this is expensive, but if I am right, the size of the prize is so big. And so that's why on the private side, we still invest, because we think that the market in some of these companies is absolutely huge. By the way, the takeaway for those of you sitting in the room that are thinking about pitching, me or Razmik or anybody else, it just underscores how articulate you have to be about the market opportunity. And that's not like Googling and saying, oh, I'm addressing a $5 billion market. That's saying there's X many customers, here's the average selling price they would pay, and here's why I am, my company is going to take massive market share in that particular industry.
And here's how I'm going to go to market to capture that share.
Yes.
It's not enough to talk about how big the opportunity is. It's how am I going to perform against that opportunity, right?
Exactly.
So Razmik, your entrepreneurial experience tends to be more on the content side than the true tech side. But in fact, all of your content businesses have leveraged tech to, in fact, increase their valuation and make them more successful. So when you start looking at opportunities way beyond your domain expertise as an entrepreneur, how do you assess both the technology side, their notion of how to go to market and what business they're in and how to execute and perform against their KPIs, and importantly, how do you determine that the money you're investing now has a return on the other side of the rainbow?
Yeah, good question. I think, from my startup side, the spine of every company has been technology and data. It's been very, very important for us to have something that's unique or disruptive to be able to wrap the content or the community around. In the case of Wiki, we were allowing 200,000 people to create subtitles for free. You take a Japanese anime, put Arabic on it, you open up the Middle East. So that was a lot of technology that went into it. So we do look for technology first because we feel technology gives you that differentiation. But at the early stage of investing, and probably Nina can attest to this from Hive, you're taking less technology risk. You're taking, you're taking less market risk and less product risk. You're focused on people. It's really, really hard from a very early stage to say this is how the technology is going to evolve, or especially if it's a company that's market making. If the market doesn't exist and they're building something 6 months ahead. So in our case, it's very heavy focus on the founder. Of course, we'd love the TAM to be large, as Nina is saying, but we look for why this is the right team to approach that problem. In terms of returns, it's really hard to tell. You're always betting on the future, and the future is uncertain. And if you pick the right companies, the returns are going to be binary, as Nina is saying as well. But if you are with the companies through the different stages, I think it makes a big difference. So we take pro rata in the companies we invest in. When we started with PixArt, it was 100,000 check. But in the last round, we were able with our LPs to cut a much, much larger check in the millions. So you stay with the right group and you continue investing in the winners, and it becomes a long-term journey. For us, it doesn't matter if we get an ROI in 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years. We're there for the long haul.
So let's stay with that PixArt example. The most recent money coming into PixArt, which drove their valuation above the unicorn level, is SoftBank, right? Now, you could say SoftBank is smart money, and when they come in at that level and create a valuation that high, that creates not only an endorsement, but it just broadcasts the fact that this is a company about to go to the next level. On the other hand, SoftBank has lost billions. They bet on things that not only flopped, but they flopped incredibly. And they had to write these investments off. So how do we know if in that context, Pixart is the dud, is the flop, or is the skyrocket that's going to go through the roof? How do we know?
So two signals are important when you look at investments. One is, why is the company raising? And the second one is if this is a momentum raise or if a company needs the capital to survive. Now, I can tell you, and maybe Hovannes might be in the audience, he can tell you better, he didn't need the capital. He didn't need to raise, and I know that Sonsan of SoftBank personally wanted to lead the investment. So the signal was, if we invest now, then this might be the last round you take before you go public, or this might be the last round you take before profitably you continue scaling the company. It came at a time where the company didn't need the capital, and I think that signaling is important, that they're taking the capital to grow, to invest in areas that they haven't gone. But it's a fair point, Berge. Like they're always it's a mixed bag. If you look at the Vision Fund, the first one, they were fully invested, and it hadn't done great. But if you look at Vision Fund, the second fund, the SoftBank, it is doing incredible returns. Folks are saying it could be 10 to 15x MOIC returns, and Sequoia was at 11x. So is this Vision Fund 2 or is this Vision Fund 1? In this case, it happens to be from the larger ones. And you got to invest at the right time in the market. Just like Service Titan, it's just incredible to have other strong companies coming along. And I think win or lose, or even if it's if the kind of returns that it's not a blockbuster 100 billion IPO, I think it's still phenomenal validation for the ecosystem. And I can tell you, some companies we're invested in are coming out of these companies. They are alumni of the Pixarts of the world that are now starting their own companies. And I'm happy and proud to say, from the companies I've launched, there are at least 20 companies that have launched that I've personally invested in. So I'd love to see what happens with this ecosystem. Look at in the next 2-3 years how many startups will come out of the alumni of these big companies.
Cool. Nina, let's switch to your side. And I want to really talk about the other end of the funnel. Not necessarily about how Index raises its money, because we have a sense of how that works. But when you start a Hive, actually, there really weren't too many investors in Hive from which you source these investments. Am I right? How do you raise money in this climate, particularly for an ecosystem like the one that's growing in Armenia?
So I would say there's never been a better time to raise micro VC funds. And there's a few reasons for this. Number one, in the US, we've seen an explosion of this concept of the solo GP, general partner, which is basically someone like Razmik, who has been wildly successful as an entrepreneur, has been doing some angel investing, sees great deal flow because entrepreneurs like working with him and want him on his cap table. And so he stops and he thinks, you know what, I could probably deploy a lot more money, and LPs will listen to a pitch like Razmik's and be like, oh, he has not only great access, but he also has really great judgment, and he can de-risk the investment. The thing I would tell you, because I get pitched a lot of times to have Index, let's say, invest in these up and coming fund managers. The first thing you have to do is you really have to have a unique angle. It's not enough to be like, I'm going to invest in Armenian startups. What you need to do is say, well, I'm going to invest in every Pixart alumni because I was early there and I have access, and that's going to be my thesis of the fund. Or maybe it's, hey, I have deep technical expertise in AI because of my PhD at, AUA or whatever it is, and I'm going to invest in every AI company in Armenia. So you really have to have, one, a thesis, and then second, you have to also make sure that you have a framework for your diligence, because I will tell you, as I said at the beginning, it is so hard to do angel investing and seed investing. The loss ratios are unbelievable, right? It's very difficult. So make sure that you are educated on what it takes to really triage and diligence an opportunity, and hold yourself to the standard that a lot of, let's say, Silicon Valley funds do in terms of your level of rigor. And then lastly, you should try to get signals quickly. So you need to kind of put some wins on the board. So if you have to pay up for an investment because it's de-risked, or let's say another great investor is investing, that's great, because your LPs will want to see as fast as possible a proxy for a track record, which could be, oh, we had a great global VC fund follow us after we invested at 10x the price. So those would be the things that I would think about. But truly never a better time. I think everybody wants to invest in the VC asset class. I think people are willing to take risks on emerging fund managers, but you just have to have an angle.
So I think it's absolutely amazing that there's never been a better time, when we're still in the middle of the COVID pandemic, when Armenia is perceived to have just lost a war, and when in fact the malaise that I sense walking around here, and I would say, kind of not fear, but concern. Yesterday we were attacked by Russian jets, and they had some kind of flyover thing going on here, and it was pretty loud. I don't know if anybody else was concerned, but for an American, I don't like Russian jets flying over my head. So my point is, there is uncertainty, there is risk, and in this COVID pandemic environment, Razmik, how does that affect your ability to raise funds and invest confidently in Armenian companies?
For me, it's personal. I grew up in Cairo with a community of 1,000 Armenians total. And, you grow up almost so Armenian that you're kind of just so single-mindedly focused on any opportunity you get to do something with Armenia and Armenian entrepreneurs. And when I got to grad school, I was the only Armenian. Until in line buying a book, I came across Garo Mekikian, and he had 2 successful startups that he had exited. And he asked me, what are you working on next? It took one Armenian to actually ask me and want to be willing to help. So that passes down. Now, this kind of uncertainties and this kind of times, these are the times you jump in and want to do more. Honestly, and maybe it's us Armenians, when there's a burning ship, some people jump from the ship. When there's a burning ship, some others want to jump on that ship. Exactly on that ship, because that's the time and moment that you can have an inflection point. So for me, I think it's the right time to double down. I am more focused, more zeroed in. And it's really heartening to see all these companies thriving out of Armenia despite the challenges. Not only a war, but the way COVID that ravaged Armenia. It's incredible that teams are still pushing. Now, I see opportunities with or without COVID. I think the important thing for me is, how do the seed stage companies don't hit a crunch when it comes to the Series B? I've seen that happen to us. I've seen that happen when I was living in Southeast Asia. It's sometimes easy to raise until you get to 50 people. It's hard to hire, or you get to a valuation or 10 or 20 million. Then you start having to look for capital outside. So I think planning ahead for these companies that are getting momentum is going to be important. And having larger VCs that are investing in the Series B range, I think, is going to be important as well. So there could be a leap for these startups.
So I'm going to put my last question to Nina, because I know she wants to go to bed. Are we in a bubble? Is this just some kind of hyperinflation, some kind of COVID situation where there's nowhere to put your money anyway, and people are just looking for investments that could pay off very high, but may have to accept the fact that the probabilities are low? Are we in a bubble that's going to burst? Or are we really in a sustainable period where investments are flowing and where money is available and where you can offer the opportunity for startup companies to really flourish?
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I was saying. So absolutely, inflation is an issue, interest rates in the US, an issue, multiples in the public markets, scary. But fundamentally, if you look under the hood of all of these, well, most of these tech companies, they are crushing it on fundamentals. They are growing faster than ever before. I can tell you, when I joined Index, if we were going to do like a $50 million check, The gold standard of an A+ company was that their ARR was growing 100% year over year. Now I would say 100% year over year is like table stakes. Companies are growing 200%, 300% year over year. And so from my vantage point, look, if I thought it was truly a bubble, I should probably be looking for a new job because I'm contributing to the hype. But the fundamentals are there. Do I think there will be a correction at some point? Absolutely, because I do think dollars flow into where things are mispriced, and I think that growth at all costs is how the public markets are really valuing technology. You can look at the last few IPOs and compare growth rates to gross margins and see that growth rates are much more of a premium for all of the hedge fund guys. So I'm excited, I'm bullish. As I said, I think COVID just pulled everything forward, a lot of trends that were still happening. I think there's been incredible innovation and more entrepreneurs than ever before. And that is exactly what we need, especially in Armenia.
So I'm going to pass the COVID and bubble question to Razmik. But before I do, I want to put it into a context that perhaps is on people's minds here. For both Pixart and ServiceTitan, just as examples, and I'm sure the others follow, they've raised their money outside Armenia. They are incorporated outside Armenia. And if there is liquidity events, it's not likely to affect Armenians as much as others.
Actually, I'm not sure that's true because ServiceTitan, at least, I can't speak for Pixar, but ServiceTitan and being on their board and being heavily involved in this process, we spent so much legal diligence and time and effort to make sure that we could give equity to Armenian employees. And so, when ServiceTitan wins, the employees in Armenia will win as well. I don't know if Pixar has done the same, Razmik, but
very, very similar, especially the last 2 rounds. That was a focus.
So I do think that they will benefit.
And in fact, it's been a couple of years now since Ara and Vahe started having operations in Armenia and having employees here, and they've all started smiling.
Well, I can tell you, I was heavily involved in their first employee, and I made the case to the board for them opening an office in Armenia and walk through why it made sense. And the valuation at the time was, the company has grown in 10x valuation from that point. So if you think about the employees in Armenia, their shares have been marked up 10x. So that's pretty cool.
Okay, so Razmik, now you have 2 seconds to say we're in a bubble or not.
Yeah, I'll tell you that. But before I also do that, listen, as a founder, exits are such rare opportunities. They're like this window that opens up. When it happens, take as many people as you can with you. And there is rare opportunities at that exit to actually correct for equity. There were cases where I literally, part of my equity, I gifted back and carved out even more for the late employees coming in. So even companies that started maybe 10 years ago that might have liquidity, there is an opportunity at exit to be able to correct and give back. So that's one. On the bubble, I mean, fundamentally for me, it's about abundance and a crunch. So there is abundance of capital. Capital is cheap and there's a lot of investment. But I do not see a crunch because talent is mobile right now. Markets are global right now. There is no constraint. Before, when the NASDAQ dropped from 5,000 to 1,000, 2000 to 2002, it dropped 5x, but demand wasn't there. Now demand is increasing. So like Nina, I'm very bullish. I think things are just starting to pick up and we're creating new markets. So the crunch isn't there, but the abundance of capital worries me. Just stay away from meme stocks.
So if you fall asleep, I understand, but we do have a question. If you can entertain it, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, our
Why don't you take all these before the baby wakes up?
Yeah, thank you all for an amazing discussion and very insightful responses. A very quick question. Haik Mamajanian, I'm a VC attorney and an angel investor. And the question is about the news that broke almost a week ago about Sequoia's new model, new structure, how they're going to change their closed-ended 10 years lifespan, no liquidity, investing only in private securities. and now they're going to probably, I didn't review their documents yet, but it says that they're going to have an open-ended structure with liquidity expectation from the investors and also investing in public as well as private securities. So how do you think that will impact the entire industry, and how soon the rest of the pack will follow suit, and also how it will change the strategies for startups as well as micro VCs to raise funds, for micro VCs from their investors, and also for startups to try to raise funds from these bigger guys? Thank you.
Happy to start, and then Razmik, please jump in. So I think what's been happening over the last several years is private investors such as Index and Sequoia and Excel and Andreessen have realized that we do all this work, we get the company to go public, and then we pass along the company to a lot of these public hedge funds. And they buy at IPO and then they hold for many years. And actually, if you look at the returns from IPO till, let's say, 5 years out or 10 years out, in some cases, Google is a great example of this, the returns from IPO onward are actually more than seed to IPO. So a lot of venture capitalists, ourselves included, have been spending a lot of time thinking about, how do we enable our funds to continue to hold securities? Because our investors, they pay us to do private investing, not public investing. They have a separate pocket of capital for hedge funds that charge different fees. And so there's been somewhat of a crossover effort where a lot of us have thought about this question. I think their structure in particular is not actually that different. Andreessen, for example, has a crossover fund. So does, many other VCs. So I don't think it's very different in terms of structure, but it does highlight a mindset where we want to partner with companies for a longer duration and not be forced to sell in the public markets. I don't think this really impacts micro VCs, frankly. I think that that far down the stack, it hasn't been impacted as much. What I will say has impacted micro VCs is the fact that so many people have been squeezed earlier because of the Tiger Globals and the hedge funds coming in. And so valuations at seed and Series A, which used to be like for seed $5 to $10 million, are now like 20 to 40. Series A's that used to be 20 to 40 are now 80 to 100. So it's definitely impacted the entry point for early stage investors. But other than that, I don't think it's really changed the micro VC game. But Razmik, curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm an LP in Sequoia. Also, Sequoia is an LP in Graph Ventures. Sequoia, Andreessen, Reid Hoffman, and Greylock. So I get exposed to this group quite a bit. From the venture side, micro VCs, it doesn't impact us actually because we're very down the funnel. It's very we're so far removed from IPOs where we're coming in. It's very early. But as a founder myself, it becomes interesting to know that I'm not going to be forced to exit early, and I can play the long game. So as companies scale, I think it's good to know that you can have an entire life cycle with these VCs. I think the optics of the news was much bigger than the reality because, as Nina's saying, I know Andreessen was doing it. They just want to be able to have sort of more control post-IPO, and then the kind of investors that these large VCs bring in with institutional investors, they're happy with 3x, 5x returns, where in the earlier stage, they're still looking for the 10x's. So I think they'll be able to raise more capital with this kind of a charter and a mandate. I'd expect that they'll be able to raise larger funds with this kind of a structure because now you're playing post-IPO and it's much easier to sell on vision. So I think they're selling the LPs on vision now.
One last question and then we'll let you guys go to bed.
We can't hear you well. You just faded out there.
I said one more question, and we're going to let you guys go to bed. Or if you have to wake the baby up, you'll let us know.
Thank you, Berj. It's Armin Kralopian here. Hi there, Nina. Hi there, Razmik. Hello, everyone in the audience and watching the live stream. I am a scientist, angel investor, and co-founder of the BAJ Accelerator. My question is regarding network activation across key cities where there's concentrations of Armenians. So a unique advantage for Armenian startups is the critical dependence of our country on those various startups. And Berj, to your fantastic probing question, I can also confirm for Embodied, Cognaze, and Skyla, there is material stake of families, employees in country. So we're all looking forward to the analogous event like Skype exiting in Estonia. So my specific question is, given this dependence, there seems to be two things that are not quite fully operational. One is repatriation for hiring, and two is customer acquisition. You know, with Armenians in Buenos Aires, London, Montreal, Sydney, folks emerging out of Beirut. I love this point on how as a community we can back the companies, not so much just because they're Armenian, but because the country depends on it and the companies already compete on a world-class scale. Thank you.
Actually, the nation depends on it, not just the country, right? Go ahead, answer his question if you can.
Sure. So the repatriation thing is something we've spent a lot of time thinking about at Service Titan and other companies, because I think in order to bring world-class talent to Armenia, you have to have world-class job opportunities and salaries. And so I think the tide is turning where someone could think to themselves, okay, I live in Paris, I've been dying to move to Armenia. Oh my goodness, there's a number 7 on the Forbes 100 cloud software company in the world that has an office of 200 people in Yerevan, and they have X many openings. I'm going to explore that. And we're seeing that happen across Paris and Berlin and a lot of other European countries, which is really, really cool. So I'd say the more success we have in Armenia, back to that flywheel effect, the more entrepreneurs we have, they have a higher degree of success, and the ones that are already there are scaling and hiring, and that's very attractive for repatriation. To your point about customer acquisition, it's an excellent one, because in the US, for example, it's a lot easier to be closer to, let's say, your enterprise customers. You can go to trade shows easier, you're on the same time zone. Luckily, I do think Zoom has really leveled the field massively. I mean, even just from a VC perspective, like we are taking Zooms in like Israel, Africa, all over the place, because you just hop on your computer. And so I think for customer acquisition, we've seen this happen as well. I invested in a company called Gong AI at Index, which basically helps salespeople with insights of selling over Zoom. And the reason why the company has done so well is because now most sales are done over video calls versus in person. So I think some of the trends there in terms of customer acquisition are in our favor. So those are the two thoughts that I have on your questions. But Rob, I'm curious your perspective as well.
I think for me, it's a mindset. Made in Armenia versus made with Armenians. If we think about it broadly like that, then the market is much larger, the talent pool is much larger, and then there would be opportunities to bring it back to Armenia. And every opportunity I think the Armenian startups get, they should look at home first. It's important to see, can it be done in Armenia? Can I scale it in Armenia? Can I build infrastructure in Armenia? Because those have multiplier effects. And if it could not, then we can say, well, made with Armenians, what we could do there. I'm personally seeing a lot of energy and talent from startups over the last 5 years that's starting to come back and pour into Armenia, almost on annual trips. It's just buzzing. Like you can feel it getting to an inflection point. On the customer acquisition side, I think it's very sector heavy. And consumer is very difficult. I mean, to get consumer results are also so binary. You got to get to 100 million users or not before, like you were saying, on the SaaS side, 100% growth a year versus hundreds of percents. Same with consumer now. Before 1 million is an exciting number. Now we're looking for companies that are starting to hit the 100 million number. But you want real customers at the very early stage. Even having 100,000 obsessed users of a product, I think, is a great signal. So if you can do that with the Armenian ecosystem, I think that's interesting, rather than the larger scale. But it's great you're starting this conversation this way, and it's a very good question. All of us should be always thinking, how do we start here first, and if we can't, how do we shore it up internationally?
So guys, it's late. I know you're tired and you've had a long day already. I'm going to use the chat box on the side of your Zoom call that you're posing questions to our next panel, where we have the VCs in the Armenian ecosystem locally who are coming together to talk about some of the same trends, some of the same challenges that they're facing at their level, not being based in the US, but being based here. Some of them branching out in the US. But the question that I'm going to ask them from you is, with all this increased valuation, all this new money flowing, aren't we just going to raise Armenian pay scales to the point where it's not an attractive market to be sourcing labor? We're going to be ending up in a position where we really have to add huge value in our labor force rather than just provide a low-cost workforce. That's a question from you to them, not to you, so you don't have to answer it. Isn't that a good idea?
I don't know. I would say I don't think people are hiring in Armenia just for low cost. I think it's the talent and the ability to innovate across the 24/7. And
source ideas, I would say, rather than labor. Pay higher for the ideas.
Easy for you to say, guys, but you don't have to write the paychecks.
Well, we do, indirectly.
Indirectly. All right.
Great job.
Is the baby
Thank
crying?
you so much, Rose.
Is the baby crying?
No, she's good. I would just say thank you so much. I wish we could be there in person. Berj, thank you for inviting Razmik and I. And, we're always here to help in whatever way we can. I know I've talked to many of you. The bar is high to get investments, but keep doing what you're doing. I think entrepreneurs are the true heroes in this movie, and all of you putting your life on the line, putting your own money to risk. It is really what is going to change Armenia by 10x. So thank you for everything that you guys have done already to positively impact the tech ecosystem.
The good news is you are here live. Nina, when you and I started this was going to be a recorded message, and you weren't even going to be up at this hour. But in fact, we are live, we are all here, and we're enjoying the fact that we can interact with you directly. Thank you, guys. Can you hang up on them so they can go to bed, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And while you're at it, why don't you move to the next slide? I think that was pretty good, wasn't it? What did you think? Is it all right? It's a good way to get started. And it was worth being here on time to hear it, wasn't it? Because, Armenia, we're on time 10 minutes late. Okay, so our next panel is going up right now, and it's a group of, let's say, investors, venture capital companies who are operating in Armenia, may not be headquartered in Armenia, but are operating here, maybe diversifying as to their locations, etc. So we're going to hear from SmartGate VC. Ashot, can you start coming up? We're going to hear from Granitas Ventures, probably the first real venture capital fund in Armenia. And we're going to hear from Armen Kherlopyan, who also just asked a question, that is the founding partner of BAJ Accelerator, which is a new kind of investment vehicle, and in fact has been doing some extremely interesting things to bring new companies to market. Garin Vardanyan, please join us. Talk about a new kind of venture capital company. How old is Formula VC? 2 weeks?
9 months.
9 months. Oh, it's been in stealth mode. And a new entrant into the market, not a new person to our market, but a new entrant into the Armenian market is Da Vinci Capital. And Vahan Vardanyan, who has been very active in this sphere on both sides of the fence. And he'll bring Russian money to the table, right? No, it's not Russian, huh? What is it? Oh, cool, cool. So the first thing is, please take a microphone. There are microphones in front of all of you. So I'm sorry to put you guys at one level below Nina and Razmik, but you're really here. They were virtually here. And I think it was fun to have them. At least I'm not keeping them above your heads while you're trying to answer questions. So let's start off by having you each introduce your companies. Don't give me an exhaustive explanation of what you do and how you do it, but try and give us at least a high level and elevator pitch of what your fund is doing and your objectives and how you're achieving them. Can we start with SmartGate?
Thank you, Berge. Pleasure to be here. SmartGate VC is deep tech pre-seed venture capital fund, so we invest in pre-seed, very early first investor, usually in companies across Armenia and California. And we started in 2018. We have 22 companies in our portfolio since then, and some of the success cases actually that happened in Armenia since then. We also expanded our operations to the United States, and currently we operate across Armenia and California, where we have Hero House in Glendale, which is a technology and entrepreneurship hub, convening together under one roof scientists, entrepreneurs, and even students to collaborate together around our mission and vision of creating companies and successful pipeline.
Fantastic. By the way, do you know the guys at Granitas?
Actually, I came to venture capital world through Manuk. So I was part of the team at Granatus Ventures. There were 3 partners and myself back then. So, of course.
Very good. Manu, give us the same story for Granitas. You were here before anyone. And how do you get from there to here?
First of all, thank you very much for this interesting event. Yes, Granatus was the first venture capital fund established in 2013. Actually, we started operation in 2014. Back at that time, basically, there were literally probably no more than 5 to 10 startups in the country. It was a scary landscape, but we took a leap of faith, and we already spotted the trend that some of the outsourcing or customer software development companies that they're starting already experimenting with their own products, and we kind of bet on that trend. Since then, we have invested in 18 companies. We have exited a couple of them. Cumulatively, the companies raised, our portfolio companies raised around more than $200 million, and more than probably 500 engineers are working in Armenia across portfolio companies. So we also very much like co-investment style. We co-invest with other, and we have a lot of portfolio companies jointly with SmartGate. Recently, actually yesterday, we announced another deal with Armen and the group in Cognize. This year we started our second fund, which is called the Granatus Tech for SDG. It's basically impact tech fund, investing in companies with very high social and environmental impacts, tackling pretty complex global challenges. And we want to also open up the new path of science-driven companies in Armenia, and particularly also biotech. So it's another scary area, but we want to open up that avenue for Armenian ecosystem as well.
So in fact, what you just announced validates what we did on Monday, where we took science and innovation and put it in the context of sustainability and SDGs, and we brought UNDP SDG perspective to the table, and now you're saying it's something on which you can base a new fund.
Exactly, yeah. I think the ecosystem now on the path of a little bit of differentiation. So now you can see new VCs are coming into the market, so its ecosystem is maturing, and there is more need for more diversification, differentiation, and we believe this is the new area for Armenia that we want to try to open up. This is much harder, actually. The cycles are much longer. The capital required is much bigger, and the talent required in this type of companies, I would say, it's not abundant in Armenia. We have to yet develop that.
It's certainly not obvious.
Exactly.
I mean, it may be hidden behind the scenes, but it's not obvious. We haven't necessarily highlighted it, put a flashlight on it. I'm going to come back and talk to you about your new fund in a few minutes, but I do want to give Armin a chance to position BAJ. You're sitting in the center of this stage. As you usually do, you get to differentiate yourself. So what is BAJ? What is Orion? And how do you enter this market?
Thank you, Berj. And it's an absolute pleasure to be on the stage here with pioneering professionals and investors. Indeed, representing the capital stack from pre-seed to Series B and beyond. The BAJ Accelerator, I'll start with the articulation of its acronym. The B stands for the Baltic states. Estonia's example is quite profound for Armenia, with a population of only 2.5 million, having 7 startup unicorns. It's material for the whole economy. A stands for Armenian. J stands for the Jacobs Technion Cornell Institute, one of our partners, the Technion essentially being the MIT of Israel. So with this, we have screened 3,000 companies. We have selected 70 to work with. We have 3 training offerings during the year. And in terms of the investments we make via that training as well as diligence process, Embodied, Skyla, and as Manuk just mentioned, Cognaze have done world-class rounds and are showing indicators of the ability to rise to unicorn status. So as a scientist, lead the technical due diligence, business partner Emma Arakelian leading business diligence. We have one of the lead partners in the accelerator, Orion Worldwide Innovations, Diana Arzumanyan and her team, helping with scouting, with market analysis, finance analysis, with marketing overall in terms of customer acquisition. So our accelerator represents a differentiated way to diligence companies and increase their value. So to underscore this last point, an investor can go around the world solving the challenge of filling the portfolio by search. We believe in development because the Armenian nation needs these companies, and the companies that we have across the world represent how society explores and innovates.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I believe each of you have given unique positioning, taken on challenges that are way bigger than what you started with, and I think the opportunities are going to be even more. So let's position Formula VC, 6-month-old company, in all this, and how do you enter this market, and what are you trying to accomplish, Karin?
Sure, thanks for having me. Actually, Formula VC was a natural next step of all the activities we were doing in Armenian tech ecosystem, maybe since 2016 with Global AM team, like Business Angel Network of Armenia, startup incubators, accelerators, etc. And yeah, as I said, like 6 months ago, we started the first VC that was announced this year. So it's along with the ecosystem rising and gaining a lot of capital for startups from abroad. It's really cool that we have around 3 or 4 VCs just announced this year, or like the extensions of the second VCs of existing ones. And it's really exciting to have such a, and to live in these exciting times. And And yeah, with Formula VC, we are investing in early stages, somewhere between angels and Series A. And so far, we have announced already 2 deals and maybe a couple more to announce by the end of the year. So yeah, here we are.
And have you made any investments yet?
Yeah, as I said, we announced already 2 deals and a couple more to come.
And where have you raised your funds?
We call it community-driven because the LPs are mostly angels, tech founders, and everyone mostly involved in Armenian tech ecosystem, directly or indirectly. So, yeah.
Great, great. So we're going to look forward to big things from Formula VC.
Sure.
So Vartan, you're no stranger to this arena. You've been through both sides of this story, and you've been an advisor to large funds. How did you bring Da Vinci Capital into this Armenian ecosystem?
Okay. Thanks, Perch, for the opportunity to be on this great panel and be part of the event. So just a couple of words how it all happened. The Da Vinci Capital is a fund that has been established in 2007. And the founders of the fund, managing partners, are no strangers to me. We worked together for many years. And I always kept them up to date with what's happening in Armenia since basically mid-2000s. And I think what has been happening through the community, through the existing funds, that status of Armenian tech has been rising. It has been rising so far that Da Vinci Capital could not resist the opportunity and made a decision to actually put a special focus on Armenian tech ecosystem with special commitment to make investments this and next year. We're no stranger in Armenia. One of our portfolio companies, DataArt, has a presence in Armenia and recently acquired a company called SFL. So through that indication, through that experience, I think we've been here. We've been also investors in EPAM and exited it through IPO. And just to give a perspective, the Da Vinci Capital invests in growth stage, mature companies at late Series A, B, and beyond. The funds behind our investors are mostly from United States and Europe. And the mandate that Fund 3 has is specifically investing in founders from CIS or former Soviet Union countries, and Armenia is it's a spotlight right now. Thank you.
So in fact, you already have a beginning of a track record that's relevant to Armenia. And have you brought the others from Da Vinci Capital to Armenia to see what's available?
Yeah, absolutely. My colleague, partner of the fund, Artur Valnurin, he's in the audience, so we'll be happy to talk after the panel, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that are arising and talk to companies.
Great. So my next question is typical for me. It's very unfair. So there are 5 of you who are here. There is a 6th chair which is empty. You notice it. You might have thought I was supposed to sit there. No. In fact, there is a newer, even more newly announced venture capital fund that was just announced this week, just in time for our meeting today. Unfortunately, none of their principals could be available. They planned on filling that chair and planned on telling us the big story. Right? So Karin, what is the big story? And what do you think about it? You're not a spokesperson for them, but you have at least some familiarity with what are they doing. Tell us.
Sure. I mean, they are, of course, our good friends. And this is, again, showing the capacity of the ecosystem and how much of a capital it can absorb. Like, if we sum up, maybe it's more than $50 million already available for Armenian startups to get investments. And it's really cool that the founders of like really growing and big companies like Crisp and Podcastle announced this. And I think it's going to add much more value in the ecosystem and get it to the global arena. And yeah, we'll see the results, I think, really, really soon.
So are they angels or is that a VC fund?
As they announced, it's a VC fund. As you said, I'm not a spokesperson to give them like more details, but you know, I mean, it's a VC fund. They'll be investing in early stages, I guess, along many of us, and maybe co-investing. Yeah.
Great, great. Okay, so let's open it up for discussion. I don't only want you to speak with me and answer my questions. I'm going to immediately bring the audience into the discussion, but I also want you to talk amongst yourselves. So my first question is this. We are looking at the life cycle of startups. We understand, and we're going to continue this discussion with the angel groups that coming forward. There's a life cycle of startups. And there's the initial seed level investments, which have in fact increased in size and expectations. And each stage is progressing as to how much, what's the valuation look like, what are the requirements, what are the expectations. Are you playing in all of those segments and all of those dimensions of the market, or are you focusing on the high end or the low end? Where do you see yourselves in the life cycle of these startup companies? Let's start with SmartGate.
Yeah, thank you for a very good question. So I believe like everyone should concentrate on the areas like where they have expertise and where they can deliver most of the value, right? So we are a pre-seed fund, and we are concentrating on this pre-seed stage and certain directions, particularly AI-related industries where we have expertise. So that doesn't mean we can't follow, right, at seed stage or later stages and follow-on investments, but our core competence and deal creation competence is pre-seed. And that's why we build also an ecosystem around our fund across Armenia and California. So we can not only build the pipeline, but also support the pipeline or already portfolio companies on their first steps towards the global market. So in Armenia, we have Hero House, Yerevan, which hosts Armenia Startup Academy, Hero House AI Incubation Program. We co-organize Science and Technology Convergence Conference that brings together diaspora and startups and industries across continents. And in US, we recently set up Hero House Glendale, where we have an acceleration program, again focusing both local and international startups. But we also have student ambassador program where we go to universities and get students to do internships in our companies. We are launching Angel Network there that is going to take the Californian angels and bring them to co-invest with us on our deals. And also entrepreneur in residence community. That is very essential, what I believe, in overall this process, because this part of the world, Armenia, is very strong on the engineering part of things. But usually we have a lack of market context, and as others also mentioned, the science science part is in huge gap. So when we can merge and bridge engineering in Armenia with science and business context knowledge in the US, then we come up with the perfect condition. Of course, there is a lot to work with, a lot to do yet, but that's the vision, and that's where we see ourselves and where we focus our efforts on.
So in fact, you took the opportunity to tell us a lot about all the different programs and activities and how you're introducing them new things this year. But I'm going to take the real question that I asked and ask Manuk. Where do you play in the life cycle of startups? You initially started by focusing on very early investments. At the time, there were very few companies. But now we're at the point where your companies have raised more money than you've invested, and in fact, they've continued to raise, and perhaps they've exceeded your ability to keep pace with those investments and co-invest as they grow. So is this next round of funding that you're raising more interested in investing downstream as these companies grow so you can keep up with the ticket value? Or is it to specialize in certain key areas that you think are the next wave? What is it for, and what are you thinking as far as where you're going to focus your effort?
Yeah, actually, when we started, we were doing a lot of activities that are characteristic to early stage company development, and we have our Dropbox full of different initiatives that we were planning to do. But then, at some point, as other players emerged in the market, and and they're doing a great job of company creation and acceleration, including Ashot, Fast Foundation, EIF, and many others. Then I think there's a need for complementary activities rather than just crowding into the same space. So with new fund, in terms of the check size, we are able to invest 1-2 million up to 1-2 million, which means that there's a bigger check size available in Armenia. And by the way, we also have a special mechanism with our LPs, where our LPs are very much interested to co-invest with us, which means that the capacity would be quite high for a bit more mature companies rather than just a very early stage. So we are moving up into that space. From the other side, if we're talking about the new spaces like health tech, which is #1 priority for our second fund, and particularly where you have biotech plus AR plus genomics, then here we still want to play in early stages because it's still like in embryonic stage, this segment in Armenia. And the third, we have been successfully implementing the strategy of bringing in companies outside into Armenia, like companies that originated outside of Armenia, but as a result of our efforts and investment and support, they came out and set up operations in Armenia, and they're now kind of semi-Armenian companies.
Although they may not have Armenian founders either.
No, not at all. No, the one company that we've invested, the founder couldn't even locate Armenia on the map, literally. And we said, you need to keep at least 3 engineers in Armenia. Now they have 45, and the entire product is being developed in Armenia, and only customer-facing functions are outside of Armenia. So we kind of domesticated the foreign companies, and it became Armenian companies. So that strategy we have implemented a couple of times, and in the area that we are in science-based, and biotech and health tech areas where Armenia still lacks kind of homegrown companies, we're gonna employ that strategy more.
And in fact, you can take that even further to say that perhaps the real talent pool is elsewhere, and we have to train the Armenian talent pool to participate and grow and become more relevant to biotech, life sciences, whatever. Perhaps we're focusing more on the AI side. We've heard a little bit about that yesterday. And you can bring those two worlds together and bring a new company to Armenia. That's great news. I really like that theme.
Exactly what we are doing right now with one of the companies, bringing in the data science part, and then gradually trying to link up the wet processes, like lab processing, biological processes as well.
Cool, cool. So I am going to let Armin talk, but not yet. I'm going to go to the other side of the table. What does Da Vinci Capital see in Armenia, and what is the nature of the next investments you think you'll make? Is it more to acquire companies and consolidate them into larger companies? Or is it to bet on small, early-stage startups? Or where do you see your capital fitting into that life cycle?
Right. Well, first of all, even though Da Vinci Capital is looking for more mature stages, but I'm personally also part of the Angel Network. I'm part of Fast Science and Technology Angel Network. So I'm looking at very, very early stages and looking at companies. Of course, it will take years until they graduate through the angel side of it and the early venture side of it. But still, we're very connected with the ecosystem and looking at what's developing and what will be developing next. If you look at the typical deals that Da Vinci Capital, at least aiming for Armenia, they would be coming at Series A or B, repeatable revenue, stable revenue companies. And the tickets will be probably starting from 3 million and above. That's basically the right. We can invest much more because also we have an element of or mechanism of our LPs investing with us, and those LPs are multi-billion-dollar funds which are located across on both sides of Atlantic, and we have a history of doing very large deals, up to tens of millions. But I think what's important is even though you invest in a company, you still invest in founders. That's why myself being here on the ground is one of the I think important element is to connect with the founders and work with them. Even though the company may be already stable and even Series B, but you still need to work with the founders and have a feel for the vision and be advisor or consult to them. If you look at our portfolio and the track record that we have, we successfully helped companies to grow and scale immensely up to the IPO level. And that's where our experience on capital markets and preparation company for IPO or for strategic sale, doesn't matter, that's where we come very strong because the roots and DNA of the Da Vinci is in capital markets transactions. And we just last week announced IPO for one of our portfolio companies, Softline, for 1.5 billion valuation went. The data art, I think, eventually will also go public, probably next year. And the history and track record of EPAM, one of the largest technology companies, is another one. And we were behind all of those.
So, in fact, EPAM has already entered Armenia.
EPAM has been in Armenia for more than 12 years, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And my guess is some of these other companies may be looking to work with you to enter Armenia or to leverage Armenian assets, right?
Exactly. That's what I think we will be trying to do. It not only enter Armenia, there are companies which will be looking. We may benefit. They can benefit from the services that our portfolio companies perform. For example, Softline is one of the largest B2B software distributors. And the companies who are in B2B space today, we will be able to help them with the distribution in markets where they are not present today.
So they don't necessarily have to acquire companies, they can just begin to enter the market as a distributor. So I think we have a fairly diverse group of company investor groups here, and I am going to get to BAJ, but hold your water a second. I want to enter Formula VC. My guess is that the amount you've raised initially is not that great. So you're not necessarily going after big ticket investments. Hopefully someone is still looking to invest hundreds of thousands, or if not tens of thousands, in early stage companies and try to grow them rather than trying to catch them when they're in that $1 million investment stage. Where are you in this cycle?
Yeah, exactly. And as I said, we are in investing in early stages. And if we look back at the overall ecosystem that we have in Armenia, it is, again, maybe in its early stages, and that's why the VCs operating on Armenia scene doesn't have the luxury to be just a VC, right? They need to do all these activities, as Ashot mentioned, like incubators, accelerators, building an ecosystem around it, etc., because it's a like two-side game nowadays for Armenian VCs to create both demand and supply for the capital. And yeah, we invest in early stages. It's somewhere between pre-seed and Series A. Checks are hundreds of thousands, not millions yet. And hopefully we'll have everything grown so fast that like the next funds that we'll announce all together in another panel, we'll talk about the billions and not, as Nina said previously, not micro or nano VCs that we have in Armenia. But yeah, I mean, early stage is, I think it's the waste area that we can get the most penetration to. And if you look around to all the startups, they are either at just entering the market or are just starting their growth path. So it's really the time to invest in these startups and help them grow globally and become global businesses.
So Armin, I'm going to go back and ask you the questions I've been asking to Nina and Razmik. Are we in a bubble? Is it a time when there's so much money available that we are about to somehow burst the bubble that will create a negative environment soon? Or are we going to enjoy the benefits of this post-COVID period for some time to come? And how does that affect your strategy?
I'll qualify the answer in terms of this idea that every advantage has a disadvantage and vice versa. Armenia, as a smaller country with 3 million population,
10 million,
versus the nation, which has 10 million. If you consider the innovation capacity in terms of density, there is plenty of venture activity that's required, particularly as per national strategy, that startups can lift the economy. So one aspect of the capital infusion, there is high quality deal flow here. The second point in terms of the bubble is relates to a situation when there is risk. You know, often when the saying is that the best defense is offense, and when that does not work, you need even more offense. And the startups here are competing on a world-class stage, attacking global markets, and indeed being bold, even with risk. There's really no other option. So I would say that, as Nina called out, the ability to do deals over Zoom is a massive advantage. And then the ability in terms of codifying IP here that is mathematically sound is another advantage that will sustain even if there is some pops around the world in terms of venture.
Cool. Do you imagine, you're calling yourselves an accelerator, do you imagine that you'll start to have programs and activities that similar to Hero House, et cetera, to support this ecosystem, or are you just going to primarily invest money?
So our current activities involve training, investment, and go-to-market. So the reason when we selectively endorse a deal, invest specifically, is we have seen the founders in action over sustained training and over sustained go-to-market. So for example, in our accelerator program, we have Robert Milrod, the former group CFO of Citigroup, 300,000 person organization, mentoring, you know, a 5-person startup team. And we see in that beautiful tension and interaction, can this startup founder lead a group that's not 5, but 50 or 500 or 5,000? So we get these early signals, and we're absolutely active in developing the companies and providing whatever support we can. So indeed, with my dear colleagues, these startups need mentorship, they need go-to-market access, they need capital, and we all have to lift together.
Cool. Cool. So, in fact, Ashod has benefited from the fact that throughout this program, we have peppered in slots to allow each of his programs to describe what they're doing, and he has other spokespersons other than himself to reveal what they're going to be doing next and how they're succeeding. So I don't need him to go back and tell us more about that. But I am going to go back to that question I asked before. Is the next fund for SmartGate to diversify or specialize in new areas, or is it to take larger tickets when the companies you've already invested in are continuing to grow and invest and be able to buy a bigger ticket to continue to grow with them? What is it for?
Yeah, so first of all, it's both. So the answer is both. So we continue to invest where we are good at and where we know the portfolio and pipeline. So it's AI in very different areas, starting from software as a service applications, AI tools, AI in IoT, and AI in biotech. And this is something that is going to increase in the next month with some specialization on certain directions. One of the clear growing exposure is healthcare and biotech sector. So naturally I see a lot of biotech trend in Armenia, and I believe this is going to be one of the next big things for Armenian, let's say, AI and data science to merge with biology and come up with game-changing results in the country. And the other direction that I see and we are going to grow exposure to is robotics and IoT sector. That is, again, trending and growing sector in Armenia, starting from very low point, by the way, but with very big potential. So our fund will continue investing at pre-seed, very early, very small tickets, literally no minimum. And but we will do follow-on investments up to $1 million and more in following rounds.
Terrific. One of your portfolio companies has a question.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sarkis, one of the co-founders of Embrytech. We help people to sit less, move more, and lead healthier lifestyle through sensorized footwear technologies. Okay, so let's stand up. Okay, so I want to give a little bit of background before asking the question. Of course, I'm going to talk about hardware. I know you guys are doing great job in the software. Overall, the ecosystem is doing great job. It's growing. It's really fascinating. And I know many of you are hesitant on investing in hardware, except a couple of angels and SmartGate, of course. We have benefited from those. And I can understand that it's really rational in terms of return on investment. Hardware is hard. It's takes time to exit. But I want to provoke this thought, like AI, right? So it's 50-year-old technology, and we were able to capitalize and exploit it when we have GPUs and FPGAs last 15 years. Talking about healthcare now, like remote patient monitoring and stuff, like we have a challenge of sensors, wearables, and stuff like that. So in agriculture, AI can solve a lot of problems, but the challenges we are facing is the data, to have data from agriculture. So in your vision, in your thoughts, in your discussions between partners, are you looking to diversify and also dedicate portion of your funds to invest in Armenian hardware companies. And this, to me, has two purposes. One is that the previous, like 10, 20 years, the thesis was, if we are strong in software, we can buy any hardware we need. But last year, the war came to prove that we can't buy anything we want. And we need hardware infrastructure in Armenia. And the second, we are repurposing our talent. Let's say you can see a lot of PhDs in laser physics, in RF radio, repurposing, like learning Python to train models. Really? Learning HTML, CSS to build websites? Really? Do we want to do that? So I want to provoke this thought and hear your thoughts. Are you having these conversations? Are you thinking about that? Maybe raising new funds to invest in hardware or dedicating some portion of it? Thank you.
And before you answer, let me slightly twist it to make it more answerable. Up till now, companies that were hardware-oriented or based were penalized, were not considered to be the right type of companies because of that hardware focus. So not necessarily funding specifically a hardware sector, but no longer penalizing companies whose hardware is an important part of their business. I think that's really the question here, not trying to say, let's build a whole hardware sector for investment purposes. So go ahead now. Armin, why don't you take a stab at that?
Yeah, firstly, I absolutely love hardware, so I'll get that immediately out of the way. So one of the board positions I sit on is for one of NASA's institutes. So space tech, for example, is a $1 trillion industry. So like rockets, sensors in space, health tech, love it. There's indeed a challenge in terms of hardware components can be against or have friction with many investor theses. The recommendation I would make back, and this is how we view hardware companies, is that how hard is the dependence and is the value of the company based on data or something related to customer acquisition? So is Apple a hardware company? Arguably so, but that's not really the full value. They're able to evoke aspects of design, of value, of brand. So I would view it with this lens.
Yeah, and in fact, I think Apple's going to hit the wall when they can't ship any new product next couple of months, right? So it's a challenging time for hardware companies with chip shortages, with supply chain problems. I think it's also an opportunity. With every challenge, there is an opportunity. Manu, why don't you contribute to this discussion?
First of all, we do not have hardware companies in our exclusion list. In fact, we invested in 3 companies with a hardware component, and I can tell all 3 of them pivoted to become purely software companies. Because hardware is really hard. It requires a bit different type of supplier ecosystem, buyer ecosystem, support ecosystem than software, which is in some cases requires proximity to markets, deep relationships, different level of relationships. So that's why it's not picking up. But I think from many standpoints, and particularly from the standpoint of the security challenge that Armenia has, we have to develop the hardware sector as well. And in fact, we have a different vehicle for which we invest in more hardware-based companies in a specific niche. But generally, I agree that we have to make efforts to develop this segment as well. But I guess it wouldn't require only the money available to be invested. That's only just very small component of that. There's many more components that needs to be built by the concerted efforts of players, and including public sector, because that might require a bit different infrastructure to be built.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to add here, so venture capital as itself is usually not solution to many problems that may have more deeper roots. So if we have the entrepreneurs that build the companies, I believe that there will be investments in hardware. But then the question is why we have few entrepreneurs in the hardware sector. So we need to go one step back and, like Manuk said, to see what's missing in the infrastructure. So why there are many software founders and so little number of hardware entrepreneurs? Do we have sufficient quantity of labs? Do we have other needs? Is there an infrastructure? Did we solve the problems related to import of R&D things? So there are so many problems that hardware faced throughout recent years and still faces, and we need to fix that. When we fix that and we have a growing number of people who start ventures in hardware, we will have more venture capital allocated to it. So I don't think the problem now we have is on this side of the tunnel. Like there is capital, I believe. The problem is, do we have the pipeline? Can we build the pipeline with the resources available now? And the war you mentioned. And the challenges, I think they opened many eyes, and I hope and believe in coming few years we will have very different situation in this space.
So guys, you've done a great job at framing the environment and positioning yourselves in that context. And I purposely designed both this session and this summit to give you multiple opportunities to be represented here. So in fact, Manuk, you're going to be bringing back the portfolio and the Granatas Next plans at the end of the day so that you and Yervan can talk specifically about those plans. And you don't necessarily have to do it all now. I mentioned that SmartGate has several slots in the agenda that'll talk about some of their specific initiatives. And also, in case of BAJ, several of your investments are coming here to talk about themselves and about where they fit. So you'll hear the name BAJ several times, I'm sure. But in all of your cases, I think it's so great that we're starting to see a diversity of capital coming to this market, that you're reaching out to the rest of the ecosystem, bringing new interest to Armenia and to the Armenian companies, and giving us the opportunity to leverage that expertise. So I'm going to thank you on behalf of the startup ecosystem for doing what you're doing so well, for doing it for a long time, Manuk, for doing it for 6 months, and doing it now with new capital in your pockets. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking of diversity, hope next year we'll have also females sitting at this.
Yeah, it would be a good idea. It would be a good idea if we had a diversity of types of people up here. But that's okay. You can go hire women and do whatever you want. But in the meantime, you need to give back your microphone so I can start the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't think anybody should get up and leave. In fact, can we put the next slide up? Excuse me, can we put the next slide up? Our next session is to introduce not another venture fund or another investment group, but a new type of organization that does something very unique. Tumo Labs is a different kind of entity in this arena. And in fact, they have invented a term which I made fun of earlier in the program. I made fun of Armenia's just-in-time or 10 minutes late as the characteristic of Armenia. But in fact, Tumo Labs has a just-in-time approach to building startup capacity upstream. And I'd like to invite Bahera up to the stage. She's the director of Tumo Labs, and give her a chance to, there's plenty of microphones up here, so I'm not going to give you mine. She's going to quickly present to us what do you do in TUMO Labs and why are you adding value to this ecosystem?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. So I'm Bahare. You may know me. Been moving to Armenia the past 2 years. And we started TUMO Labs with the EU Delegation Fund. So it's part of the EU TUMO Convergence Center in Armenia. And it's part of the educational hub. There is so much added to the Convergence Center, including the conference centers, retail space, and everything that is included. But the TUMO Labs is the educational hub. I'm going to talk about our programs and then also how we put the just-in-time concept of manufacturing into education. And then our outcomes on that and where we stand within the startup cycle. So basically, TUMO Labs is a free educational program like TUMO. It's targeting adults, so anyone above 18 with changing their career, upskilling or reskilling themselves. And it's based on a just-in-time approach by combining 2 different educational methodologies together. So we are bringing project-based learning and self-learning together. I'm just going to give you sort of an introduction to what we are with project-based learning. So PBL and self-learning have been always there. We have invented another term of guided self-learning, and I will tell you more in why we call it guided and why we're combining these 2 together. The project-based learning, as usual, is with the industry. It's with a research question or a problem statement coming from the market. And then also the guided self-learning is building upon that so we can add more talent to the projects and also fast-tracking the talent into the market. As I said, the project-based learning, we bring a question or a research statement from a company. We break it down into an educational component within the span of 3 to 6 months based on what is the answer or what could be the outcome, and also how long the research statement needs to sort of take a stab on it. And then we will basically bring a workshop leader and of course we will add the team leader from the company to this project. And then our students are between 4 to 6 people will join the company. That we go through a kickoff session and then we definitely emphasize on a 3 to 6 weeks of going into a concept exploration. Although the companies are doing that themselves, but this adds a lot of learning value to the team. They understand what the company is there for, what are they doing, they talk to the experts, they learn about the research statement, and then they will go into the concept development and prototyping. So we usually stop the company before the concept development and we ask them to give us time and give the students time to do their own research. And then they go through a presentation mode where they receive feedbacks, they go back and forth in demonstrating what they've learned, and then they will be presenting it to the company mainly and also to the EU and TUMO Labs team. Throughout the process, why do we call it a just-in-time approach? So basically, just-in-time, you are in the manufacturing industry, you are controlling your flow time, you're controlling your inventory, and also you're controlling your human resource in order to sort of be more cost efficient. We're doing the same thing in the education. So what we are doing, we bring the expert when it's needed, we buy the equipment for the project when it's needed, and we also share within that concept. So we don't buy anything in a duplicate. We understand what the company has. Can they give it to us for 3 or 4 months within the project? We also understand what is needed, so we add on top of that. And also we work with universities to understand if we can go into their research lab and do these projects there and sort of join forces with them. So we are controlling the inventory. At the same time, we realize that, of course, we have projects and then we need the talent for that where the talent is coming, how fast can we bring it into? So there is a lot of self-learning sources there. Everybody is trying out with Coursera, edX, YouTube, PDFs, reading books. But what is the best combination? How can you go from one Coursera course to another, and how can you read a book and understand by watching the exact video that will help you throughout that book? So we put together a tourist map, and that's why we call it the guided self-learning. It's a tourist guide towards all the links available, and we break it down to stations. So we make sure that in a just-in-time base, we understand what the company needs, what is the skill and tool that we have to add in regards to the students as an engineer, and what does the company need in order to hire them. So we bring that self-learning aspect to it, and we make sure that the student knows where to go and what to do. So right now we have three different topics. We have Python, machine learning, and JavaScript. And that is because we are working with companies that they required this among other skills. So we are adding the Python course with an engineer. So the engineer will come here, learn the Python course within the relevant station that the company needs. So they can go up to all the levels, or they need like the basics, and then we go through machine learning, at the same time JavaScript, and we tell the student that the next company that is coming forward requires this. So as we all know, the buzz of biotech is coming into Armenia. Everybody is looking into startups, or the companies are trying to invest inside Armenia. What we're doing is working with the companies, with the startups now, and we are learning what do they need. So instead of like someone knows biology, what is the exact data science behind that you need the students to learn? And we put the course together, and because we're doing it with other resources and we're creating a tourist guide, it is as fast as possible. So we put together a course in 1 month with different stations, and we create that project assessment that can test the ability of a student. So then they can join the project, and then they can join the team. So far, we started in July with the guided self-learning with the three different topics. We have around more than 200 applicants for that. It's free, it's accessible, there's no testing. You can always come to TUMO Labs and just test yourself, see where you stand. We around more than 600 applicants for the projects, so we had to filter them. We usually do it with an interview with the company, and then they join the project. I don't take any credit for the number of females in this project. It's all thanks to the Armenian nation and this new generation that they stay on, they go on through the completion rate. So we have 56% females there, and obviously we work with partners. As I said, we work with several partners, so we understand where they are, what they do. Currently, we're working with SAP. We have 22 projects from SAP, which our students are joining, and they required machine learning, Python, and JavaScript. So 6 months prior to this, we told the students that SAP is coming. Please up-to-date yourself. These are the stations you require. And then we have now currently on our websites, you can see the challenges that they have proposed to us. We work with CRISP, and we are working on 2 projects, which you can see some of the results. We work with Okni as well, which is a startup in prosthetic bionic design. They, of course, needed machine learning as well, coupled with bioengineering and biomedical and mechanical engineering. So we put sort of a very short snap course with them. We hired workshop leaders internationally for them, and we brought them in to design not only the cover prosthetic designs, but also working on the bionic. So if we go through the video,
TUMO Labs-ի եւ CRISP-ի հետ միասին մենք իրականացնում ենք 2 նախագծեր։ Նախագծերը անմիջականորեն կապված են մեքենայական ուսուցման եւ արհեստական բանականության հետ, ինչպես նաեւ տեքստերի մշակման եւ նրանցից որոշակի տվյալների վերցանման հետ։ Առաջին նախագիծը կոչվում է Text Summarization։ Նախագծի բովանդակությունը եւ էությունը կանում է նրանում, որ սկզբում մենք որպես մուտք վերցնում ենք տեքստ, որը զայնագրվել է կամ գրվել է գործնական տարբեր հանդիպումներից, եւ շատ հաճախ կարիք է լինում ավելի մեծ տեքստից ստանալ ավելի հակիչ տեքստ, որը իր բովանդակությամբ եւ էությամբ կարտահայտի այն հիմնական մտքերը, որոնք այն սկզբնական տեքստում փորձում ենք գտնել նեյրոնային ցանցերի վրա հիմնված իրականացումներ, որոնք կարողանան սկզբնական տեքստից գեներացնել նոր տեքստեր։ Երկրորդ նախագիծը կոչվում է Text Sentiment Analysis։ Այս պրոյեկտի կիրառությունը կարող է լինել հետևյալ ոլորտներում, երբ մենք ունենք ծրագրային ապահովում, որը տեղադրված է արդեն օգտագործողների համար, եւ օգտագործողները ծրագրային ապահովումը օգտագործելուց հետո կարող են թողնել իրենց feedback, այսպես ասած, եւ եթե ծրագիրը ունի շատ օգտագործողներ, հետեւաբար նաեւ feedback-ների քանակը կարող է շատ լինել, ընկերության համար կարող է անհրաժեշտություն առաջանալ մշակել այդ feedback-ները եւ ընդհանուր հասկանալ, թե ծրագրի մասին ինչ կարծիքի էին օգտագործողները, այն ծրագիրը, որ այս պահին մենք փորձում ենք ստեղծել, կատարի այս գործառույթը եւ որոշել նրա դրական, բացասական կամ նեյտրալ բնույթը, սկզբում ուսանողները զբաղված են եղել ինքնուսուցմամբ, գիտելիքների խորացմամբ, մեքենայական ուսուցման, արհեստական բանականության ոլորտում, ներկա պահին նրանք կատարում են հետազոտություն, այս պահին գոյություն ունեցող լուծումներն են հետազոտում եւ հաջորդ փուլում 2-3 շաբաթից արդեն սկսվի բուն ծրագրի իրականացման փուլը, որը նախատեսում է ավարտել նոյեմբերի վերջին։
So as you could see, the workshop leader was working with the TUMO lab, with CRISP and the CRISP project leaders. We had students from PhD candidates in mathematics and physics, which are the perfect ones to join into forces with machine learning and Python. But obviously they didn't know machine learning. They didn't start. They was like they were in the final stages of Python. So we coupled together with CRISP, and CRISP actually credited this self-learning and asked us to do which links that they approve and what are the YouTube links they approve and what are the PDF files that they would give to their own candidates. And we put it together, and they started with our machine learning course to then join CRISP. And these problem statements are the actual problem statements of CRISP. It was laying down there. They wanted to work on it, but obviously busy with other things, they joined forces with TUMO Labs. Where it put us, we are not an incubation and we are not an accelerator, but where it put us is actually at the very beginning, bringing the team together, the workforce together, understanding, through going through the guided self-learning and project-based learning is a practice for your soft skills, which every startup requires, every team needs it. So they go through this, they learn, they get inspired by the questions that are out there, they understand what they can bring to the sort of ecosystem. What is the next startup that they can bring up? And maybe we'll fill in the gap between two companies. Maybe we'll answer a problem statement in a company. Those are all the sort of the question marks that we will throw at them at TUMO Labs. The space actually helps a lot as well. We are open space. We're open 24/7. We have no prerequisites to join us, so you can join the self-learning. You can come in, just go through the ecosystem. We have now new sort of ideas flowing around TUMO Labs, where we can make sure that they are going through their incubation acceleration, which are currently available in Armenia. So we will basically guide them through other incubators and accelerators once they have learned all the basics, and also they had gone through some of the phases of ideation and understood what they want to do next. So that's TUMO Labs, and that's where we stand right now in 2 years, and we're hoping to bring biotech as our next projects.
Very good. Would you mind taking a seat?
Yes.
Okay. I want to bring our next presenter up to the stage, and can we change the slide, please? So grab them. No, there are plenty of microphones. Don't take it from each other. There are no more mics? So Armenia is going to, Mane is here. I'm sorry. I forgot. We switched. Since Armenia would have been in California, why do it? Mane will present the Hero House in Southern California and what new growth opportunities we're creating by having Hero House in Glendale. And I want to be able to take Q&A between you, not just individually, if that's okay. So tell us about Hero House in Southern California.
So,
you
hi
can stand
everyone.
up, by the way.
It's good. So, hi everyone, and thank you so much to the organizers of the event. Pleasure meeting so many new people in the ecosystem, and maybe a bit background of Hero House in Yerevan before going to Southern California. So Asha talked a bit about us and our initiatives and what we do, but how it started quickly, we started back in 2017 and to nurture the startup ecosystem around SmartGate VC and also generate a pipeline for our investments. So we bring in innovators and entrepreneurs and drive entrepreneurship and help startups take their ideas to the next stage. We have a vibrant environment of VCs and startups, angels coming to Hero House, meeting each other, exploring collaboration opportunities. And throughout the past 4 years that we have been operating, there are some great success stories of startups. Like, we always love telling about the story of Super Annotate. Only 3 years ago, a team of 4 of Super Annotate was working from Hero House's ground floor, and now we see that they have a huge office in the Republic Square with 50 plus employees. Or we have had cases where startup founders have met in Hero House, explored collaboration opportunities, and pivoted from what they were working on and started a new initiative, and now they are taking that idea to international market.
So in fact, Super Annotate started in Sevan Startup Summit before they even got to Hero House, if I'm not mistaken. I was there, and they just were formulating the ideas of what they were going to do before they had even a business in mind. And while you're explaining, tell me why it's a no bullshit zone, bullshit-free zone.
Yeah, because we encourage founders to make sure they are going after values that are sustainable and making sure that whatever they are doing only directly contributes to their cause and the cause of growing the startup. So that's why this is our famous quote at Hero House, and we too, in all our events and acceleration programs, we avoid from having one program designed for the whole batch. We try to do everything as personalized and as tailored as possible to make sure founders are gaining value from every single meeting, every single event that they are going to. And not doing for the sake of doing it.
Exactly. Go ahead. Do we need to advance the slides at all?
Sorry?
Do you want to advance the slides, or is it just that slide?
Yeah, please, next one. So as the model was working so well in Armenia, we decided to take it to Glendale. And also, like in Armenia, our first projects were for early stage startups. We were working on validating their ideas, finding product market fit. But and we have already done like 10 batches of our early stage acceleration and deep tech incubation programs. But as the startups were advancing, the nature of the problems they were facing were more advanced, and they needed more support in expanding to international markets, raising their seed funding. So this is what we are doing in Hero House Glendale. This is kind of a bridge between the technological potential of Eastern Europe and business development opportunities of Southern California. And not only like Armenia, as you noticed, I mentioned Eastern Europe. We are going beyond Armenia, going to Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, all these countries that actually are facing the similar issues that Armenian entrepreneurs are facing. There is a huge technological potential, but they are very detached from the context of market, and this is what we are doing at Hero House Glendale. Next slide, please. And how we are doing this, we have a couple of initiatives here. Of course, we have our Hero House Gateway Acceleration Program, throughout which we work with founders, help them do their sales, growth hacking and fundraising strategy development, and most importantly, we provide them the necessary connections to investors, to potential clients that they can start pilot programs with, to experts that they can help them go to market and start pilot programs in, let's say, the companies that these experts are working in. So this is kind of helping them have soft landing, and we also have on-site component of this program, because we also believe that entrepreneurs in this part of the world are very detached from the actual competition. So we are taking them to more Silicon Valley and Southern California areas to give them the taste taste of it, have on-site meetings, present in front of 100+ audience of investors, and raise their next funding. And of course, startups are everything we do evolves around startups, but we also have other communities that we leverage for growing these startups. We are paying attention to the young talent. We are paying attention to already those people that have done successful ventures, are exited entrepreneurs, and can be helpful for startups. So 3 of these initiatives, Hero House, Angels. I don't know how many of you have already heard of these initiatives, but like 3 months ago, we started shaping a network of angels around Hero House, and now
we're going to hear about that separately. There's a whole session devoted to Hero House Angels.
Oh, right. Diana is going to talk about it. So I'm not going to talk about it too much, not to spoil what Liana has prepared during the past three months. But we basically we have a great network of both experts and experienced angel investors, and also we onboard new potential investors that are new to the game, having them go through our investor academy and giving them the basics of starting investing in companies. We have our entrepreneur in residence program. So as I mentioned, startups in Eastern Europe have great technological potential, but they lack in market in the context, understanding the context of market. And if there are a couple of entrepreneurs that have already exited a couple of startups they have built, I think these entrepreneurs to these startups drastically increases the potential of these startups. So we have these cases. We connect tech teams with these people that already have network and good track records, and they help these startups push their ideas to the next stage. And another thing is our student network. In Southern California, there are all these huge universities like UCLA, Caltech, and many others. And there is this young talent. We are leveraging this for the profit of startups. We have our student programs where they work with startups, and potentially at the end, the startup might consider hiring these students and adding to the team. So briefly about our initiatives, and maybe I'll talk about more on why Southern California, because when you think of startups and US, the first thing you think about is Silicon Valley, and we get this question a lot, like why not Silicon Valley and why go to Southern California? And there are basically 2 reasons for this. The first one is after the COVID situation, there is a huge tech exodus in Silicon Valley because of the high living costs that just keep increasing because of the commute length and overall decrease of the life quality. And there is a huge trend of startups relocating to Southern California. And other than that, Southern California is home for these big corporations and giants in entertainment, in media, in also even space, and many huge companies that are potential customer for the startups that are coming out of this region. So these 2 reasons are the main drivers for us to go to this region and take startups there.
Very good, very good. Are we done with the presentation?
Yeah.
Very good. So we have a chance for 2 questions. And if you have something interesting for either or both of these representatives, I think they accomplished a lot in a short period of time, and including diversifying our speaker pool. So we're not just a bunch of middle-aged men, right?
Hi, my name is Armin Babikian. I have a question about Tumo Labs, actually. Could you, this is maybe more a simple, more mechanical question about the language of instruction or coaching and everything else like that. Is it English, Armenian, or is there flexibility?
Good question. It's a self-learning mechanism, so we don't have coaches or teachers, but the guide is in English, and the reason behind that is because we lead you to Coursera on YouTube, which would be in English as well, and also all the companies require English at the end.
So in fact, the courseware is English, so the guide to the courseware has to be in English. Makes sense, right? All right, who has a profound question? Who has a very interesting, challenging question? Is it profound?
Hi, my name's Nadig. I have a question for Tumo Labs. So you showed us the process of taking an idea, working with a potential startup founder, just the idea alone, from idea phase up to financing. As of right now, do you have any potential startups or ideas in the pipelines that could get to financing? And the reason why I address this is because a lot of universities have these challenges with students who have great ideas, great inventions, products they developed, but they're not able to fulfill that marketing, funding side and get the product to MVP stage, for example. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that, that'd be great.
So where we put ourselves is before that phase, and what we do in terms of financing them is actually bringing the experts to develop that idea. Once they develop it, and we ask our partner incubators and accelerators, which could be many, to validate that. We are not going to be the sole sort of institute to make sure that this is validated, and then they can go through all the venture capitals that are out there and learn about marketing. And we also add ad hoc workshops on marketing for them, but we are not going to take over the incubation and acceleration programs.
So thank you for that. Listen, I want you two to have a brief conversation with each other. Seriously. And you're doing very different things, but you're doing them for the same ecosystem, trying to impact them and enhance the viability of this whole startup arena. And you're starting at perhaps different stages. I think a lot of the younger people involved in what you're doing at Tumo Labs. But what do you see as the opportunities for your respective programs, and how do they complement each other? Talk to each other a little bit.
Yeah, of course, I see a huge potential, and I see a huge pipeline coming out of Tumo Labs and huge creative minds coming out of there. It's more like we are doing complementary operations. Tumo Lab prepares these early stage companies, and we can help them go outside of Armenia. And I think we should definitely keep this conversation and take it outside of just this panel.
I agree. I think we feed a lot into the student network, also the entrepreneurs. So once the student is goes through a sort of a qualification, understands what they want, they can join Hero House, not only to be part of the network, but maybe the future entrepreneur. They might go through an ideation phase in sort of the Tumo Labs, but then they need much more support, which Hero House can
If I'm not mistaken, Tumo Labs has some EU element to it?
Yes, we are EU funded.
EU funded. Yes. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, the program in Southern California has an Eastern European orientation.
The program in Glendale is sponsored by, we actually won a grant by the city of Glendale, but some of our initiatives in Armenia are sponsored by EU. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you're part of the same, let's say, overall mindset, and I appreciate the fact that you're sharing the stage and you're prepared to walk off and talk to each other and figure out how you can build synergy. Yeah. So thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can leave your microphones right there. Thank you so much. So I'm going to make all the people who are talking and drinking coffee out there to come inside the plastic. The bubble is going to burst. Hey guys, I'm talking to you. Come in here. now. Come now, all of you. Let's go. We stayed here while you were talking. Now you come in here while we're talking. I'm not kidding. Come in here. I'm also going to call our next panel to the stage. We didn't want just the VCs talking about the post-COVID perspective on fundraising. We wanted to, in fact, get the entrepreneur's perspective on what's fundraising like in this post-COVID era. Although Rafi invented this term post-COVID, we really wish we were post-COVID. We're not really post-COVID. We're still in the heat of it, as evidenced by the fact that several of our speakers have COVID, or at least tested positively, and are unable to be here today.
The reason I called it post-COVID is that if we don't think we're going to get out of COVID, we'll never act like we're going to get out of COVID. So that's why. Let's be inspirational about this.
You always have a good reason, Raf. But you know, there are a bunch of people out there who are going to be dragged in here by their feet if they don't come by themselves. So I'm not kidding. I'm coming out there and I'm going to drag you in. So guys, do we have anybody on the Zoom? Yes. We do, right? Yeah, there he is. And I've seen you before, haven't I? Somehow you always end up above everybody else.
I assume so, if it's about me.
Okay, cool. Look, I appreciate you all coming, but in fact, you're the beneficiaries of all of this VC activity going on, and not just what already happened, but what's about to happen next. Because each of you have raised initial capital, perhaps starting off with your own money, or relatives or friends, and then at some point getting enough to the point where you could be funded to some degree. But your success will rely on your ability to attract additional capital, by your interest by other VCs, and the fact that we're expanding this VC pool is going to be to your benefit. So how does that relate to specifically 10Web? How does 10Web fund itself, and what is the new environment in which you're doing your fundraising? Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm Tigran Nazaran, the co-founder and CEO at 10Web. We were bootstrapped till this spring, and we raised $2 million from Zero Ventures, and they fund this April. Yeah, and it's quite challenging. You can bootstrap your company till some level, and when you reach certain scale, and we reached a scale of, I think, more than 60 people, and we had already product, and we had first more than 1,000 customers. So we went for funding. It was something new for us, but we successfully closed the seed round. And this is the direction we want to continue. I mean, to raise more, to go through the next steps. And we really are sure that this is the way to accelerate the business growth, using all the available fundraising resources, both Armenian and external.
So Vahan, how does that relate to Super Annotate? Oop, I can't get in this way.
Yeah, so we actually, we were lucky enough to raise right before the COVID hit our seed round. It was like maybe a month or 2 months before that, because we had a lot of friends that kind of had a lot of term sheet in their hand, and then COVID hit, and then the term sheet went away. And then we kind of grow 5x during COVID, so we were like super happy to kind of do another 5x fundraising. So we just raised 15 million Series A a few months ago.
So in fact, the benefit of COVID is that you had a higher valuation when you took your next round of money. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Of course, the valuation was 5x higher as well, but then the growth was also pretty rapid on our end. And then the space we're in, which is the AI infrastructure space, is also a super booming space. We see between like 30x ARR to 200x ARR valuations, which is kind of crazy if you would think.
It's completely crazy, because I was also at Sevan Startup Summit when SuperAnnotate was born, and that was only a few years ago, and we had no idea that perhaps you would be at this level of valuation already. And where is the ceiling? I don't think there's any ceiling above your head. Let's look above your head. Do you see a ceiling? I don't see one. Okay, let's go to the other side of the panel over here. Georgi, tell me about what you're doing at Zero Broker and how you raise funds and what challenges you face in raising those funds.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Georgi. I'm the founder of Zero Broker. At Zero Broker, we build a decentralized transportation system, empowering any type of business to have world-class supply chain platform to move their product. We started 4 years ago building the entire infrastructure, and right before COVID, we weren't lucky as Vahan, SuperAnnotate, to raise, so we couldn't raise at time, and when it hits, everybody just stopped financing, trying to figure out their investment strategies. So at that time we spent building product, and we applied to YC. We got accepted, winter batch, and after graduation, everybody right now understand what is a logistic, right? Everybody just finally find out that no matter what, the logistic will be. And we raised our seed round very fast this year, and we are now building a team.
So what does it mean, distributed transportation?
So right now
means Uber cars?
No. Right now, every company, it doesn't matter, it's Fortune 500 company or small companies who has loads to move. So they don't have ability to work with shippers directly. The shippers are fragmented and they don't have technology to work with them. Everybody working through freight brokers. And those freight brokers, they don't provide service at all. They charge high percentage, 20 to 50% commission on every single shipment. So we build this infrastructure or platform that empowers every company to provide world-class service and be able to work directly with shippers.
Very good, very good. Thank you. So Vahe, I noticed you're not wearing a hoodie, you're not wearing a baseball cap, and you don't look like you're 20 years old.
Because I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm 45.
Maybe you were at one time.
Yes.
But not recently. When you think about fundraising, in fact, you have a completely different approach. You're not necessarily scrounging around for tens of thousands of dollars to put first effort behind your initiatives, but you're raising serious money. Now, what was the money you just raised, and how did you raise it? What was the challenge you faced?
Yeah, so we raised 2 million in seed. We were oversubscribed. We wanted actually less than this. I think we differ a little bit. That I suppose has nothing to do with my age, but more from the continent I come from in Europe. I think Europe approaches startups significantly different than the United States. It's much more about having a healthy cash flow, having a healthy client base. We are also only 3 years old, but we are net positive, and we raised to expand to the United States. It wasn't, to be frank, in particular very difficult, and I think that has two reasons. First, because of the great work that BAJ Accelerator has done, with connecting us, working with us, helping us. But I also think, in general, it is easier right now to raise capital than any time before, at least in my life.
So would you argue that you have outsourced your fundraising to BAJ?
Well, I mean, outsource is, I think, a little stretch, but they helped a lot, really a lot. And I would say they have done the heavy lifting. That is correct.
Yes, they did. In fact, they lifted you right up off the ground, and certainly my awareness of Cognaze and of your efforts comes initially through BAJ's efforts. So I appreciate their doing this.
And we're very grateful for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Gev, tell us a bit about AimStack and actually all the many company names you have. And how do you get fundraising done? Do you outsource to some third party, or do you go scrounging around looking for money left over on the table when the waitress don't pick up her tips?
Yeah, I guess more of the second than the first. Yeah, so at AimStack we're building open source tool for machine learning infrastructure, machine learning teams. Our goal is to make it 10x faster, producing machine learning based software than it is now in the next 5 years. So perhaps the biggest difference from all the panelists here is we are focused on building, at least at this stage, everything open source. We just proposes a completely new type of challenge, a completely new type of mindset and way of understanding of how to build, how to iterate, how to communicate. It's just a completely different game than if you were playing, say, traditional software as a service or enterprise type, in those environments. So, but also for the if we look at the history of software, the open source tools, they have been able to dramatically change pretty much the whole infrastructure, the way software is being built, and so there is a huge opportunity and value in building a company based off of an open source. One of the most known examples is Databricks, Elasticsearch, MongoDB. These are all multi-billion-dollar companies based off an open source. So with that in mind, we are currently just focused on open source, and we have raised multiple rounds at this point based off the community progress we have had, based off the product progress we have had, and based off the teams and companies have been using the tools we are building. So
when you say multiple rounds, are most of them angel scale, small rounds, or are you actually in the seed stage? Where are you?
Yeah, we are at the unannounced seed stage, undisclosed, unannounced at this point seed stage. So we have raised our pre-seed before COVID-19, actually literally before COVID-19. So we got accepted at Berkeley Skydeck, and essentially the acceptance letter came in 1 day before the lockdown started. So that's where we closed our pre-seed, and then a little bit later we had raised the seed as well. So sometime this year, yeah.
That's great. That's great. So I think we have represented just here in this small 5-people panel a range of positioning in this life cycle of startups, some more mature than others, some who have already raised significant funds, and others that hope to do so. But I want to ask a funny question for you guys. As you raise money, you also give up your own equity and in fact dilute yourselves and introduce others who are now going to benefit from your success. So there is a trade-off between raising large amounts of money, raising your valuation, and reducing your participation financially as that progresses. How do you strike that balance? How do you look at the opportunity to get tens of millions of dollars of new funding, but at the same time not giving up too much of the equity that you might want to keep either for yourselves or for your employees? Let's start at the end.
I believe founders should think about their strategy, what they want to achieve. If some founders want to accelerate and sell their business, it's one strategy, how to fundraise. In our case, we see huge potential and we are not planning to sell it, but at the same time, you're bringing investors as we consider them as financial founders, right? So they put money not only for your success, but also your failure. So there is also upside and downside of that. For us, it was, so we were considering investors who understands, first of all, what we do, the challenges we can have, and how can they support, right? And how less we can dilute. So we got lucky, we have diluted very, very low, considering all seed stage startups. But it was kind of maybe more lack because we couldn't raise during COVID. And after that, after YC, it was way more easier and everybody just understand what is logistics, and that's why. But it fully depends on founders' perspective of their business within next 5 to maybe 7 years, how to raise.
So Vahan, you're a co-founder, and SuperAnnotate has raised significant funding, relatively speaking, and perhaps you're on the precipice of being valued quite highly, even though you're just beginning to realize the potential of what your technology can do, what the market opportunity is. In fact, many people still don't understand if you even have competitors today, or are you blazing into this new space with a unique solution. How do you look at the opportunity to raise money, the challenge that you face in raising money, the requirements that investors have and impose on you as a company? What do you see and how do you balance all those forces?
To be honest, we know some averages, right? What seed stage should look like, what Series A should look like, what Series B should look like. And our investors are like experts in the field, so they're kind of giving us the right metrics, what we need to hit to go for the next fundraising. So it's very much goal-oriented process. It's a very focused goal-oriented process that we're going through. And to be honest, we don't really mind kind of dilute, give equity to our investors, but then on the other hand, you're bringing a really well-known investors, top investors that will help you to succeed. So there's a famous saying that says that it's better to have like 5% in, I don't know, $10 billion company than 100% in a $100 million company. So keeping that in mind, we know that if we bring a lot of high qualified partners that can help us to grow, that's kind of what we're looking key to success. And so far, I think we have been very successful. And as a first-time founder, me and my brother, both of us are university dropouts. So we don't really have any business experience, or we don't really have any company running experience or working experience per se. We were students. So all these things combined, I think we're very positive of like diluting and then scaling, diluting and scaling. So this process is super fun and super, how do you say? It's rewarding as well.
So I want you guys to give some advice to Vahan, okay? He received a call this morning. Google wants to acquire his company. They want to exit him quickly to avoid having to pay high valuation at some later date. And they want his company to be absorbed into the stratosphere of Google. I didn't say metasphere, I said stratosphere, but I made that up. Who knows what sphere they're in, or what alphabet they're going to speak. But my point is, where is that point when the liquidity event is so close and the brass ring opportunity is there, but yet you might cut short the upside potential of the company that you just spent all this time creating? So maybe you don't give him advice, give yourself advice. Where's that moment when you want to take advantage of that brass ring? Why don't we start off with Vahe, because you're going to face this moment as your own company, right?
Maybe, but I think it's not a question about money. It's a question if you have achieved what you said you would like to achieve. We are in this game because we believe that deep learning can make the world more human. It sounds weird, but I think we are on a mission here. And if an investor brings enough on the table to join us on this mission, then we'll take them gladly on and we'll exit when we achieve our mission.
So you're not really interested in a liquidity event?
Not really.
Not really. Anybody else looking to liquidity events? No? Okay, you're going to tough it out. Even though there could be another pandemic looming, which could mean difficult times for raising money.
You have to define what liquidity event is, right?
A big investor wants to come in.
Are you talking about IPO? Are you talking about what is liquidity event?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'm talking about IPOs. I'm more talking about...
He's just saying everybody has a price.
Everybody
has
a
price. That was a nice way of saying that.
I think it's here, founders should figure out when to exit. Maybe they got to the point they don't know how to grow. Maybe it's kind of good strategy for them. In most of the cases, it could be a good solution for them to exit. If you know how you can grow, and the founders believe on the future, they have to, otherwise they couldn't be, I believe, the founders. And they see they can grow bigger, and hopefully the founders' goal wasn't to be a millionaire and doing exits.
And start another one.
You know, if they don't see where they can grow, maybe it's the good solution. For instance, Facebook, if they wouldn't sell their short, they might not be a Facebook in this kind of level, or the Google, right? If you don't see the future, maybe yes. If you see the future, none of the pandemics or any other issues can't actually stop you. It will make you more stronger company, and you can grow faster, I believe, after that.
So I'd like to know how many co-founders are there in any particular company? I keep seeing people's names and the title co-founder. Maybe there are 4 or 5 of them, right? Not just 2. But in fact, the name co-founder is very interesting how it's being used, not only to define your role in the company, but how the company is structured and how it distributes its equity, right? Tell me about it.
In our case, we have 4 co-founders. Perhaps some consider it's as too much, but it's not too much. If you have great co-founders team, everything will work smoothly and you'll have a solid foundation for the business. So we have Arto, me, and 2 other co-founders, Sergey and Armen. One of them is CTO, another is CDO, and is also responsible for helping with not only with data, but also with internal automation and other processes. So, and CTO is fully covers the technical team, the engineering team, which is huge in our case, like the half of the company are engineers. So we have good, and I cover like public stuff and general strategy, product marketing, like mixed, and AI. And it's good that we have such a diversity of coverage, although I wouldn't mention that we have a great diversity of skills and backgrounds, as all we come from the same kind of background, engineering, STEM background. But the experience Arto has with its other ventures and general business experience helps us as well, and me personally, to grow. So we really benefit from having 4 co-founders, and we are really happy that we don't need to find, did not need even to find another co-founder or early team like key member to join us.
So do you have to be a co-founder to have equity in the company?
Yeah, all 4 co-founders, of course.
No, I'm asking, are there others besides the co-founders who have equity in the company?
Yes. Basically, all the team at TAMWeb, they have
Everybody
equity.
has it.
Everybody, yeah.
Wow.
And especially early
even the
team.
lady who makes coffee? Even the lady who makes coffee?
Yeah, perhaps besides we missed that lady.
Okay, so perhaps not her. I think she's wondering when she's going to get her shares.
Well, we have a coffee machine, but I guess TAMWeb also has a coffee machine. But it's also a similar situation on our end. We're like 2 co-founders, but later stage, we had 2 team members that gave so much significant value to our company that we gave them a late stage co-founder. That's more value that some co-founders can give to their companies. So we were really happy to have somebody that will push their kind of all the resources they have. They brought so many team members. They kind of construct such a great team that it was very natural to give 2 more co-founders, and we're super happy to have that adjustment in a later stage.
So Vahe, how many co-founders do you have?
4 more co-founders who founded the company with me. All of them are extremely valuable people who done a great contribution to the company, and I knew all of them from my previous startup. So it has been a joyful ride so far.
Very good. So, Kev, you used to be called co-founder. Now you call yourself co-author. Inchesela.
That's the open source, the lingo that we're using for now.
So you're not finding anything, you're authoring things.
We are the authors of a project that, is being adopted and being, iterated upon.
Yeah. So just for your information, 10 years ago, we started the open source movement in Armenia. And we had an open source summit for all of Eastern Europe. Were you there? I think you were 12 years old.
Was there... Was that the one where Richard Stallman was also in Yerevan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was.
You were. How old were you?
15.
15, not 12. Okay. I thought so. And at that time, if you remember why we did it, it's because Microsoft declared all the use of their software applications to be illegal, to be pirate software. And we invented open source versions of all the Microsoft software, and we distributed free to everybody to liberate them from the burden of Microsoft's lawsuits. And they were so upset that we did that, they became the sponsors of that open source summit. And then they opened the Microsoft Innovation Center in Armenia just to get us to stop bothering them and corrupting their business. So, in fact, open source can be leveraged in many ways. We're doing that now in telecom, where we're open sourcing all the closed stacks of the vendors in the telecom industry, from the radio access to the core. You don't know what this means, but it's pervading all the Ericssons, all the Nokias. They're having to address the fact that it's now going to be a distributed environment, and open source will be permeating the telecom industry very soon. So I think these guys should start thinking about the power of open source and what you can do once you start adopting that strategy.
Absolutely. We're doing the same to certain parts of machine learning infrastructure, something that's upstream to what Vahan and Supranantate do. Oh yeah, and it definitely does make a certain group of people absolutely uncomfortable. But it is what it is.
Yeah, in fact, all those people out there standing outside the plastic, they're going to be uncomfortable because we're going to open source them.
Well.
Yes.
Yeah, let me add a couple of words about open source. Like our platform, our product is also based on open source. It's based on Linux, WordPress, Docker, Linux containers, and other technologies. And we consider this is a benefit. We didn't invent any other platform, and we benefit from the huge ecosystems and the potential that open source software builds, with plugins, with millions of developers around them. And this is very cool that we didn't start from scratch in that sense, like we didn't build something like Wix on our own, which I'm pretty sure would fail. But rather, we empowered billions of people who use open source as their day-to-day development tool and as a part of their business processes. So this is one of the benefits of the open source that definitely we would like to make best use of.
Well, in fact, open source as a development strategy is a completely different approach, where there's a community and they adopt the tools and capabilities and the fundamental structure of the open source environment, and they go at it differently. This is why you had to rename your own job as a co-author rather than a co-founder. And in fact, the fact that you're a co-founder is irrelevant for what you're doing. You have to be the co-author of this, and you have to position yourself relative to other authors who are part of the same development ecosystem, your peer-to-peer kind of arrangement. And in order to accomplish that, there has to be some kind of interoperability. There has to be a structure of that software that allows other companies to develop, or other people to develop parts of it without necessarily developing the whole or making it all work, right? So my question is, how does that apply to other businesses? How does that apply to what AIMStack is trying to do, for example? Or is it irrelevant?
It's super, super relevant, because what we are building for machine learning infrastructure will have to work nice with pretty much most of or every other player. I guess I can share a bit of an example, probably an inspiring example from Databricks, who in the last one or 2 years have been able to do the impossible, which is combine a few cloud vendors, which is a heroic kind of thing that they have done. I've never seen that happen ever. In fact, as far as I know, they all invested or somehow participated into the financing, one of the latest financing events. So that just shows the level of and the power of community that can really go like so far. If it's done well, if all those interfaces built well, if the communication is done well. Yeah, there's lots of components to that game, and we keep learning, on a daily basis.
But perhaps more than AI, the fact that everything is in the cloud is really the disruptive force in our field, in our software business. But we could also treat the cloud as a tyrannical environment controlled by few companies that they themselves, although they are, let's say, neutral, they in fact impose on us an economic structure, a business structure, a set of relationships to others who are hosted in those cloud environments. And in fact, they are perhaps the most tyrannical of the companies that we have to deal with in the marketplace, right?
Yeah, that's why that story is an impossible story. Like, how come?
Okay, so what do you think about how cloud and open source fit in?
I think that that cloud is not the solution to every problem. Actually, I think that AI brought hardware back to some extent due to two main drivers. One being latency. If you have a self-driving car, you can't send something to the cloud to be analyzed and come back to what you're doing. Or if you do your face unlock on your phone, it can't go to the cloud and come back. And the other thing is, of course, data privacy, which we shouldn't ignore. I think the European Union is overdoing that to some extent, but there needs to be some boundaries on data privacy. And I think these two drivers bring hardware back, and we can visibly see this. So even that Moore's law is not working for processors anymore, we can see that lots of advancement has been done, driven by AI, M1 being a good example, TPU being another example, but M1 being a better example because it really brings hardware back to the user. So I think that the cloud story being the solution to everything is just not the case.
So we have some questions. Thank you for coming toward me so I don't have to walk over there.
First of all, you are awesome guys. All of you are inspiration for us. My question is regarding the valuations. So you've gone through a couple of rounds. So could you please share your specific experience of lending at some valuations, how that happens, and what are the documentations at different stages that investors are requiring for you to prepare? Because from my experience, we have been seeing like requests to have like 3 to 5 year sales projections or business plans, what are your specific experiences while raising? Thank you.
Who's going to jump on this question?
Okay,
I can
I'll
jump
start.
here. So, a lot of investors going to request you a lot of documentations or whatever. It will depend how well do they know your business. And it's up to you, you wanted to share or not, or prepare something or not. We find out that investors who request a lot of information, they don't understand what you are doing, and most probably they are not going to invest, no matter the valuation you're going to give them. For instance, whom we provide pitch deck, we've never raised from them. We raised without a pitch deck, without giving any information to investors, especially early stage. So early stage investors are completely different than A round or B round or C round. So it's up to you to give them information, or what type of information you wanted to give them. On a type of valuation, it will depend of momentum or how and what's going on in the market. For instance, before COVID, we couldn't raise. It was hard because people couldn't understand what is logistics. It wasn't kind of sexy field. And suddenly after COVID hit and everybody were in their house, they understand what is logistics because everything was delivered to them. Boom, just in somehow they find out that logistics exists, even though it's one of the biggest industry in the world. And then just they started to just jump and call you and send a message. I don't know how they find even your phone numbers. And we closed within 2.5 hours our round. And of course, this is kind of on you how high you want to cap them. And the next round, you also have to think about if you raise, let's say, for $50 million your seed round, can you go up after that in your A round? Otherwise, you can demoralize your team, right? So that being said, it will depend on many factors. But at the same time, if someone asks you 3 to 5 years projection, most probably they don't understand what you're doing.
So in fact, it reminds me of what's happened in the US real estate market, in which today people are waiving inspections. They no longer are asking for any kind of valuation to be done across comparable offerings, housing offerings. And in fact, they are buying sight unseen in many cases. Money is flying in from who knows where, and they end up having 20 offers, and they're picking which one do they want to take the money from. Now, you guys don't have to pick one, but the people who are selling their homes these days have that situation where they can tell them, we want all cash. Or if you outbid each other and you get above the asking price, we are happy to take much more than we expected to out of the real estate market. So I don't know if that's going to last forever. I don't know how long it's going to last. But right now, we're in that moment when investors are not necessarily going to be given the insight into your business and the details of how rapidly you're going to sell. They're just going to figure out, oh, we want to be in on this opportunity, and they're going to show up, and you're going to close around in 2 hours.
Yes and no. For instance, one of our investors has 19 unicorns under their belt. Right? I asked him why and how you make decisions without pitch deck or any information. Just his answer, yeah, for 9 years, 6% of the portfolio is unicorns, and they only invest in seed stage. So meaning they have some structure right there. So what he said, they are investing only in the big markets, right? Huge markets, logistics, healthcare, finance. So they assess the founders, how they are, do they have domain expertise or not? How are they going to stick with a project or not? Are they smart enough or not? If those things are available or they're investing. Because in a seed stage, you don't know what will happen later, right? On an A round or B round, there is more traction there. So you can assess based on that traction. But on a seed stage, when you ask a lot of questions, it just doesn't make any sense because you don't have that numbers yet. So meaning even investors who are asking that type of question, either they don't understand the industry or they don't understand the stage you are. So it's up to founders to decide whether this investor is good or not for them.
So what I would add actually to this is sometimes they're asking these questions because they want to know how you become $1 billion company. And then you don't really have to be very, very like specific with your projections, but they want to see some type of kind of clear indication that, you know, I'm doing this, and then with a certain set of skills and market, I'm going to become $1 billion company. And in my opinion, every investor wants to know that.
Yeah, it's true if you're inventing a new market, right? So for superannotate, maybe it's the case, but for transportation, it's nothing new as a market. So it doesn't matter what will happen in the world, people will move products until it's just impossible. Even if it will be war, we'll move other stuff. Anyway, we're going to move stuff. Yes and no. If you're inventing a new market, it may be the case. If something is not inventing, but you are drastically improving that, it's kind of different.
Yep. But that's a bold statement, right? That people will always send something around, because I know already 2 industries where that's not the case anymore. 10 years ago, I would buy books in a store and it needed to be shipped, and now I'm not buying any books that are shipped. And the music industry and movie industry is the same thing, right? So, I mean, people will find ways to reduce marginal cost on shipment to the extent that they maybe digitalize it. And you know, there might be even a world where you 3D print your stuff at home rather than buy it, and then you don't need it to be delivered. So I wouldn't necessarily think that everything always needs to be delivered.
People are going to eat, right? It should be delivered. They're going to build something. Even it will be 3D printed, but material should be delivered to that 3D printer. Yeah,
but even the example that you brought, I think that's a very good thing that you just said. People are going to eat, yes. And you know, at least in the European Union, many countries now forbid to import meat and send it around across, you know, distances longer than 500 kilometers, because it's bad for the environment. And so what I'm saying is, there's always a counter trend to something, and I think it's bold to say something will stay there forever, because, you know.
I think you can't digitalize food, right? So to deliver.
No, you don't need to, but you can have it right next to you. Then it doesn't need to be delivered. You are in LA, right? Or you have been in LA?
In San Francisco.
San Francisco, even better. There are so many restaurants now that are producing their food in their backyard, isn't there? I know 10. So they don't need any.
But
delivery.
this restaurant was built. The materials was built, delivered there. The car they deliver to people also built.
Yes, but then we agree that we are only left on the building, right? That's only 10% of what we are.
I appreciate the fact that you're talking amongst yourselves, but there is an audience out here, and they would like to ask you a question. Is it all right? Thank you.
Thank you for this panel. This incident that just happened came right in time, because my question, I in fact had 2 questions. My name is Sevan. I am a founder of a startup. I didn't want to start with this first question, but let me start with my second one. My second one was going to be, what would be your advice of trusting co-founders and having the dialogue that you just had amongst co-founders, and how to trust them, how to, I mean, everybody has different personalities. How have you found the right balance and understanding the certain added value that each one of you within your own startups bring to the table, and how to leverage most from it, and how to not let maybe the less appealing side of your co-founders to sort of ruin everything amongst you? This was my second question. My first question is actually, I will start it with more of an observation and no judgment here. The previous talk from Atumo Lab was mentioning that there was more than 50% of the participants in the lab were female. Me, I've been in this route for about 2 years now. I'm a female, and in the incubations that I have been a part of and the competitions that I have won first prizes of, were female. A lot of them were female. I would say more than 50%, it would be safe. Knowing that the venture capital investors were mostly they were male. And now we see that the founders right now on the table with investments and who have made significant fundraising are male. Besides gender transformation, for me, what would you advise? For me, because obviously there's something that happened in the funnel, something that's being filtered, that the females are not sort of going through this funnel. What would be your observation? And no judgment here. I'm really curious, genuinely curious. What do you think are the investors seeing in you that potentially may be female? I'm assuming none of your co-founders are female. What is it? What would be your observation from your end of the perspective? Thank you.
First, let's applaud this question.
Thank you.
And it's kind of my fault that we stacked the deck and only guys are up on the front, but it's not their fault. They didn't choose to be men. They just happened to be men, right? In fact, you probably would prefer to be female, wouldn't you? but the opportunity. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just one more point. I do not encourage victimization approach. In fact, I'm allergic to it. I don't want to be sitting here thinking, you seem like you got it all easy, but I am sure you worked very hard for where you are. So again, I just wanted to bring that point out. I'm not approaching this question from a victimized. I'm just curious. I genuinely would like to know where's the glitch.
But I think in answering it, I think you should address both parts of the question, because if you have 4 co-founders, the likelihood you're going to have disputes, disagreements, and have a difficult time resolving them is going to be significant. And in fact, having women in the mix might help balance out all the egos, all the strong positions that men tend to hold. And how do we get that kind of culture in which we sort out issues, don't create dichotomies, create common agreements? So who wants to start?
Yeah, I guess I can start if you don't mind. So to answering the first question, I picked a co-founder. He was my brother. I knew him. I know how to make him angry, and I know how to make him happy, and it's the vice versa. So it's a very natural match. We know how to deal with each other, and then it's the best experience that I'm having now. Concerning the second question, in my opinion, let me kind of go back and then think not in terms of gender, but then also in terms of like nationalities as well. So when I was applying for scholarships, when I was trying to go to abroad and study, I was trying to find scholarship for Armenian people. And this was like, it was hard to find scholarship, but then when you're trying to find something that is fitting well for you, then you're able to achieve something. So probably Armenia is not really that best place, I would say, that has specifically female founders, how do you call, venture capitalist firms. But then in the world, I think there is many firms that are very much focused on solely or only female founder venture firms. So I think it will be a good idea to kind of try to research them, to find them out, because, well, first of all, they will understand some of the nuances a lot better than some of the other VCs, and then it's all about like the balancing out, right? There is a lot of scholarship for African Americans. There is a lot of scholarship for Latinos when you're studying in US. So I think it's a matter of search, and I cannot really address the other part. Why is it like that, and so on.
So let's turn to 10Web. Are there any females in the leadership of 10Web? Also, how do you do conflict resolution? How do you resolve issues? And how do you leverage the fact that you have multiple founders, not to create a lot of indecision and disputes, but in fact to use them to create more expertise?
With a team of 4 co-founders, we consider good decision as not a decision that majority wins, but a consensus. You know, if you have too often decisions where there is split between opinions, something is wrong there. And in our case, it was extremely rare. I don't even remember like major decision when there was kind of disagreement between co-founders. And a good regular communication and syncing between co-founders is a must feature like of business, and we try to do always like that. I wish we would have a female co-founder. We don't have, unfortunately, but we have female in our leadership, like our director of marketing. She's female, and we are very happy that we have not only leadership, but also across the company a good balance of between males and females, which is really great. Like we have around 50-50, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure that in the next years we will have much more female co-founders in Armenian startups ecosystem. We already have them now, not many, but we'll have much more. And perhaps the key or the main reason is that when we'll have more startups or co-founders emerging from not technology or like science disciplines, but from other areas, we'll have more diversity among founders and startup cultures.
Okay, so thank you for the question. I think it was a very interesting one to introduce to this dialogue. And I want to thank our panel for shedding light on the role and perspective of companies receiving investments, seeking investments in this challenging time. And I hope you end up in a huge bubble where your values go way up before anybody has to create a liquidity event. And take advantage of this moment while it's here, and I hope you're successful. I think we owe them a round of applause. What do you think?
Thank you.
Vahan, especially, I want to thank you for being tolerant of us and looming large above our panel.
Thanks so much for inviting and organizing Verge. Amazing panel. Thank you.
So, in fact, Vahan, I'm going to invite you now to have some lunch and join us here. But you know, remember, lunch is not for eating. What's it for? Networking. So you don't have to physically be here and eat lunch. You can just be a cloud and network with everybody. Everybody wants to interact with Vahan anyway, right?
Sounds good. I didn't know that.
Yeah, of course.
Amazing.
Your virtual presence is here. Guys, thank you very much. Put your microphones down and let's go have some networking instead of lunch. So up till now, we've talked about different ends of the funding ecosystem. And now we're going to talk about the most powerful one, which is the angel investors. Why are they the most powerful one? Because I'm one of them. What I mean by that is, when you have the power of individual investors who have a driving desire to invest in the Armenian tech ecosystem, it's not dependent on a few decision makers. It's not merely dependent on, let's say, people who are looking to invest strategically. It's Armenians who are interested beyond charity, beyond their own desire to be part of this world, but more importantly, they want to be part of this movement. So those of us who have been angels, who are angels, we certainly feel very strongly that our role in this funding ecosystem is critical to bringing capital to the market and bringing it to those parts that may not be funded by VCs. And we have different groups here who have been testing this model of angel investment and organizing in different manner to leverage the power of angels in the life cycle of tech startups. So we've already talked about the fact that early stage companies have different needs at different stages in the life cycle, and the angel community can address the low end of the early stage needs. Now, we have somebody on the Zoom, right? Okay, so she'll come in a second. Hi, Liana.
Hi, Bert.
How are you?
Thank you for inviting me. Very good, thank you.
Thank you for being up in the middle of the night. What time is it?
It's 3 a.m.
And are you awake?
Yeah, obviously.
Well, have you been to a nightclub? You look dressed very nicely for 3 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, well,
I don't usually go to nightclubs in youth.
Well, too bad. Okay, maybe you should. Okay, forget about it. I don't want to make any more jokes. It should lead the wrong direction. Let's start off by talking to the guys down here. Okay, and Arthur, I'd like you to get us started by everybody take a microphone first of all. There are many microphones around. So, what is AICA and how does it fit into this angel investment and startup ecosystem? And where are you in the life cycle of AICA?
Thank you very much, Birch, for this amazing event and for this panel as well. AICA stands for Angel Investor Club of Armenia. It's one of the angel clubs that operates in our Armenian ecosystem. And we've had several years of activity, and we have around 40 members, over 40 members, angel investors who have joined our club. And these angels come from different walks of life. They're both locally represent Armenia, they represent Armenians from outside, and also we have angels who are non-Armenians. And we have come to a point where our angels invest in different startups through our platform that we've created, basically creating supply and demand and helping the two communities meet each other. And some of our angels are first-time angels, which is very important for the ecosystem. They are our compatriots and Armenians who have been involved in Armenia in a number of ways, doing charity projects, humanitarian aid, or visiting Armenia as tourists, but now this is a great chance for them to bring in their business acumen, their experience, and be involved in helping create and shape Armenia's future. We have many investors also who are not as involved, and we are now at the stage of our club where we want to leverage on that opportunity and help them do the investments with the collective wisdom that our club members bring. So
How many members are in the club?
we have about 42 members at this moment.
42. And is it like a football club?
It's not like a football club, it's more like a golf club.
More like a golf club.
We have about 5 female members, which we're very proud of. We emphasize this, and we want to attract as many female angel investors as possible, because they do bring in a very different perspective while looking at the startups.
Excellent, excellent. So opposite, and perhaps not opposite, but on the other side is BANA, which has been here a while, and you formed an angel organization with BANA, and it's done very well. How is it different?
A lot of what Arthur said is actually the same.
But you guys don't play golf, right?
No, we're
so.
not really into sports. Our first, why we started is because there was really no early stage investments in Armenia, and we were losing a lot of potential. So for one great example is there's an accelerator from Latvia that was actively headhunting startups from Armenia, and for some $50,000 investment they would actually relocate, which was kind of pissing us off. So our mission was to solve that problem.
So how long has BANA been in existence?
This is the 4th year.
This is the 4th year. How many members?
I think we have 35. Yep. Okay. 35 members.
Okay, and is there overlap in the two groups?
We actually have common members as well, and we tightly cooperate with each other. With
And do you have any women?
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool, cool.
Actually, one of our most active investors probably has the most investments done in the last 3 years is a member of BANA, woman.
And are the BANA members mostly from inside Armenia or from outside Armenia?
So we emphasized a lot to actually, like Arthur said, bring people into angel investing in tech that have never done it before, to kind of create that culture of angel investing within Armenia. But creating a good mix of experienced investors from whether they are diaspora or complete foreigners that are purely interested in financial gains and see the opportunities of Armenian ecosystem. So now we have almost equal mix of local investors, diaspora Armenians, and foreign investors.
And do these investments go through BANA, you're investing, or the angels investing directly?
So we have 2 different formats. One is each investor makes their own decision, and we manage the entire process from beginning to the end. We help them with the entire process. Then we have syndicate investments where we set a ticket size and give the opportunity for members to join the syndicate per deal, not a syndicate that.
So do you consider the interest of your members or the companies that you're helping to fund?
Well, we work for investors, of course, but at the same time, it has to be a fair deal for both sides in order to succeed.
Excellent, excellent. So, Igor, why does FAST want to get in the business of angel investing, and how do they form an angel group that's aligned with the mission and objectives of FAST?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting to this event. Thank you for organizing it. First of all, I want to thank Armen Orujan, who was alongside with Ruben presenting, I think, opening this session, because I sort of pitched this idea of STAN, which stands for, I think, Science and Technology Angels Network, to them now 2.5 years ago. seeing that there is this opportunity to engage early stage startups, and our network started to grow pretty, rapidly. From that point on, I'm proud to say that it's very strong among our angel investors are such people as Ruben Vartayan, as well as Nubar Afeyan, as you all know, co-founder of Moderna. And so, since then, we, for the last couple of years, are seeing continuous improvement in the quality of the presentations which are being presented to us then. And we're doing 2 pitches a year, approximately. In fact, the next one is 2 days from now, November 5th. I'm observing the continuous, improvement in quality of presentations, and which we're observing. In general, I want to say that I'm very impressed by what I see in the last several days in DigiTech, DigiWeek, like the atmosphere in Armenia. It's tremendous.
So I should take the opportunity just for a moment to at least reflect on your background and what you bring to the story. So, in fact, you are a part of Oracle right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
And how did you end up in Oracle?
So, I was doing startups, several startups in my previous life, and my latest startup, which was LiveLook, was acquired by Oracle Corporation a few years ago, and that's how I ended up in working for Oracle.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a role within Oracle today?
Say it again, please.
Do you have a role? Do you have a job in Oracle?
Yeah, I'm a vice president of development.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean you're looking for other companies to acquire?
We continuously do, yes.
Okay. So, in fact, you can play both hats. You can play on both sides.
I want to say that there's a very strict anti-corruption rules employed in the big corporations like Oracle, etc. So it's not that easy. I cannot put my hand on a scale, so to speak, in those discussions.
Okay, good. I don't want to put you on the spot, and certainly I don't want you to go to jail because of corruption. On the other hand, we do have some powerful insight from having already sold one startup and having the perspective of a large potential acquirer in mind as you go through the work you're doing as the chairman of STAN, right?
That's correct.
Fantastic, fantastic. So let's broaden the perspective. We brought you here from SAP to not just tell us how SAP looks at this ecosystem, but perhaps more importantly, how you've already worked with and interacted with the Armenian startup ecosystem. This is not your first rodeo. You've been involved and engaged with Armenian startups before. Tell us a bit how.
Yeah, so thank you, Bert. Actually, similar to Igor, I have several hats. So on the one hand, I am running the legal entity, SAP Labs for CIS. So 400 people in development, R&D, support, and consulting. And one of the biggest topics is to nurture and drive ecosystem. And it's actually my second time in Yerevan, exactly 2 years ago. Before pandemic, I was here with top 20 SAP partners, including local ones. We also met with customers, and actually SAP has been working on this market quite successfully with FMCG retailers, and we are happy that with some financial institutions like Agba Bank, we are not only in a vendor-customer relationship, but it's more about becoming trusted partner for digital transformation. And then coming now to your question, we are happy to work with BANA, with the network led by Grigor. We run a SAP BANA Startup Factory. And this is for us the entry point, the acceleration program. So 10 talented teams. And the main idea is not only to find startups which are potentially interesting for SAP, it's also about find solutions which can be of high interest for our customers worldwide. And we do have programs we can help to scale up. Like we have SAP Store, you can imagine it's like Apple Store, but for B2B market. So if we are lucky and we fulfill the goals we set together with Grigor and team, then several of startups will make integration to SAP product, and then we can introduce them to our customers worldwide through the SAP Store. So this is the main point.
So Andre, do you know Igor?
We just shake hands. And,
you just shook hands?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I understand SAP and Oracle are about to merge. Is that true?
No, I am at SAP since 23 years, and we went through different motions, but I would always say it's partnership, because in many years, 80% of SAP installations worldwide were running on Oracle. So our sales force has been selling Oracle database like hell, and therefore, I don't think it's about merging. It's a big market. The competition drives progress. Yeah.
Cool, cool. Okay, well, we got this much of the panel identified, and it turns out that the next two panel members are from the same starting point, at least, that is tied in with SmartGate. But they have different roles and different programs they're responsible for. Let's start with Liana. She's been hanging out up here, trying to stay awake all this time. Liana, you've started on the California side of Hero House, and you're starting to build an angel network, leveraging the fact that SmartGate has come to California. Tell us what you're doing and how you're doing it.
Yes, sure. Thank you. So we actually started thinking about building an angel network here around Hero House in Glendale just a couple of months ago. It was beginning of summer when we had just rough ideas of an angel network we wanted to build here, because we identified the potential here of Armenian professionals, both in Southern California and also in the Bay Area. And we started the network in June, July this year, and at the moment we have 56 members in the network. These are people from mostly senior executives in big tech companies. We have Google, Amazon, Netflix, Disney, Facebook, and others. We have entrepreneurs who have already exited their companies or still on their ventures. We have people from both tech or traditional business side, so very diverse backgrounds, and we are basically a California-based angel network. Most of our members are from either, as I said, Southern California, mostly LA, where we are physically located, and also from the Bay Area, where there are just more Armenians into tech. We do have members from East Coast, we do have members from Europe and also Armenia, but the majority is from here, and that's mostly a California angel network. As I said, we have 56 members, and yeah, we do have female investors too. We have 7 of them, but the deal flow is coming mostly from Armenia.
And you achieved 50 members plus very quickly. Do they have to buy in? Do they have to pay a membership fee? What is the hurdle that they have to achieve?
Yeah, we don't require membership fee. We do require minimum investment amount into the companies, but we don't collect the money. It's direct investment into, I mean, it's not a direct investment because on the technical side, we do SPVs, but we do have minimum requirement for investments, but we don't require any membership fee.
And how do you keep track of those investments? Over a period of a year, each year they have to invest a certain amount?
Yeah, we require annual minimum investment, and up until now we have been kind of in a stealth mode. We are officially launching the network just this coming Saturday, and with the launch event we're also going to have companies pitching, and the investors can already get into investment discussions with the companies. So we haven't actually had an investment with Hero House Angels, but we're starting very soon.
Cool, Very good. So in fact, you guys, there are more players in this ecosystem, and they're coming all the time, right? So FAST has created an angel group. And certainly, Jack, you're adding another dimension to what is going on with SmartGate, right?
Yes, I am. Actually, I'm relatively new to the Armenian ecosystem. My journey with SmartGate started a couple of years ago when I was basically more of a LP, but ended up co-investing, particularly in organizations that are close to my own expertise, which is healthcare and technology and biotech. So I co-invested with a couple of companies along with SmartGate that were Armenian-based. In addition to that, and I am a part of two of the largest angel networks in the United States, and I recently, which is the Healthcare Equity Angels that you see there, formulated my own syndicate with a very senior healthcare executives who are close to retirement, similar age group that I am, who basically have not only the healthcare expertise, but also have the passion to help typically underserved founders, those being, at least in the United States, minorities, immigrants, and female founders that represent, 5 to 8%, depending on the statistics, of all the dollars in angel investing. So similar to what we talk here in Armenia, investing in immigrants, investing in underserved, women founders is extremely important. I believe that all those words, whether it's Armenia or US, they're going to collide, and basically wherever you have the best talent, angels will find it and find a way of investing and supporting them.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. So you bring domain expertise, you bring a network of relationships in the healthcare industry with both focus on Armenia and outside Armenia. And why did you choose to partner with SmartGate?
As I showed when we first met, I said, it's great that we are both Armenians, but my driver was, if I'm an investor, I'm going to look at it from perspective of if it's a good economic investment. And so for me, it means, talent. It means having the right science and depth of the knowledge that is required, and also having, as we call it in SmartGate, unstoppable and unbreakable teams. They proved, I tested the water, they proved right, and now I'm basically considering becoming much more involved from perspective of being even a venture partner for the next fund, driving the healthcare and biotech kind of investments.
So are you actively working with SmartGate to create an angel network, or are you tapping into the angel activity that would then help them get moving in that direction?
Great question. Yes, in essence, yes to both. I think there are amazing overlaps in some of the things, and there's a little bit of method to that madness. First, if you think about it, the startups that we have here in Armenia, if they want to grow globally and they want to have that footprint, US is typically the next stop. And as you know from some of the other sessions, we have a footprint now in Southern California with Hero House, where we actually are mentoring startups here to basically grow and mentor them to basically scale kind of at the US scale, which is a very different ballgame. In addition to that, if you think about the rest of the journey, I think that we will quickly run out of scale just in the Armenian community, whether it's talent or dollars. And this is where I think the other communities that I'm kind of overlapping with can be pulled in to help the rest of the journeys, whether it's Series A, B, C, all the way to IPO. Those are some of the things that definitely we are more and more, as we're learning how to kind of navigate that landscape, structuring it so that it's helpful. The other couple of things that I would say is I'm also introducing very selectively folks who are not only raising funds here, but there's no reason why if you're based in Armenia, you cannot go to an angel network in the United States immediately. So we are actually testing the water a couple of times. Frankly, in one instance, it is close to being successful. I think that they'll get funding in addition to the funding, even at that early stage. And on the flip side, what we're trying to do is there are some investments that some of the groups I'm involved with that we've done in the US. We are actually asking them to get service from teams, particularly teams with expertise, AI, ML particularly, from Armenia, so that here we basically can actually become the back office, the services organization for companies that actually are based in the United States. So there's a bunch of those moving parts that I think, if you think about it from an ecosystem standpoint, are reinforcing and can do something really cool and special for Armenia.
Sounds great. It sounds great. And how much do you guys cooperate with each other? And how do you align to, let's say, make sure we benefit both the investor ecosystem as well as the companies who are raising funds?
I can go. We have in the ecosystem we have very close cooperation, especially with the BANA and SmartGate, and we always tell about companies to share our insights about the startups, what we think. We also, in many instances, we see, for example, a startup that pitched to BANA, they come to pitch to our investors, and or a startup that has some kind of preliminary interest from SmartGate. We do make sure that our investors are aware about that, and that just brings more credibility to the startup as we pitch. So it's about a lot of networking, a lot of information sharing, and like Grigor mentioned, some of our investors, they overlap, and this just makes the network much stronger and healthier.
So Grigor, follow-on question to that. There are different scale of investing at different stages in the life cycle of a startup. And I know you have recently been involved in the launch of Formula VC, which is in fact targeting at a slightly different stage in the startup life cycle. So where does BANA really have its power, and how do you fit relative to Formula VC?
So the idea is BANA invests in earlier stages because Formula VC, the format of the VC is that you have to have some traction. With the business angel network, you can get an investment without any traction. So Formula VC fits somewhere between your very first investment or your initial bootstrapping and your seed or Series A. With regards to cooperation, I think we have co-investments with everyone on the panel, and it's very important because the capabilities of the entire investment ecosystem are not that great that we can compete with each other. And mostly the startups that receive investments, they're not covered by one entity, whether it's an angel network or a VC. So that cooperation is very important. At the same time, we have different members, different competencies, and different networks. So doing due diligence or giving each other opinions on the particular startups is very important. So all of us can make successful investments.
So what do you think about the fact that Hero House is starting an angel network in California? Is that good?
Of course it's good, and we don't look at, we need to raise the entire ecosystem. We need to create big opportunities within the ecosystem, and hopefully one day each of us becomes big enough and the startup ecosystem grows enough and has that deal flow that we start competing with each other for the best deals. But I think we're still at least a few years away from it. So at this point, for all of us, it's the best way forward is cooperation.
But the reality is, it's not your company that invests in the startups, it's your members that make decisions individually to invest, partly through your efforts. Am I right?
Yes, with the Angel Network, of course, each member makes their own decisions to invest. But the more investments we have, doesn't matter who does it. It's the more opportunities we create for the founders to fail. So, yeah, we have to give opportunity, like, you have to be forgiven for failure in order to be able to succeed. And if we operate very tightly, like, you know, if you fail once and then you're never going to get an investment from anyone else, we're not going to have too many successful companies coming out of here. So the more investment opportunities, the more healthy level of competition, the more founders will be given chances to succeed.
Very good. Liana, are the members that you're attracting in California, are they already involved in other angel groups themselves?
Some of them are, but most of them are very early on in their angel investing journey. So most of these angel members, they haven't done any angel investing before. They're like, let's say, senior executives, tech professionals who at some point even want to start their own companies, and they want to be in the game and know how the startup dynamics is working. So most of them haven't done any angel investing. We do have members who are super angels even, or have been doing angel investing consistently before, but the majority are non-angels. And for them, we also have educational plan for them to get the theoretical part of angel investing before actually starting it.
And how do you then decide which companies to introduce them to?
We open the deal flow to all, and then they can decide which companies they want to invest in. So we open the co-investment opportunities. I mean, the companies that we refer to the Angel Network are either SmartKit VC portfolio companies or companies that pass for our startup programs, either in Armenia or here in LA. And so these are the companies that we work with very hands-on. We know the market, the companies. So these are vetted companies that we know them very well and can open up to the network. And then the investors themselves decide if they want to put capital into the company.
Fantastic. Andre, I want to go back to the way you entered this picture. In fact, as a CTO of SAP Labs in CIS, you have a functional role within SAP, which is not really related directly to your relationship, let's say, with BANA or with other angel groups. How do these things either relate to each other as your function within SAP? I've noticed SAP seems to have a lot of activity around this particular time period in Armenia. Perhaps you're participating in other SAP activities. But how do you see that relationship with this angel activity?
Actually, growing the ecosystems and working with startups, with institutions like Skolkovo or Free in Russia, or venture networks, VCs, especially corporate VCs, as this is becoming more and more popular at Russian enterprises and German enterprises, is now 20-25% of my working time, and I have dedicated people in my team in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, and also at headquarters, who are scouting the opportunities to support one or another cohort or acceleration program. So we do have SAP.io. This is the corporate acceleration network, currently 10 locations. And like in Germany, Berlin, Munich, then France, San Francisco. And I have been pitching since 4 years to open a regional location, either in Moscow or in any state of the CIS. And as I said, so it's not something like a hobby, but it's really a part of my job to be in the ecosystem, to look what's going on, to catch the trends, like the recent trend in Moscow and St. Petersburg. It's less accelerators, it's more venture builders. Because big corporates bring the idea to the market, what is the request in oil and gas, what is the request in fintech ecosystems. And then it's not more to look for startups around, but to tell potential startups what is hot on the market. And the Angels Network there are in the trend, look for a team and bring the CEO or bring the CTO. And in Armenia, as I said, so my second visit, and I think that we are engaged with BANA already for longer than a year, from the very first meeting about let's have an acceleration program, and we are looking for a strong, reliable partner. And it's all about the trust, because we don't have a big team here. We have SAP colleagues here in the room, Valery, but it's also a big investment for us, to bring mentors from headquarters, to bring technical mentors from Moscow, and for me it's also a business case and ROE. So my top consultant would cost around €1,500 a day. So instead of going to the customer and driving system integration project, I would say, please spend 2 days a week in the next 3 months supporting acceleration program which is operated by BANA. So this is like the details behind the scene. And these are decisions to be made. And we made this decision, and we stick to it.
So just to move us along a little bit, if I were to roll the tape back 5 or 7 years to identifying sectors that have opportunity for Armenians to enter through technology startups, my friend Nubar Afeyan would have said, don't do biotech. Biotech is capital intensive. We don't have the laboratories, the expertise, the talent pool. Healthcare is too difficult. Don't do it in Armenia. It's not going to work. And in fact, we didn't pursue that opportunity for some time until we changed the formula, until we figured out what is the key role that Armenian startups can play in the healthcare initiative, to the point where Jack can decide he's going to specialize in that area and try and incubate some companies and get them moving in that direction. And I've been hearing more and more about specialized initiatives that are going in that direction to try and target that opportunity, whether it's in drug discovery or whatever. And I suspect that if we were to ask Igor about FAST's initiative, healthcare would be among those priorities that might be targeted. And in fact, you've already started with De Novo. So do we see healthcare as an opportunity for startups, or is it something we should stay away from?
I don't know if you can avoid not including healthcare in any startup ecosystem. First of all, as trends go, it is going to be somewhere between 18 to 25% of the economy is going to GDP. The worldwide GDP is going to be in some form or fashion spent in healthcare. So disregarding that, just from a pure economic standpoint, doesn't make sense to me. Second, if you look at where the dollars are going globally, and we are just a representation of that, last year, health tech, health biotech, VC investment was $20 billion, the fastest growing across every single industry. This year, it's doubling. By the time this year is over, it will be somewhere between $35 to $40 billion in VC funding in healthcare and health biotech. So I think that it's less about not playing the space, it's more understanding how to play in that space that actually leverages the strength that we have from a talent and expertise standpoint. I spent a few hours yesterday at our Molecular Biology Institute. I'm spending more time with some of our deep science labs in Armenia, yes, they need some work, but this is where I think that the investment should happen, so that the talent that we have from a pure technology standpoint, the AI, ML, and as we were alluding earlier today, a little bit more expertise in the hardware, because health tech, biotech is going to need some hardware component. You combine that with some of the deep clinical sciences that we actually have, I think, good foundation that to build from. You combine those two, you will have a very interesting ways to play out on a global basis.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. Definitely, we have to enter that as much as possible, the healthcare, and this is just a rule of general disruption, that how disruptions happen. Large corporations are not able to defend the bottom of their operation, which is the more simplistic, the more mundane type of operation that they want to outsource, and that this is how disruption happens. So if we in Armenia are able to do the mundane stuff, the simple stuff, that is, we can do cheaper and better, then we get our foot in the door. And this is how we start growing. With every task, with every project, we bring in more expertise, we build on that expertise, and then we start challenging the incumbents and beat them at their game. So that's the only way we can disrupt, and not only healthcare, but I would definitely, would be happy to see Armenia do also space tech already, which is already being talked about. I was on a call yesterday where we're discussing space tech investments in the world, and we don't need to talk about or only imagine space tech is a launch into the outer atmosphere. It could be simple products, simple costumes, simple food products that could be used in space tech. So this is another huge playing field that we can start looking into. So definitely, this is how we can get our foot in the door.
So when you think about cooperating amongst this group here, that's one thing. And certainly you have to interrelate with the VC community, and Hero House and your initiative, Jack, are tied to SmartGate in some manner, and being part of the same kind of family of initiatives and having differentiated ways of pursuing and maybe different strategies for investing. But in fact, there are other interesting companies entering this market. BAJ Accelerator is one that's, I think, shown already. They have the ability to find the right companies and to put them into position where they can be both effectively funded and accelerated. So do you see yourselves partnering with some groups like that? We're going to hear more about BAJ in a moment. But do you see that being an opportunity, or is that something that distracts from the group efforts that the angels are doing?
Can I answer?
Why don't you start?
Yeah. And I see the presence of Armin and Diana here. We are already cooperating with BAJ. We happily, and also Armin and Emma are members of our club, so there is very, very close collaboration between our clubs, and we opened our network fully to BAJ. And it was discussed before, Armenia is still, no matter how much we want to feel good about it, but it's still unknown to the world. And the more Armenia is talked about and the more Armenian companies are known, will get discovered, the more successful we will be as a country. So definitely we are open to any kind of collaboration, cooperation to strengthen our economy and ecosystem.
So in fact, my own exposure to companies like Cognaze or Skyla came through the AICA and my listening to pitches and things like that, and there's certainly an early part of cooperation. But in fact, the investment activities are different. But you don't necessarily receive funds and then invest funds. They do. So if I'm not mistaken, they have different approach to that. From your standpoint, Igor, how do you see partnering with other kinds of organizations that are moving into this funding space differently than just angel investing?
So first of all, I want to say that I'm very impressed with what BAJ is able to accomplish in such a short period of time. In fact, CEO of Skyla used to work in LiveLook, which was then acquired by Oracle, so we have a connection there. This is all one small ecosystem. And I would say that we are collaborating in a natural way because, first of all, when people coming to pitch, they're typically not coming to pitch to one group. I mean, they're pitching to different groups. And for example, when we know that SmartGate, you see, did due diligence for us, it's very important. For example, Urbana did due diligence, etc. This means that we can rely on that, talent to sort of with more confidence to invest. Secondly, of course, there's if the ticket is bigger than what we're typically investing, like for example, I would say that Stan typically invests for under $100,000, although it's our network is growing and we sort of, it goes up and up and up, but typically we're on a smaller scale and other groups are maybe investing more, so we always collaborate on those things. And thirdly, we collaborate on knowledge. For example, Jack, was talking about biotech and etc. We, different angels have different skill sets, and some are more towards AI and ML, some into healthcare, others into robotics or solar, for example, things like that. And it's always complementary to reach out to other networks to get those skills, because we sometimes may lack a specific skill. We're trying to supplement that by growing the network and attracting, people with specific skill sets when we see the flow of companies coming, which presenting in that field. But it's always good to collaborate with the, all the groups. And I completely agree with Grigor when he says that this is about, just lifting the entire ecosystem right now. It's just much more important than competition or anything like that.
Certainly not competition, but complementary activity. I want to go back to Liana in California for a moment, just to keep her awake. But Liana, one of the things you have at Hero House in California is access to a student community, these ambassadors, these young people who are taking advantage of Hero House to get their own entry point into this ecosystem without necessarily having to move to Armenia right away or at all. And how does that then compare to what happens here in Armenia with the American University of Armenia, AUA? I know there are a lot of AUA students working at SmartGate, and I know that the AUA community has embraced the startup environment, and we're going to hear from Epic in a minute. So I want to understand, how do the students fit into this whole solution?
Yes, so actually before taking that question, I'd like to give a quick remark about the previous one. Apart from collaborating with the angel networks and other players in Armenia, we have been collaborating very closely with SmartGate. And since Hero House Angels is new in these investment vehicles we have in Armenia, we are currently establishing and growing connections with other angel networks here in California. So we are collaborating with Caltech, for example. So I wanted to mention this because this opens up very huge opportunities for companies, especially when we're talking about science. Caltech itself is a huge asset here. They had 7 Nobel Prize winners in the Caltech faculty and alumni and other National Science Award winners. So the connections that we built in the local, both in Southern California and also in Bay Area with other angel networks, Tech Coast Angels, Sand Hills Angels, Pasadena Angels, and others, opens up another opportunities for companies that originate from Armenia. And then regarding the second part about the students, yes, we work with the universities here, with UCLA, USC, and also with the American University of Armenia. All of actually the Smart Gate VC team members are AUA graduates, and we take interns from AUA in Armenia, and we're currently also working with AUA here in LA. I can't disclose more on this because it's still not final work with them, but yeah, we're working very closely with AUA here as well, with the alumni there, and we, on the student side, we engage students in our startup programs. They work with the companies and the mentors, which can later on open up employment opportunities for the students. And then for the alumni side, it's more engagement on a professional level with the companies.
Terrific. I brought the microphone out here, so perhaps there might be a question or two from the audience.
Berj, may I make a comment on one of your questions also? Actually, regarding collaboration, I agree with my co-panelists, but I think that it's an imperative, not an option. We are subscale, we need to recognize subscale, and we need to also figure out a way of further structuring that collaboration versus doing it opportunistically, which is kind of, again, with the caveat that I'm learning the ecosystem, that's how I'm feeling it's operating. If I think about, we add everything that we have from an investment capacity standpoint, it's probably in tens of millions. One of the angel networks that I'm part of has a capacity of, in the United States, of deploying multiple $100 million. That's the thinking that we need to be thinking about collectively. That's our competitors. Our competitors are not people in this room. Our competitors are people basically who are playing on the global level, and the better we collaborate, the better we are positioned to win that war.
Certainly that's true. I noticed too that, again, we have all men sitting on the ground and Liana upstairs, and this time we put the women above the men. But how do we make this ecosystem more attractive and have a bigger role for women to play in this initiative? And let's start with Liana's perspective. Do you feel alone in this world, or do you feel like you're the leader of this movement?
Not at all. Actually, all of our team members, apart from the fund partners, all of them are females. I don't think it's a male domain. I mean, actually it is, but if a woman wants to get into the ecosystem, I don't think there are any obstacles in Armenia.
Okay, so you guys have to give up your seats and put women in those chairs.
We do have a female co-founder of our club.
Exactly.
So we're very proud of that.
Okay, nobody's taking my microphone, guys. Who wants a question? We have one over here. Stay still.
Thank you very much. I'm Anna, Operations and Community Manager of the Entrepreneurship and Product Innovation Center. Previously, I have been engaged with one of the angel networks, and I'm proud to say that. One of the questions is, what is the biggest challenge or issue that you see Armenian startups are facing and that impedes you from investing in more startups than you do currently? For example, I know that valuations of startups can be one of the major impeding factors, but are there any other issues that you feel currently the incubators and acceleration program should focus on, so we make sure more startups graduating from our programs receive more investments?
Great question. Who wants to jump in?
I can provide two quick comments. Definitely valuation is an issue because a lot of the startups come in with, I would say, US type of valuations most of the time to begin with. That's an impediment. But another issue is the depth of technology. That sometimes we see lack of deep technology or missing any patents, to make the startup defendable. That's another one. And also the third one is we sometimes see very good, very excellent tech background of founders, but we see a lack of real business savvy co-founders who join the team. So I think that's also another impediment that we would want to see resolved.
Yeah, I just want to echo what was said just a second ago and say that defendability of the presentation is very important. We very often see a presentation when founders are excited about what they were able to accomplish. Sorry, this is water, this is not COVID, I'm calling. So nowadays you have to clarify every time you're coughing. You know. So they're excited about the idea, but when you ask a question, okay, who's your competition? Do you know your competition? Do you know how you're going to compete, right? You did the equally excellent job as a very, let's say, big company, or you're excited about that, but what are your chances of succeeding as a business, right? So it's not just a technical accomplishment, I agree with you completely, it's just how you're going to run the business. So I think that preparing the presentation so you know how to answer your question, like, this is my competition, this is how I'm going to win, and this is like, for example, how I'm going to protect, being a patent or checking if your competition has a patent. So I think one of the things will greatly improve the presentation.
To add to that, I'm sorry, because these are the points that I really want to get across. The startup founders, when they come and pitch to the angel clubs, they need to understand that the angel investors are bombarded with plenty of opportunities out there. And their attention span is not more than 2-3 days. If the startup founder is not aggressive enough, is not moving fast enough, his startup or her startup will be forgotten very quickly. So it's very critical for the founders to chase the entrepreneur, the angel investor, and not to let it go, okay, he was not interested or she was not interested, and that's it. Just try to be a little bit more aggressive.
But at the same time, be patient.
Right.
Persistent and patient, a bit more aggressive. I think you're right.
If I may add one more thing, is a lot of what we see is founders kind of fall in love with their products, which are not solving real problems, and they put blinders on. They don't take any feedback. They don't understand the investor's point of view. So that's, if I give one recommendation outside of everything else that was said, like, try to look at your product and what problem you're solving from outside. Don't put blinders on, because you're just going to waste your time, energy, resources, and a lot of other people's, and end up not doing anything anyway. So the earlier you do your research and collect feedback from as many sources as you can, the better.
First, I want to say thank you guys for being a part of this panel. I think it's great. About 10 years ago, there was actually only one investment organization in Armenia, Gronaxis Ventures. And so here we are 10 years later, and there's so many more organizations similar to them, which I think is great for the ecosystem. So I want to say thank you so much for that. If you guys were sort of to think into the future, 5-10 more years from now, from this date, what would you like to see within the investment side of a tech investment organization side in Armenia? What would you like to see, and what do you sort of predict?
So I don't like to approach things as what we would like to see. It's more of what we're working on. And it's, so last year, before launching Formula VC, for about 1 year, we were, doing research. Let's call it doing research. And how many good deals you can get in Armenia, what ticket sizes should be covered. And by the time Formula VC started, it was accelerated way beyond our expectations. So our very short-term goal is, let's say, by end of 2022, be able to cover Series A tickets, and with angel clubs or small VCs, be able to cover at least up to $1 million, like pre-seed tickets or seed tickets.
what I would like to see is, I think that a lot of us are here because we want to improve the country. So I actually want to think about it that way versus basically being economic. The example I think I gave to a couple of folks is when you look at even countries our size that have successfully transformed their culture, their position in the world, being influential and beacon of intellectual and research, regardless of their size. You have examples of that in a few places. I think that between the collaboration and the fantastic network that we have in the diaspora and here, we can actually turn Armenia in that type of economic and frankly influential situation that improved not only society, our security, all that stuff that basically we worry about. That's the outcome I want to see out of all those exercises that impact society overall.
Thanks, guys. This was very interesting. And again, I just want to echo what everybody else is saying, that it's so great to see so many vehicles and so many people working together to actually feed into the growing ecosystem. My question is kind of the other side. Nina started us off today by saying that early stage investing is the riskiest part of investing in many ways. And do you see that there's some kind of herd mentality of people saying, oh my God, I need to get in on this? And you know, a lot of you have spent a lot of time coaching the startup, the entrepreneurs, about how to pitch, how to present, how to prepare for this stage of fundraising. How much time are you spending educating your angel investors in terms of the mechanics, the level of risk they're going into, how long they have to wait, so that, you know, we're not having a bunch of people sort of knocking at your doors every day saying, what happened, what happened?
We do deliberately have organized special sessions for our angels, be it the introduction to the overall ecosystem, introduction to angel investing, introduction to the contracts, safe contracts and all this stuff. So we try to provide them with and guide them in this direction as much as possible on a regular basis.
What Rafi said actually happens, the FOMO. In some cases, you know, it will, like within the community, it will become known, some startup that a lot of people know or everyone knows is raising. So everyone wants to get in on it without doing any due diligence. And like Arthur said, we do actually regular sessions with more experienced, like veteran angel investors for newer angels that are joining on how to build a portfolio, what to look for in companies, as well as before actually presenting the startups to our investors, we do initial due diligence. So the startups go with a certain level of feedback from the team on like why we decided to present you these opportunities. These are the positive and negative sides that we see.
No risk, no reward, right? So actually, if you look at the numbers from a pure return on investment standpoint, early stage return, if you know what you're doing, is in the middle 20s. S&P returns half that. So again, it goes back to you know, have the right discipline, diversify your portfolio, as everybody tells you, but at the same time, do your homework. If you do your homework, at least for me, first of all, the startup scene is a lot of fun because that's basically where the next capabilities of societies are coming from. So it's innovative, it's disruptive, all that stuff that basically gets some of us real excited besides the economics. And you know, yes, it is riskier, but if you actually know what you're doing, I would argue that the rewards are higher and mitigate a lot of those risks. So for me, you know, I'd rather you know, work with startups versus basically buy an ETF that follows the S&P.
Great. So I think we're going to wrap up. If anybody has any concluding remarks, I'd be happy to entertain it. But we have several sessions queued up, ready to go. And I'm going to thank you guys for joining us, giving us this end of the life cycle, and explaining how cooperation among the angel community is really key to our success, and trying different approaches, but at the same time, not thinking of each other as competitors, thinking of each other as part of a common effort, and we all need to succeed in order for any of us to succeed. But more importantly, we want Liana to succeed. Right? Right, Liana?
Okay.
We'll answer on your behalf. Yes, Liana.
I just wanted to make you smile, that's all. So, I am giving her a break. So, it's time to go to sleep, Liana.
Last comment, Perch, if you allow me to.
Go ahead.
Just to try to be a little bit inspirational. In the startup ecosystem, and what we're trying to do really, same goes for our country. The future is unwritten, and really it's up to us to write this future. And that goes for the startups. You don't know what's going to happen, but you have all the tools to make things happen and to have a big impact. And if you want the future to be good to us, we have to make the right decisions today. And thank you everyone for listening in, and to the organizers for organizing this panel and this event in general. Thank you so much.
So make sure you don't take your microphone with you as you exit the stage. So can we move to the next slide, please? We have a series of short sessions now devoted to specific initiatives and how they fit and how they are trying to help the startup ecosystem. And they're going to be done back to back to back. And I'm going to allow them to share the Q&A sessions, so in fact we can ask questions across different groups at the same time. The first one I'm going to invite is the American University of Armenia Entrepreneurship and Product Innovation Center, otherwise known as EPIC. Michael and Neje will come and present what AUA is doing with EPIC and how it fits into all this activity. Are you guys ready yet? What happened? Well, before you start with slides, get up and introduce yourself.
I want to make sure these are working, because we may have.
How come they didn't have it before? They're just getting it now? Okay, so while they're working on the slides, your name is up there. Come on and get up and talk about something. Elada will take care of you. Are you going to bring Neji up?
He's going to come up
After. There's a microphone over there.
Hello, everyone.
So this is my friend Michael Kachakchin, and like me, he's from Boston. So don't give him any trouble.
And I will not try to beat the sense of humor that Barrage has used all day today. It's unbeatable. Maybe I'll say a couple things about myself until the slides load. I'm a professor at AUA, repatriated 4 years ago. Even though I was in Armenia in the 90s for 7 years, helping to start the university in a variety of capacities. From professor to one of the head administrators to other projects. And we have many students in the audience amongst the entrepreneurs that presented today and actually all week. Many have been former students of the university, so we're very proud of them. And we're also very proud of Elada Ivazian, who helped organize this whole event, a former student, maybe a cousin of yours?
A current student. She's a current student.
Okay, a fourth-year student.
Yep.
A cousin?
We haven't figured that out yet.
And Liana from the previous panel was a former student and actually interned. I was her intern supervisor when she was interning at SmartGate, and did a great job. Maybe I'll say a few words about AUA before I start. So AUA was founded 30 years ago this year. It's an affiliate of the University of California, and classes are in English. Many faculty are from overseas, also many local faculty as well. We first started as a graduate program, so the first 10 years, actually 20 years, we were mostly a master's degree granting institution. We don't offer PhDs. And then about 10 years ago, we started the undergraduate program. We have about a dozen undergrad majors and then some master's degree majors as well. College of Law, engineering and sciences, business, economics, public health, one of our well-known programs. And so EPIC actually was created, there we go. So EPIC was actually created a couple years ago to provide our students the opportunity to apply what they've learned in class in real life. Okay, perfect. Let me see if this works.
Yeah, just start talking. Don't worry about the mechanics. They'll take care of it.
All right. And so EPIC was created to give our students some experience in starting companies and overseeing startups. And so AUA is one of the few university-based incubators in Armenia. When we first started, we surveyed the ecosystem landscape, the startup landscape, to determine where we should be positioned, and we ended up deciding that we're going to be very early stage. There we go. Very early stage. And so we wanted to make sure that we maximize the capabilities of the university, and that at the same time we wouldn't copy or replicate what already existed. And so we wanted to complement what was already existing, and as we've heard throughout the day, many accelerators and other such programs which are a bit later stage. And so we started early stage, and our goal is really to fill the funnel. And so with as many individuals and teams as possible, and to increase their quality and also to increase their number, and then they would pass through to the others. And so this slide is just a summary of our 9 batches since 2017. I'll emphasize here that, that 50%, over 50% of our entrepreneurs are female. I want to emphasize the mean age, which is 23, so they're quite young, and that EPIC is not only for AUA students and AUA graduates, but open to the whole entrepreneurial community. Merci. So actually 41% of our entrepreneurs are not from AUA, so that's quite a large number, and we try to publicize throughout that EPIC is open to non-AUA students and non-AUA graduates. In a nutshell, quickly, the program, it's a 15-week intensive program, early stage, between 8 and 12 startups in 2 batches, one in the spring, one in the fall. We have many, many advisors. We have a large mentor network. We have a prototyping lab. I'll mention that in a couple slides. For our best entrepreneurs, we take them to Silicon Valley. 2 years ago, we spent 10 days in Silicon Valley. and a wide network of alumni and very nice facilities that are open 24/7. Our approach is the lean startup approach, so the standard approach, and the idea is experimentation, hypotheses, proving hypotheses right or wrong, and then moving forward. This is a quick snapshot of our program. So it's 5 phases over 15 weeks. An orientation phase, exploration, where we do assumption mapping, marketing, competitor analysis, customer development, segmentation, and then we move on to articulation, value proposition development, design thinking, validation. We look at the concept again. We start with prototypes, and then marketing and go-to-market strategies. And then the last phase is the presentation phase, where we spend a number of weeks with our teams in terms of preparing them to pitch at our demo day, which is essentially the conclusion of the program. As part of AUA, we have many advantages. One is that we bring through some of the best speakers available to address the students and our entrepreneurs. The other is that AUA courses, AUA programs are very entrepreneur-focused. So for instance, in the Science and Engineering program, in the Science and Engineering College, we have entrepreneurship courses. In the business program, in the general education program. And so any year, I would say between 200 and 300 students take an entrepreneurship course in one way or another. Our mentors, some of our mentors are in the audience. We have a carefully selected mentor network of about 60 mentors. Our mentors engage with the teams throughout the program. So for 15 weeks, our mentors are meeting with the teams twice a month, maybe more frequently. Sometimes, most of the time actually, we have 2 mentors. Usually we have an entrepreneur mentor and then a domain or industry mentor, and they complement one another. Many of our mentors come from overseas and mentor remotely, along with locally based mentors. What happens after they leave EPIC? Obviously, after an initial idea validation incubation program, they're not even close to being fundable. And so we prepare them so they can move on to participate in some of the accelerators, which you've heard about throughout the day today. We have a unique prototyping lab at AUA. It's in the basement of the building, where we have some modern instrumentation. We have a 3D laser scanner, which is one of the few in Armenia. We have a vacuum casting machine, which is pretty unique, 3D printers and CNC milling machines. We also, through our legal program, have a technology and innovation legal clinic. So that clinic provides pro bono, free advice to our startups, ranging from negotiations, IP, contracting, and working with investors. So, one of the things I want to mention very briefly, I know I only have a couple minutes, is what we're looking to do in the future. So now that we've gotten some experience over a number of years at EPIC, we've also gotten feedback from the ecosystem, we've gotten feedback from the accelerators. We've decided now to create what we call EPIC Incubator 2.0. So it's the next level of incubator. And so the concept here is to provide our teams a longer runway to develop and to advance the entrepreneurs farther and farther along that runway and prepare them to get them better prepared to enter the accelerators, either in Armenia or outside of Armenia. And so the first phase of that is actually a program that is upstream from our incubator, which we call the EPIC Pre-Incubator. And then downstream will be a pre-accelerator. So helping our teams develop their startups even more farther down than from the incubator. And so I'm just very briefly going to go through each of these. The pre-incubator will focus on individuals to develop talent to help generate better entrepreneurs. And so the key is the entrepreneurial mindset, okay? We all know that entrepreneurs need to think differently. And so it's how they think that's important. And so we will focus on that. We'll also help develop skills, team building, recognizing opportunities, developing ideas. And an important component of this is B2B. Many of our startups start with B2C concepts, business to customer concepts. And that's really hard. And we understand why they do it, because a lot of them are young and they don't have a lot of experience. Their depth of understanding isn't that deep. And so we are planning on engaging in some of the larger companies in Armenia to seed with them ideas, challenges, to begin refocusing some of the entrepreneurs to B2B. And so that's something that we'll be starting in the spring. And again, with this pre-incubator, the idea is to fill the pipeline with more people and with higher quality entrepreneurs. Then our Epic Incubator, the focus there is teams then will enter with their own ideas, their own projects, and the goal is problem solution fit. So it's our standard 15-week program, idea validation, business model development, and just the beginnings of prototype and MVP development. And then the pre-accelerator will be prototype MVP development and guiding our startups toward product market fit. So it's refining the business model. We're hoping that there will be some initial low-level seed funding. It'll be a mentor-based program, and we will seek to start to strengthen the startup teams. So this is sort of a review. So the pre-incubator, entrepreneurship mindset, idea generation, team building. Stage 2, the incubator, problem solution fit. Phase 3, stage 3, the pre-accelerator, product market fit, and then passing them on to begin scaling their startups in the existing accelerators, or hopefully new upcoming accelerators in Armenia. So I think that's it. I want to now introduce my colleague, Nejde Hovanesyan, who will talk about another of EPIC's initiatives, which is the Entrepreneurship World Cup.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's see when. Yeah. So I'm going to present briefly about what is EWC, Entrepreneurship World Cup, that this year for the first time we actually organized in Armenia. So what is EWC basically? EWC is one of the largest entrepreneurship ecosystems in the world. With about 200 countries participating in EWC each year. It has been started in 2019. And what is important that EWC is basically focused on 3 stages of startups. It's a pitch competition, and also in addition to pitch competition, there is also a support organization for startups in 3 different stages: idea stage actually, early stage startups, and also growth stage startups. It has been originated by 3 organizations. The first one is MISC Forum, which is going to happen this year in 17th of November in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Actually, it is an organization, it's a foundation created by Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for promoting entrepreneurship in the new generation. And also the second organization is Global Entrepreneurship Network, which is the largest entrepreneurship network in the world with over 180 different countries participating in it. And the third organizer is the Global Foundation, the Global Education and Leadership Foundation, which is based in India, and they are basically focusing on leadership education, basically based on the ethical business in the world. So usually what is happening in EWC is basically over 300,000 entrepreneurs are participating each year. Actually, each year the growth is completely considerable. For example, last year we had 175,000 entrepreneurs, but this year we had 300,000 entrepreneurs. 200 countries are participating this year. Actually, the number was 206 countries participated in this year EWC. There is an opportunity for innovative investor and mentorship programs, and also world-class network of resources. The award size, the prize size is very important. This year, the award size was $75 million in-kind services for the 100 startups who are going to be on top of the international competition, and also above actually $1 million in cash prize, 500,000 for the first place and 250 for the second place. And still we are waiting for the results, because still we are in the phase of the global finals phase. Actually, the program is being organized in 5 different stages. The first stage is Accelerate 1. When a startup applies for EWC, they have the full access to Accelerate 1, which is a very interesting resource-based learning process for them. And then the national competition. We organized the national competition of Armenia in 27th of July this year. And then our participants, our representative, participated in the international competition, which was Accelerate 2. And the next stage, which is currently being organized in Saudi Arabia, is Global Finals. We anticipate that it's going to be in 17th of November, but unfortunately, because of the COVID situation, there are some negotiation. Maybe it will be postponed to next year. And there are plenty of resources available for startuppers after the global finals. And for an example, very interesting example from the EWC winners was actually last year winner, which is Turtle Tree Lab from Singapore. They have been selected from 175,000 startuppers from 200 countries. And what is important here is that they have raised $6.2 million after actually EWC finals. That is very interesting for us, because we think that it will give us our startup, it will give our startups the visibility throughout the global scene. Actually, this year, in 2021, January, we received the invitation to become a national organizer of EWC. We accepted that, but in order to organize it as a let's say, an inclusive program throughout Armenia. We integrated different players from our ecosystem, including GIZ Armenia, including the Ministry of High-Tech Industry of Armenia, including Startup Armenia, ICA, Armenian National Agrarian University, and also CRISP. And together with them, we created a program including 9 international prize sponsorships, 2 national final co-hosts. We integrated and engaged 9 university partners and also more than 14 ecosystem partners. And also we included in the program about 38 judges in order to judge the process in Armenia. Actually, we organized the program in different phases, starting from promotion. The first, in the promotional phase, we engaged about 300 Armenian startups. They registered on EWC platform. And then in the application process, we received 101 submissions, application submitted to our platform. Then we did the screening process, and after screening process, we organized the semifinals, and we defined 32 semifinalists for Armenian ecosystem, and finally we organized the finals in Armenia, based on which we decided the 2 representatives of Armenia in EWC 2021. And what was important from our point of view was that although it was the first time that Armenia was participating in this international competition, we were one of the top 20 countries actively participating in the competition. And because of that, we received, that was very interesting actually, we received an extra space for EWC Global Finals. Originally, we had 1 space, but they added also 1 extra space. And as you see here, that Armenia, from a per capita point of view, is the first country who has 2 representatives in EWC for the time being. So we did our finals in Yerevan in July 27. We added also a keynote speech to the program, a panel discussion, and also we had the pitching session. Based on the pitching session, 12 startups participated in the final pitch, and based on that, we chose 4 winners, 2 from idea stage and early stage startups, 1 from growth stage, which become also the national runner-up, and 1 national winner. The national winner of Armenia was Denovo Science, and the runner-up was Zoom Apps. And the good news that recently we have received is that these 2 companies, actually, these 2 startups, have been selected as a member of 100 startups in the world. So the top 100 startups. And actually, a good news is that we are looking for next, actually I think it's going to be Sunday from our timing point of view, that Sunday we are going to receive, I hope, from EWC. And also they have a page actually in Meet the Startup section of EWC, which is accessible for the international investors. So we are looking forward to the good news, hopefully later this week. And also we are looking forward for EWC 2022. Hopefully next year we will have many more startups who will be ready to compete on a global scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nejda, and thank you, Michael, too. We would like you to stay on stage, and we'll come back and give you some Q&A in a few minutes. But I think we absorbed a very interesting perspective, and we have great accomplishments. And I'm so pleased that EPIC was part of this, and the AUA activities really round out the perspective of what we do to support our startup ecosystem at the bottom of the funnel or the top of the funnel and bring them in. So let's attack another point in the funnel. We've already talked about the role that BAJ Accelerator has had in bringing companies, taking them through the middle stage of their development. That is, well past their early stage, but to the point where they can receive and benefit from investments and take them forward from there. And we brought both Armen Kherlopian, who you've seen before, and he brought with him Diana Arzumanyan, who is the CEO and co-founder of Orion Worldwide Innovations, and they work together. And what I've heard already, and I'm going to make sure I reserve judgment, Diana is one of the best CEOs in Armenia, and I want to see how she works in action. So why don't you guys get started? I know you're going to take advantage of the first part of your time to give some presentations, and then we'll open the floor up to Q&A. Go ahead.
Absolutely, Berj, and I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Armen Kherlopian, greeted here with Dr. Diana Arzumanyan. Michael, Nejde, pleasure to share the stage as we go from incubation to acceleration. Thank you very much. So in this session, we'll be talking about a few things, specifically how startup unicorns can change a nation, can drive an economy. So with this, Diana, would you be so kind to introduce yourself and open up this topic before we go to the cinematic portion of our presentation? But Diana, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you, Perch, for introducing me, and thank you for a good words. Yeah, I'm Diana Arzumanyan, CEO and co-founder of Orion Worldwide Innovation Armenia. Me with Emma Rakelian founded Orion Worldwide Innovation Armenia 1.5 years ago. And our vision to accelerate, to help Armenian ecosystem to become more stronger, to help Armenian startups to enter global market and get investments from global markets. And yeah, we are working with Armenian startups, and we are working with BAJ Accelerator to help them to enter international markets. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Diana, given our collaboration, Orion as the lead partner in the BAJ Accelerator, and colleagues and partners presenting throughout the day, as Michael had presented, and as I'm delighted to have a post at AUA as well, this idea of handoffs between organizations. In our previous sessions, we discussed pooling of capital. So Diana, what are some of the capabilities we've been bringing to bear around these startups?
Yeah, our vision and mission to have 5 unicorns for Armenia that can help Armenia become stronger like a tech country, as did like a Baltic countries, Israel, and we want to have such a story for Armenia. Yeah, and we want to have 5 unicorns with our in Armenian and make them global, like unicorns are global. And what are the characteristics of the unicorns? Yeah, they should have more than 1 billion valuation. They should have private companies, and they should have bring something that disruptive technology, like Uber or like Amazon did. Yeah, and we are doing for that with our helping them to become a unicorns, and we have our portfolio companies, free companies, Cognate, Scala, and Embodied, that we are targeting to become unicorns for our country and for Armenia.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Diana. And to our illustrious audio-visual team, would it be possible now to play the Embodied video?
Moxie. I'm a new robot.
Moxie uses next-gen technology to support social-emotional growth in kids. Kids learn how to communicate confidently.
We have a new mission. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Empowering them to make true connections. And this October, get ready for adventure with a different kind of robot.
Your Beebot is super weird.
In the all-new movie, Ron's Gone Wrong. Now playing, only in theaters.
Thank you so much for that. And Berj, as we like to do announcement here, that video is less than 3 days old, close to 500,000 views. I'm sure after this illustrious event, it'll continue to accelerate. So to unpack some things, we have a company that is using advanced robotics, so specifically research areas in computer vision and natural language processing, addressing a very important market in terms of enabling children to communicate, raising self-esteem, and building skills. So these types of companies, these types of founders, Paulo Perjanyan, for example, former CTO of iRobot, is not only building a company, but is exploring something for society. And we are most delighted to work very closely, and these are the types of companies that can move countries. So with this, let's go to the second video, please, of Cognaze, a financial technology company.
Deep learning is revolutionizing how we work. But deep learning models require labeled data, lots of it. And labeling data is painfully slow and manual. Imagine transforming your linear workflow into a self-reinforcing hyperloop that turbocharges data labeling and model precision. Introducing Inalytic from Cognaze. Inalytic allows you to label a few documents, train a model, then put that model to work predicting more document labels. It takes just one click. Your job? Correcting the model's predictions. No more labeling from scratch. Inalytic's one-click machine-assisted labeling radically improves performance while slashing costs like no other platform. Cognaze, creating actionable intelligence from unstructured documents.
So what we see here immediately is a contrast. A robotics company in health tech doing direct-to-consumer. Here we have a fantastic enterprise startup. Indeed, just yesterday, also called out on the stage, Cognaze raised a world-class round, including individuals such as Jeff Ingber, the former senior vice president of the United States Federal Reserve, as well as Jan Tallinn, early investor in DeepMind, also co-founder in Skype, DeepMind being arguably the most important thing Google has acquired. So here, direct-to-consumer health tech, enterprise working with banks and insurance companies. And with no matter of exaggeration, Cognaze, 250-person team, acts like a 5,000-person team because it has human and computer interaction. Let's play the last video and bring this together. Here we now have the most James Bond-esque, again, computer vision, but in a different industry. Thank you very much. Skyla is also demonstrating right here at DigiWeek near the main entrance, so feel free to see a live demonstration. So with this, to draw a thread, you have an advanced technology area, computer vision, being applied to very different areas, backed by superb teams, as well as investors. Diana, to wrap up this segment, what would you say about the founders and our approach to working with these teams?
Yeah, we have very strong founders that are founders of these three companies. One of them is Vahe Andonians, that he is a professor from Frankfurt Business School, and he had already two companies that he exited. One he exited to the Deloitte, and one is for a Fitch, if I am not mistaken. And second founder, Albert Stepanian, he is also have a very strong AI background. He worked in Germany, in US, and he is doing really great and energetic job. And the third one, Paolo Perjanian, is the founder of Embodied company. He was CTO of iRobot, and he is doing really like a phenomenal job, and we are very proud to have a partners and CEO like them.
Thank you so much, Diana. What I'll do is I'll call out a few slides in the main presentation PDF, and we'll transition to Q&A. So as you're seeing here, as we are on stage, with the BAJ Accelerator, we have a focus on companies ready to ramp. And the presentations today, and our dear EPIC colleagues, is there's an important pipeline concept of that going from the university to that even of repeat founders. So here with the BAJ Accelerator, next slide please. We have offices here in Yerevan as well as New York City. We have partners including Silicon Valley Bank and an elite set of mentors. For example, Robert Milrod, the former group CFO of Citigroup, experts in storytelling. We have Emma Arkelian, one of our partners, teaching exponential thinking. Here, as we've been describing, we are able to attract, engage world-class founders so that they are able to get to new heights, by extension lifting the country, providing phenomenal journeys for their teams, and making a difference in society. Next slide. You've just seen here 3 videos associated with Skyla, Cognaze, Embodied. To get to this point is no short order. Our team, particularly under Diana's leadership, we've looked at 3,000 plus companies around the world. We are working with 70 currently. We have, for example, some of the champions in the Entrepreneurship World Cup, and we're delighted to collaborate there. We have Rosa of MedPoint here in the audience, as well as some fantastic angels, Arthur and Sevak, all pulling together to get these companies to the next level. And in this way, we use the accelerator's pedagogy to advance and to vet the deal flow. So 3 offerings a year, January, May, September. We're gearing up now for January 2022. And I want to stay a moment on this slide here with the calendar events. So one more slide forward, please. So this slide's an important one. It chronicles how we see the founders learn with mentors, with other co-founders, and it kicks off a multi-year journey we have with these teams. So we're quite proud of our program. We are quite honored and delighted in terms of the collaboration across angel, venture, and pedagogy, and this is what we are about. As Michael called out earlier, is the key point we focus on in making the companies investable. In contrast to a generic venture search, we believe in development and support. So what this means is a world-class founder doing that much more for society. In terms of the activities of becoming investable, we have, for example, angels, coming in earliest, highest risk. We have relationships as well as with family offices, and venture capitalists with varying investment theses in terms of sector, stage, amount. So we'll leave this last slide up for the Q&A in terms of the contact list. So feel free to reach out if you are a new angel or considering to become one. Feel free to reach out if you are a startup and you want to get to the next level, and feel free to reach out to send good vibes. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
So in fact, by design, we have you all up there to field questions across all of the stuff you talked about, but hopefully you guys said everything. We don't need to ask you factual questions. We can get underneath the covers and really understand what's going on.
Thank you for the panel. During the last talk of the DigiTech Summit, the Minister of Economy made a very interesting point where he said it's very good that we're having unicorns now with PixArt and DigiTitan, for example. He said that, however, these are not Armenian-based companies, and in fact, in the end of the day, once they do exit, once they do sort of cash in the money, maybe since the majority of the shareholders are Armenians, sure, some Armenians will become rich, but that does not help the Armenian economy. I wonder what your thoughts are about this. I'm not sure if these three companies, which are wonderful companies, and we are also proud of your work and your achievements and the achievements of our fellow startups, are they Armenian companies in fact? And do they help the Armenian economy or not? I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you so much. This is such an important question. And I would say until last year, a key detail was not in place. So to be super clear, for fundraising to happen for a global unicorn, the primary place a company needs to be registered is Delaware. This is because of the investment law and precedents. However, that money is immediately routed to where the teams are, and with all the companies we described today, as well as my understanding of CRISP, PixArt, ServiceTitan, is that the Armenian shareholders exist. So I want to be super clear here. When we say high tech or IT, we have 90% of the industry that's doing labor arbitrage, where there's no value for the families or the employees. The proper high-tech sector, which is actually what we're talking about here, the employees have material stake. So when there is an exit, you actually have a movement that's analogous to what happened with Skype in Estonia. You have this cascade effect. So to recap, yes, the shares are in place now, and that's relatively new. The second point is we want this cascade effect for the economy.
I would add that there's a natural progression to how these ecosystems develop. So these two unicorns are our first unicorns. And as was spoken about earlier in the session today, once they exit and stock options are paid out, are cashed in, a lot of that investment, or a lot of those funds will be reinvested into the ecosystem. So over time, more and more of the money will stay in Armenia and will grow Armenian startups. And so it takes time. It just doesn't happen overnight. And the more important thing is that we have started the process. And so we'll start the process, and it will take time, but eventually, like in other countries, more and more of that money will come to Armenia and will be reinvested and will provide for employment, etc.
So every time I come to Armenia, I'm amazed at how things have progressed and aligned in such a way that I couldn't predict. And for example, you just mentioned what I call pay it forward, which is what the guys who are organizing Big Story VC are talking about. They're entrepreneurs themselves. They have gone through these processes, raised money successfully, and they're taking some of their chips and they're placing future bets on next wave of startups. So I love to hear that Armenians who are in these leadership roles are starting to think about how they participate and continue to make the flow of angel money into the ecosystem and flow the companies back through the stream. And I think BAJ is another example of how we can continue that cycle, virtuous cycle, and benefit the Armenian economy. And I'm really glad the question came forward so we can address it directly and not just assume. We have to make sure it's part of our plan, and it is. Do we have any other questions? Last chance. Oh, where?
So we've been hearing about developing a unicorn company, startup, but sometimes a question comes upon, does the Armenian startup have a chance to one day go into IPO? I'd love to get some of your thoughts about that, if you could share a little bit.
Yeah, one of the exit paths is IPO. So if we have unicorns, that's certainly one of the options, right? Any of you guys?
Yeah, so IPO, a SPAC, acquisition, we anticipate seeing all of the above in terms of exit events. The key is that when that happens, it impacts people here. And that's the key structural item as per the last question.
When I think of the two most advanced companies, the two unicorns, Service Titan and Pixar, I actually hope that they go IPO rather than be acquired, because wouldn't it be fun where we would have two Armenian companies that are publicly listed that all of us could invest in, that our nation, Armenians around the world could invest in, and hopefully can grow and make money. So my personal opinion is, just in terms of morale and energy to our nation, it would be great if these companies IPO'd rather than got acquired.
And wouldn't it be great if we had a system here to IPO these companies rather than taking them back and opening them up on NASDAQ? We have a NASDAQ affiliate here that should be creating a marketplace for these kinds of shares. Maybe not exclusively here, but certainly part of the syndicate that takes them public. So who knows if that's possible, but I'd like to see it myself. Question.
Hi there, Armen Babikian. So I kind of want to address the point you made about labor arbitrage and how to make Armenia a success, giving Armenians shares in these companies and giving them equity holdings there. I've heard, and I don't know this with any experience, that employees of companies here would rather take cash than equity. Is that true? Do you see the tide changing, and is there anything we can do to really show the value of that potential of being able to value equity much more highly, even if it is much more risky?
Yeah, so on this point, we are a very pragmatic people. So I anticipate when the first one exits, everyone will get it. And indeed, the shares is directly tied to the economy.
Actually, just to add to that, what I've heard also is that there are probably half a dozen companies that have either entered Armenia through new offices established here or through other local efforts, where, in fact, as part of the effort to attract the best talent, as part of the compensation packages, they are uniquely offering equity or options as a part of the package. And that's what differentiates them from local companies that don't necessarily have that vehicle or may not choose to use it. And when they do, it does give them an advantage in hiring. Go ahead, Michael.
And really one of the things that we have to do is more of an education component and to change the mindset and the culture here, because I've heard from a number of people from these companies that you're talking about, and a lot of the employees in Armenia are reluctant to take stock options because they want cash instead. And if they understood the value of these stock options, they probably would be, I would be very happy to take Service Titan's stock options. And so there's a component here where we also have to do some education and changing the mindset and the culture for these local employees, those that don't appreciate the value of having options in these great companies, what that's all about.
But in fact, it's not an either-or proposition. It's a 1 + 1 proposition. So in most cases, one doesn't take away from the other. You don't get less money cash and options replace that cash. So we want these employees to be vested in the companies they are working in, to be incentivized to make them succeed, and to do their best. And I think the companies will benefit by attracting the best talent. Unless there's a compelling question, guys, I'm going to take you off the stage. Is that all right? Thank you so much for your presentations and for your insights.
Thank you.
And don't take your microphones. Okay, so we still have a couple of minutes to transition to our next session. The last couple of topics before we end the day are really interesting and unique. Our next session, in fact, is completely remote. That is, our speakers are not physically here. And I cannot call Moxie to play a video. They have to be here live on this big screen. So let me start by introducing Avak Kavedjian, who is a general partner at Flagship Pioneering. Avak, are you here somewhere? Is he up? Is he up yet? Yeah, there he is. Avak, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Cool. Okay, and David Sarkisian, his counterpart at FAST.
Hello.
Say hello.
Hello.
So we trapped them up there on the screen. Avak, in fact, is back in Boston. Thank you so much for participating. And David is home, and I appreciate you being part of this session as well. I think the fact that you're both up on the screen gives you equal status in this presentation. So the topic, in fact, is one which we've been challenged about for a while. And I believe that the combination of efforts between Flagship and FAST allows me to believe that you can, in fact, create science-based startups and create competitive advantages using Armenia as the leverage point. So I don't know which one of you wants to talk first, or if you're going to sing together, I'm not sure. But I'd love to hear how you go about delivering a science-oriented startup in Armenia.
Excellent. Can you see the slides?
We certainly can.
Okay, great.
We're already impressed.
I put the most effort into this one, actually. But thank you for having me. I'm Avak Kavedjian. I'm a general partner at Flagship Pioneering, and David and I will be sharing the presentation. David, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself as well.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm David Sarkisian, Vice President for Advanced Research Initiatives at FAST and CEO at Advanced Solutions Center, which is the Armenian version of Flagship Pioneering.
So I think I was going to change the title of my talk to Pioneering in Armenia, in essence. And that's a bit of an oxymoron because Armenia is a pioneer nation as it stands. And being a pioneer Christian nation, a pioneer nation, it would be kind of strange to say to pioneer in Armenia. But what we mean is to pioneer science-based startups in Armenia, from Armenia, and not from outside. And I'll talk to you a little bit about how Flagship does what we do here in Boston. And it'll sound crazy because it'll look like a very large scale and very innovative approach. And what we're going to do is show you that we've started to experiment and successfully been able to port over what we're doing here in Boston directly in Armenia and starting it in Armenia. So the overview has to give you a little bit of a sense for what we mean by pioneering. So a pioneer is someone who goes to a particular place and starts something from scratch, or completely starts a new method or technical development. It can be applied to exploration, it can be applied to technology. And Flagship changed its name to Flagship Pioneering a few years ago because we realized that most of the innovation, all of the innovation that we conduct is outside of the normal framework of pharmaceutical, biotechnology, agricultural innovation. So these red dots indicate the distance, if you will, figuratively, of the kinds of innovations we like to pursue. Now, it's really hard to pursue them if you're waiting for them to come to you, because you don't always get what people, you don't always get innovative ideas coming to you. You often get competitive ideas that come to you, and you decide what to invest in, and you decide whether you want to hitch your wagon to one person or another. So instead of doing venture investment, as most venture capitalists do, we do venture creation, and we start not at the building of the company. We start even earlier than the building of the company. We ideate, we invent, we innovate, and then we build a company around those innovations. And it allows us to, first of all, access completely new intellectual property. We go to places where there's little or no competition, direct competition. There's usually no direct competition. We control the field. We control the applications of our technology in that area. It's got a lot of benefits. It also has a lot of drawbacks, as you can imagine, because we're fighting dogmatic thinking. We're challenging existing paradigms. It's hard to find validation from key opinion leaders because they'll tell you you're crazy, it's never been done before, not possible, why would you do this, why would you put millions of dollars towards it? And there's an even bigger space than the current space. So there's optionality is very, very large, which is both a boon and a bane, because you have many directions to go in, and you have to decide what's the most valuable thing to pursue. So that's just the mindset behind which we do what we do. The reason we think this is going to be a sustainable model is because we believe this is the biological century. This isn't just a fad, it's not just a trend, but biology has now come to a place where we're in an industrial revolution of biology that's going to last many, many, many years. The scientific advances, the new tools, the engineering approach that biology has now started to take on allows us to control biology in ways that we couldn't do before, down to even controlling our genomes, believe it or not. And things like nucleic acid medicines, which were simply esoteric, obscure things in the past, have now come to fruition in the form of RNA medicines and Moderna and the vaccine that it has been able to provide to the world in response to the COVID pandemic. And then overlay on that the advances in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the convergence of computation and biology has really unleashed a really powerful new era in biology, and allowing us to innovate and to create new technologies and companies. And it goes beyond just human health. It goes into sustainability, our ability to impact plants, insects, the microbes in the soil, our ability to modify them, our ability to improve yields, reduce the need for very, very precious resources, and to improve the nutritional value of our foods, to impact livestock, and so on and so forth. All of this is now possible, and Flagship is creating companies across the continuum. But what's great about what we do is we can impact humanity in a very big way on a global scale, while at the same time we create value. And that's the purpose of our organization. We create companies. Those companies have to have platforms at their core. Those platforms create products for humanity, and everyone benefits. And this is just a bit of a historical to give you a sense for the scale. We've been doing this for 20 years. The company was founded by Nubar Afeyan. I work with Nubar. I'm a general partner at the firm. We have many partners all conducting this ideation and innovation exercise and founding companies. But as you can see, over the course of the decades, we've continued to innovate and ideate, and new companies have emerged, they've exited, and many, of course, have led to breakthrough products in the fields of cancer, in the fields of hematology, and of course, the most famous one, the Moderna vaccine. Just to impress upon you, Moderna was created at Flagship. The technology underlying Moderna was created at Flagship. starting from 0 employees all the way to what it is today, which is a global supplier of vaccines to save the world. So we believe this model is replicable. Every single one of these companies aspires to be like a Moderna, hopefully not because of a pandemic, but because of all the other issues that face humanity. And that's really the way we look at the world. 2 kinds of companies emerge, new modality companies. New modalities are new kinds of drugs. To date, we've been taking small molecules as drugs and we've been taking proteins as drugs. But now with nucleic acid medicines, viruses, cells, we can use different kinds of biological materials to impact humanity. And then new biology companies where we use AI, we use new discovery capabilities to uncover new mechanisms of why do we get sick, how do we get sick, and how can we reverse disease? And we have companies that span all of this. I'll jump over this, but it's more of a depiction of the various kinds of companies we have. I want to talk a little bit about our process because this is the important part. We have 4 components. We have an integrated business model where we provide financing, the entrepreneurial power, all the general and administrative business units to help companies grow. But more importantly, we have a proprietary process for ideating and inventing companies. And then, of course, business principles and a culture that allows us to foster going into the unknown and building high-value companies in the unknown. But the proprietary process is key. We go through this ideation process that we call exploration. We seed the landscape with dozens upon dozens of ideas. Many of them are bad. Many of them shouldn't even exist. Some of them actually evolve to becoming pretty good ideas. And those are the ones that we decide to take forward into experimentation and implementation. We cross the threshold into that implementation. That's prototype company. That's where we start to put money towards doing experiments, starting to build the small nucleus of employees to test the idea. We're doing 2 things. We're testing the feasibility, but we're also doing unprecedented experiments to see how broad can this be? How exciting could this be? And if it passes that test, we move to the NUCO phase, which is phase 3, and that's where we launch the company with $20 million and we expand the effort and scale it to generate a ton of value and build out the platform and start to build products. So one of the ideas is to really have entrepreneurs that are trained at Flagship, young entrepreneurs, scientific entrepreneurs who can think and build, not just walk an idea maze. Seed the landscape with hypotheses of what if we did this? What if we did that? Could this be a good solution for this? And honestly, it really doesn't matter if the idea is bad or it starts from a bad place. The key is to iterate, to ideate, and to build a maze where you can start to feel for where the pots of gold may lie and where the trapdoors might lie. But the additional piece is to pressure test your ideas. Go to where you're going to get a lot of negative pressure. Key opinion leaders, gurus, scientific experts, and get their feedback. You're going to get 99% negative feedback, maybe 1% excited feedback. That 99% is very valuable, and you can keep tapping into it to understand what aspects of your company or your idea don't work, what aspects of your company are dogmatically thought to not work, and you should work around them and challenge them, and so on and so forth, and what aspects actually would have some traction. And then finally, it's your job to create the unmade future. I borrowed this phrase from Ed Catmull, who wrote a book called Creativity, Inc. on Pixar's innovation process. Every single one of Pixar's movies has been a blockbuster. Every single one of Pixar's movies has come from internal ideation, storyboarding, and character development. That's the same idea applies to creating a flagship company. The idea comes from us, the intellectual property comes from us, but you have to be comfortable imagining a future, imagining future products that don't exist, imagining future solutions that don't exist, and then working your way backwards to saying, what are the experiments I need to do? What are the things I need to prove to show that these are possible, that these could be a reality? And that's how the process works. So now we asked ourselves, could we pioneering in Armenia? Could we port this over to Armenia? And you all know FAST. David will take you through FAST. FAST was founded in 2017. In combination with Flagship, essentially Nubar, again, who's involved in both initiatives, there was the creation of Ascent, which, again, David will take you through, which was initiated a year thereafter. And what we did was, David and I worked to create a formal in-person training program at Ascent. I actually traveled over there. Proof is that I'm sitting among the team right there at the Ascent and FAST offices. But the idea was to create an intensive boot camp, a 6-day boot camp, not for entrepreneurship, which is what you usually see, but a boot camp for entrepreneurial innovation, to think through the way that I just described and how to go through the process of iterating, ideating, and making sure you think about intellectual property, you think about value propositions, you think about value pools and where the opportunities lie, and you modify your technology, you iterate your technology to continue to maximize that value. And then how you finally synthesize all of that and you present it and you continue to iterate it as you go. So I'll hand it over to David so that he can show you the results of what we did.
Thank you so much, Avak.
Let me stop share, sorry. There we go.
You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the great introduction, Avak. As it was mentioned, we started Advanced Solutions Center, Ascent, in partnership with Flagship Pioneering under the commercialization pillar of FAST programs. We initiated it as a multifunctional platform that develops science-intensive ventures, which we hope will have a high potential to become internationally competitive deep tech companies. So far, we have reached several results. We had initiated 2 tracks under Ascent. Not only we tried to experiment with pioneering, as Avak said, in Armenia, but also we tried to pioneer in a new field. So we have 2 tracks under that, not only life science, which was the main domain of Flagship Pioneering, but we actually started with the artificial intelligence track. So we have completed 3 rounds of explorations with more than 200 venture hypotheses under the AI track and nearly 50 hypotheses on the life science track. The team on their AI track was trained by Avak, and the team of life scientists was sent to the epicenter of life science entrepreneurial innovation taking place in Boston, and they were trained for 2 months there. So far, we have created 2 protocols under the AI track and 1 new code, which has already been spun off from Advanced Solutions Center. And we have created something we call pre-protocol, and I would like to talk more about that during the next slides. But this term was invented due to the Armenian reality, where we don't have an entity like Life Science Incubator or something equivalent to the Lab Central, which is in Boston, which is heavily used by not only Flagship Pioneering, but also other life science startups. So we decided to move the project under a pre-protocol phase and simultaneously create the life science incubator that not only Ascent life science startups, but also other biotech startups in Armenia can utilize. And I will talk more about that during the presentation. We used, other than the pre-protocol innovation, we used the same model that Flagship Pioneering uses, and Avak has described that in great detail, so I'm not going to dwell on this slide too much. For 3 rounds of explorations, we had a list of numerous topics, and they range from AI applications for drug discovery to AI applications in fintech, inclusive of neuroscience applications, application in engineering, and even dual use in military industry. And the venture hypotheses were seeded within those topics and then filtered based on their value. Starting in 2019, we initiated the AI track first, and then half a year later, we started the life science track. And later on, we started a computational behavioral research team, which was later on merged with the AI track. Currently, we have 2 spin-off companies, the De Novo Sciences, which is at the intersection of applications of artificial intelligence and biotechnology. It deals with AI for drug discovery and, most importantly, small molecule discovery. And the other one is 8Nuke, or Octopus AI, which deals with applications for the banking industry. Let me just go briefly over the 2 case studies we have in place right now. So De Novo Sciences looks at a very interesting problem. There are practically very few breakthrough drugs, since traditional drug discovery methods, new traditional drugs are created by slightly modifying the existing drugs by human experts. The second problem it tackles is the computational infeasibility. Since the space of possible drug-like molecules is estimated to be 10 to the power of 6t, it is computationally infeasible to try all possible molecular combinations and then see which one is a good drug and which one is not. Then there are, of course, very high costs associated with development of each drug, and they are estimated to be on average $2 to $3 billion per each drug. And finally, of course, all of this takes not only a lot of money, but also a lot of time, and on average 11 years are spent per drug. And up from these 11 years, only 5 years are spent on R&D only. So what do we offer with our solution? We exploit simulations and artificial intelligence algorithms for identifying breakthrough drugs. We do not a brute force search over the computationally infeasible space, but rather a smart search and explore chemical space using curiosity-driven reinforcement learning, which lands at valuable molecules much faster. And with these methods, we reduce the costs of deploying the drug by $300 million per drug, and which is even more important, as COVID pandemic has shown, we cut the time needed for the R&D per drug by 4 years. And the de novo sciences uses a combination of artificial intelligence and simulations methods, including docking and molecular simulations, to test the molecules in silico. Currently, we are at the stage where we have partnered with a number of international universities and have synthesized the molecules that were generated by AI only, with no human input in the process. And they turned to be very efficient in the lab experiments, the first experiments that have been conducted in Armenia. Also, I would like to add that de novo sciences has recently won the Entrepreneurial World Cup Armenian edition, taking the first place in the competition, and is most likely to represent Armenia in the world final in Saudi Arabia. The other startup, which comes from a very different field, and this is where the power of the flagship process is demonstrated, which is not limited to a particular domain, is ATNUC, which comes for the applications of artificial intelligence for loan underwriting. It uses a unique proprietary solution architecture, processing not only the financial data that banks are most likely to process, but it also adds into the equation the behavioral unstructured data, which allows us to extract much more information about the customers, their clustering, vectorized representation of human individual customers, and the hybrid model output results in a much higher accuracy than processing the financial data only. Also, the scenarios of ATNUC applications involve different types of real-life scenarios that banks encounter, where they have no previous financial data on an individual, and you should rely only on the behavioral data that you can scrape from open source data sets. The second application is where you do not have behavioral data, but you have financial data, and the third golden case where you have both, and the system is most powerful in predicting the loan defaults in that case. But the system is not limited to just loan default prediction. Rather, it also has another layer of artificial intelligence added upon the predictions. And that layer is the reinforcement learning algorithm, which interacts with a handcrafted, customized environment to maximize the portfolio for a bank. Currently, we are working with 2 Armenian and 1 international banks on this issue. We have enhanced the algorithm with not only the open source data, but also the real customer data provided under NDA from those banks. And the startup is going to, it has already raised the investment round and is going to be registered in the coming month and continue its operations in the Series A round and beyond. The things are easier when we are talking about AI and deployment of this model for developing new ventures in artificial intelligence. But when you come to life sciences, the field is much more capital intensive, and you need an incubator that will act as a shared facility for different biotech startups. Since even if you are a successful biotech startup and you have raised your initial round, you would spend perhaps most of your investment, if not all of that, on purchasing the equipment, and it will still not be enough. Therefore, there should be a general facility that can be used across the country and across the biotech sector. And we have started this initiative to develop the capacity of life sciences industry in Armenia, and we will provide with this initiative not only office and laboratory co-working space, but also the specialized equipment and capacity development training. And we hope that it would serve as a hub for strategic partnerships with academia, research institutions, VCs and industry, and not only for assent purposes. We are partnering with the National Agrarian University, and the incubator is going to be located in the space on the Darian Street that you see on the picture. It's going to be the first incubator in life sciences, both in Armenia and in the region of Transcaucasia. It will provide a core facility of shared high-value instruments, and its central location and proximity to major universities would be another asset to act as an anchor for the sector and the industry. The program initiator is FAST, which has done program design, program management, acquisition of equipment. It was done in close collaboration with the advisors from Flagship Pioneering. And we also have partnered with the Armenian National Agrarian University that provides the incubator space, and with the Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sports, which provided the funding for space renovation and part of the equipment purchase and shipping. I guess that sums pretty much my initial thoughts on assent and on implementing the flagship model in Armenia. Thank you very much for your attention. And Avak, I'm not sure if you would like to add a couple of conclusion thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, I think ultimately, hopefully, you can see that despite the distance and despite the advancement that Boston obviously has made in the life sciences relative to Armenia, we are capable of porting over the innovation model and the pioneering model, and it is possible to pioneering in Armenia. Obviously, there's a long way to go, but we're very excited by the early progress we've made.
So in fact, you're doing what's impossible.
No, it's not impossible.
I like to think about it that way, because up till recently, no one ever thought this would be possible to even begin down this road. And in fact, you're partway down the road and you're moving quickly. And I appreciate the combination of efforts, having the power of flagship pioneering and the faster of fast. And that's the term I coined for Armin in the opening presentation he gave at the first day. So I'm so proud of this. I'm so pleased to hear about it. And in fact, while you guys are focusing on a couple of sectors using the methodologies of flagship pioneering, the opportunity exists for others to take the same kinds of approaches and do impossible things in other fields. So I'm very pleased and optimistic to see the power that we have that's world-class, that has achieved already the Moderna vaccine, that has brought these resources to bear, and it's now leveraging the talent pool in Armenia, the capabilities and our resources that Armenia has. Thank you so much for doing this, number one. And how do we help make you guys successful? How do we help achieve these outcomes?
Yeah. I guess one of the most important issues when implementing this model in Armenia is the human talent. And we are actively working on the development of the pipeline of the very unique breed of specialists that are required for the success of the flagship pioneering process. Because it's not only enough to be a good scientist, and it's not enough either to be a good entrepreneur, rather you have to be perhaps a combination of both with a very open-minded way of thinking. And I guess the work that other participants of this forum are doing in Armenia, both on the educational side and the entrepreneurial side, is very important in this direction. And in the past, we have issued 2 editions of the AI Bootcamp, and currently we are issuing another edition of Chemoinformatics Bootcamp to prepare the talent needed to fuel this growth of the startups and of the exploration teams and of the whole process in Armenia. I guess contributing more on the talent pool side by all of the different actors in the ecosystem, whether be it academic institutions or entrepreneurial minded centers, is very critical here. And another important way that I think diaspora can play a role in this process is the role of the KOLs, or key opinion leaders, that Avak has mentioned as a very critical component of the process. Those 99% guys who are giving a nasty feedback to you, but it's very most important feedback. And connecting Armenian startups, not only Ascend startups, but also Armenian startups in general, to that type of advisors, that type of high profile, high caliber consultants worldwide is very crucial. And Avak and Aram from Flagship Pioneering played a very critical role in the beginning of the process, and they still continue to play that role, and not only themselves, but also introducing Ascend people to their networks, and that is very much appreciated.
Hi there.
Yeah, I would echo David's statement that I think the diaspora here can play a huge role in providing in-kind support. It doesn't have to be financial at this point. There's no really, that hasn't started yet, but that's going to also be needed eventually. But really, it's going to be this intellectual support. The belief, first of all, Bej, I really appreciate what you said, that it's doing the impossible, but it's actually, we have to make this now no longer seen as impossible, but possible. That's what we're trying to do. And making sure that people can start to believe in Armenia and outside of Armenia that you can create high-tech, deep-tech startups inside of Armenia and have them flourish.
I think you accidentally muted yourself for those last
I didn't touch it.
Words.
Someone muted me. But yeah, to leverage the networks outside of Armenia to do that, both from both in terms of intellectual and or even resources.
Oh no. So give me the mic. I understand. So in fact, we have back-to-back presentations from people who are remote. I suspect our Zoom bridge could not handle both at the same time. In fact, we're about to transition to our next session, which is scheduled now. So it may be that they just fell off the Zoom bridge as we're transitioning to the next session, which is what they're doing over there. So, first of all, how impressive is that? Right? I mean, I'm now sorry that we waited until the second half of the Venture Summit to have this session. On the other hand, Avak would not be there if it wasn't for the time where he is now. And by the way, David was not going to be in it at all, but we were able to bring him in remotely, and we had that combination of incredible talk. So I really am thankful to them for doing that. So I'm sorry that the Q&A was cut off. Is there any question that I can answer? Yes, the slide 6, that formula was developed in 1950.
I was actually really just going to ask about for many of us in tech, maybe we don't have an appreciation for the long times it takes to go and develop things in the biotech industry. And so from that 200 venture hypotheses down to those like that 1 or 2 protocols, how much time or money goes into that, I guess?
So you may have missed the presentation that Nubar Afeyan gave at Digitech Summit, which gave us an understanding of not only the pioneering methodology, but how it applied to the Moderna case. And in fact, it's a 10-year period. And most of the time during that 10-year period, you really don't even know what you're going to apply the R&D to. So in their case, they were working on mRNA, and they didn't know what vaccine particularly or what disease they would have to attack and cure. But the reality is, they knew that there was going to be a disease. They knew there was going to be something, if not COVID, and that they were preparing for that moment by investing that 10-year period. Now, if you were to imagine the equivalent of that in the tech sectors that are normally the sphere of activity in Armenia, you would say, wow, what are the things that 10 years out we can benefit from that we should start thinking about now? So you could argue AI was that for Armenia. We've been working on AI for 10 years. We're just starting to see the application of that in sectors. For a long time, I'll tell you, in my own experience, people said, why are you guys working on AI? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to apply it to? And nobody knew the answer. They were just developing the talent pool and the resources. But now we're seeing the immediate benefit of applying it to the problems that we know are real. And I think, in fact, even this pioneering initiative, pioneering activity will benefit from the AI capabilities that FAST has brought to bear. So I think the 10-year cycle, we have to think about it in science, is a realistic time frame for you to really get that kind of payback. How are we doing, guys? So our next presentation, and we're coming down the home stretch here, guys. We're getting Anna Tantusyan, who is the Director of Operations for SmartGate VC's joint venture with the Catalyst Foundation called the Armenian Startup Academy. And her presentation is about initiatives to advance the startup ecosystem. Hopefully she will be on the screen in a moment, or at least a talking voice behind these slides. I'm not sure which one. Is she here somewhere? Anna, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
I know you're great. You don't have to tell me that. But in fact, we're going to hear your presentation. Are you going to actually? Yeah, here it is. Okay. So perhaps we cannot have her talking head while she's giving this presentation. Why don't you go ahead and start talking?
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm not sure if you're seeing me, but...
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, great. Awesome. Great. So I'm happy to be here.
By the way, where is here? Where are you?
I'm actually in Glendale now.
Cool.
But I meant virtually here, like virtually with you.
It's very early. In fact, she's been partying all night. Go ahead.
Okay. Great. So I'm happy to be here and share our initiatives with you during this summit. I'm going to talk about Armenia Startup Academy programs, which we have been doing in the past 4 years. And I've been leading the programs in the past 3 years. So I can tell you almost everything about it. Let's get started. As Berj presented me, I'm the Director of Operations at SmartGate VC and Catalyst Foundation. I'm a Program Director at Armenia Startup Academy. And Armenia Startup Academy is, maybe most of you are familiar with it, but just a recap. It's an entrepreneurship and startup education program, which was launched in 2017 by the initiative of the founders of SmartGate VC and with the support of the EU SMETA project within the EU for Business initiative. The last 3 batches of the program have been implemented with the support of the European Union EU for Business Innovative Tourism and Technology Development for Armenia project, implemented by GIZ. And we have many partners who have supported us during this period, among them European Fund for Southeastern Europe and Viva MTS, and they contributed to the implementation of Armenia Startup Academy in the past 2 years. So Armenia Startup Academy aims to enhance the early stage founders' knowledge and skills in entrepreneurship with the application of international standards and methods. And our main goal is to help Armenian entrepreneurs build investable and scalable companies which can succeed on the global scale. So the program actively creates a pipeline for pre-seed grants, investors, and for SmartGate VC Fund itself. Let's get into more details about the program and see what initiatives do we have. Startup Academy has 2 main programs in the framework of which we are working with the startups. The first one is a pre-acceleration program, which is meant for prototype stage or sometimes idea stage tech startups. And during this 14-week program, we work with the companies on their idea validation, go-to-market strategies. We do customer development tracking with them. So that's how we help them to identify the customer segments. We help them to do interviews with them, help them to test their ideas and problems and product, and to see how they're going to move their companies ahead. It's pretty normal and natural that after this acceleration program and after this pre-acceleration program, many companies pivot or they start existing altogether. But that's a part of the process, because this is like the main goal of this is educating entrepreneurs. So even if they don't succeed in the first time, they come back and do more startups, and they found more strong businesses. And we had cases like that when people when entrepreneurs participated in one of our pre-acceleration programs with another idea, and they didn't really succeed with that idea, but they continued working on coming up with another idea and building another product, and they came back and had more success than they did during the first time. So this proves that this model of practically educating entrepreneurs works. And also we, of course, work with them on pitching and having a decent fundraising strategy depending on their stage. And we prepare them for their pre-seed rounds. Usually, companies that come to pre-acceleration don't have funding raised or don't have much traction. We are really trying to help them get validation. And have that basic knowledge that entrepreneurs should have in the startup world for moving forward. And moving forward, they can come actually to our traction program, which is for post-prototype stage companies, the companies who have already built the product or at least an MVP, and have already some traction in terms of users, fundraising, paying customers, and this is they come to the program because they need help in intensifying that traction and intensifying their growth. We started this traction program in 2020 because we saw the need of such a program in the ecosystem, because there was this gap of companies being in incubators and pre-accelerators and having access to international accelerators, but not having the enough growth to be in international accelerators. So we thought there needs to be a bridge program which can work with the companies more intensively, practically hands-on mentorship provide, and so that they can be more ready for international market and international accelerators. So during the traction, we mostly work with the companies on sales, growth hacking, and fundraising. They are having individual mentors who hands-on work with the companies, and our team hands-on works with the companies to achieve the goals that they have for the upcoming 3 months. And we prepare them for their next round. In this stage, companies may have raised some funding in terms of grants or pre-seed financing, but we still continue working with them on their fundraising strategy. And after completing the traction program, or even completing pre-acceleration program, it really depends on the companies, because we work with companies in different stages. But usually companies have access and are ready for international acceleration programs, which makes them more, gives them more expansion to their target markets, be it in the US or EU, and it gives them access to that industry and the industry expertise, and they are able to raise seed fundraising, seed funds at that stage. And as an example, we have a international acceleration program in Hero House Glendale, and many companies who have graduated from Armenia Startup Academy participated in our acceleration program in Glendale, and also international accelerators such as Y Combinator and Berkeley Skydeck. So a bit about what we have done in the past years with Armenia Startup Academy. We have had 8 batches. Actually, one of them is currently in progress. One of our traction program, second batch of our traction program is currently in progress with 9 companies. 9 companies in edutech, fintech, health tech, and security. And we will announce these companies later during their demo day, so stay tuned for our demo day in January. And in this, throughout these batches, we have worked with 120 startups. About 100 of them I worked myself, and these companies have already been able to raise 8.5 million euros of funding in terms of venture capital financing, grants, angel investing. And we have worked with more than 270 entrepreneurs and tried to give them the basic knowledge and the most significant knowledge that they need for moving forward with their companies. And in the last years, we have seen them grow pretty quickly, and we have seen them become #1 product of the day on Product Hunt, which is a big deal for companies that are being products. And we have seen them featured in international media such as Forbes and Fox LA, and we have seen them gain international customers, even big corporations. We have seen them grow more than 200% in just a couple of months, and doubling, tripling, or even 10xing their downloads throughout the program or after the programs. So this is mainly it. I wanted to quickly present what we are doing, and I also wanted to mention that the companies that come to Armenia Startup Academy also have access to EU seed stage grants, and this helps them to accelerate their progress even more, because it's an important thing for companies to have initial financing, which can help them move forward before they are able to raise more funds. So this is it. If you have any questions that you'd like me to expand more, I'll be happy to.
Thank you, Anna, so much. So I think we learned a lot about the programs you have underway, and I know that Startup Academy is the result of the work you're doing with Catalyst and SmartGate. Just to conclude, now that you're working from LA, right? Am I right that you're working from LA?
Yes, yes.
Are the Armenian companies that are closer to the SmartGate Hero House location going to benefit from your programs?
Actually, for the companies that are here, that are more here, we have a Hero House Glendale, and we have a Glendale program. But for Armenia Startup Academy programs, we are able to facilitate everything digitally. So we are able to do the programs remotely. COVID taught us to do that remotely. We have done the first batch of Traction program fully remotely, and currently we are doing a hybrid batch. So companies continue to visit Hero House for some meetings in Armenia, and also we do a lot of meetings remotely. So that's the model that works now.
So that explains how you're so used to and very good at presenting at 3 o'clock in the morning from California to Armenia. And hopefully you don't have to do it each day and never sleep.
It's actually almost 6, so it's okay. Here people start working. No, at least I start working from 6 a.m., so that's pretty fine.
Excellent, excellent. Well, in fact, we're going to let you take a cat nap or have breakfast or whatever you'd like to do. We're about to move to the next section, the last section of our program. I want to thank Anna so much for telling us more about her work and her efforts. And we really do applaud what you're doing out of the Glendale office. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Okay. There she is. So, I don't know why they're looking at the back of my head, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be on the screen. Why don't you guys come on up? So our last session is to take a look at one of the first, really the first, of the venture capital initiatives in Armenia, Granitas Ventures, and I'm very proud that they have been able to sustain and grow this startup ecosystem for many years now. Manuk and Yervant are two partners in the Granitas Ventures. Certainly I've worked with them over the years, and they have both an existing portfolio and plans for the future, and they're going to share those with us, right guys?
Yeah, should we?
I think they have their own presentation. Can we get it up on the screen? Yeah, there it is.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, let's start. Okay, basically, we started back in 2013, the first venture capital fund in Armenia. We already talked about it during the morning session. At the time, Armenia ecosystem was very, very kind of in an embryonic stage. And then now we are moving to start the next fund, which is called Granatus Tech for SDG, with a vision to support deep tech startups tackling the world's fundamental problems. Actually, it's probably the first impact tech fund in Armenia, so we can claim that title as well. So basically, this is our portfolio from the first fund, 16 companies. We are not going to cover all of them. We just can highlight some of the stories. Of course, they're very well-known names to the ecosystem now. Code Signal, one of our star performer, actually that is became a semi-unicorn this year, and it's on a very high growth trajectory, and hopefully will become a unicorn very soon. Of course, a lot have been heard about CRISP, SoloLearn, IntelliNair, but I want to also highlight Benivo. This is another case where we brought in a foreign company. Actually, Yervant knew the founder from the LBS, non-Armenian. I talked about it this morning that he couldn't even, when I first met, he couldn't locate Armenia on the map. So I was like approximately kind of somewhere in the south. And then we said, you're going to keep at least 3 engineers in Armenia now. They have 45 engineers, and the entire product is being developed in Armenia. So overall, the companies raised more than 200 million in follow-on rounds. They have now employed more than 500 high-quality engineers in Armenia, and some of them already went to start their own businesses. We have already done some successful exits. We're not, for some of them we are under NDA, we cannot disclose. But actually overall, I recently looked at the performance of the European VC funds. PitchBook released that data. And I can tell that with our metrics of money multiple and IRR, we're falling into the category of top quartile VCs in Europe. So we have already made some distributions to our investors, which builds the confidence with them, and many of them already kind of committed to our second fund. And actually, the investment, the fundraising for the second fund accelerated because of the performance of the first fund. Okay, so that's the portfolio, but we want to more concentrate on the second fund, which is basically an impact tech fund with a vision to contribute to the breakthrough solutions tackling globally significant human problems. So there are few features that we are tackling, as we call them, the problems of necessity rather than the problems of convenience. So that's the differentiating feature for the fund. They should be globally significant, not local problems. They should be deep tech companies, science-based, and especially we will be favoring those startups that are kind of coming out of the research labs. They are kind of commercializing scientific discoveries. The target size is 20 million. We've done already first closing. It's basically the team is again with three of us. We're going to talk about that a bit more. Already talked about the investment focus. Geographical focus is basically Armenia and Armenia connected opportunities. Seed stage Series A selectively can also follow up with in Series B. Ticket size can be up to $500,000. In selective cases, we can go up to 1 million and then above. And also, I mentioned that we have a co-investment scheme with our LPs, and they're very many of them are very eager to co-invest with us. So that will enhance our overall investment capacity. Okay, so basically, this is the kind of the investment philosophy. You can see that the fund is called Tech for SDG. SDG stands for Sustainable Development Goals. These are the goals set out by the UN for the humanity to reach in 2030. And many of those problems can be tackled by public policy, only about public kind of interventions. But some of them can be tackled with some non-commercial funding or impact funding or socially responsible funding that are seeking below the market returns. Our focus will be on those opportunities where we will have market returns as well as the social impacts. That's basically our sweet spot for investment. This is the primary focus of the fund. Basically, healthcare, food and agri-tech, resource efficiency, anything that enables resource efficiency and energy efficiency or reduces carbon footprint. But health tech is basically #1 priority, and particularly AI data science applications in health tech. But also, of course, we have a secondary focus on the verticals, such as can be edutech, fintech, smart cities, logistics, technologies such as robotics, genomics, AR, VR, Internet of Things, and then many other applications that can be derived through the application of the mentioned technologies and verticals. So actually, we've already invested in 2 companies from the second fund. A little bit about those 2 companies. Bactobio, it's a disruptive tech company that is developing a novel way of cultivating bacteria. So it turns out that less than 1% of the bacteria in the world can be cultivated in the lab. And these, they already increased that number by, last time we checked it was 20%, but I think it's higher now. And imagine what can be done with the 99% of the bacteria. Basically, the target is to develop new types of antibiotics. You know that antibiotic resistance is a large global problem. It is estimated that more than 10 million people will die just because of that problem, because we're going to run out of the antibiotics. then enzymes and some of the applications in also agriculture, industrial chemicals. They have a very high-profile investor base. It's really a revolutionary company. So V1 Therapeutic, it's a personalized cancer treatment company. They are developing an optimal drug combination for a specific person. For any specific person, they are developing the so-called fruit fly avatar by using like about 500,000 flies per patient. So it's a technology that is licensed from the Mount Sinai Medical Center. And now it's a combination of biotech, AI, and genomics. Currently, they're focused on a few types of cancers, but the opportunity is to apply to all the types of the cancer. Actually, now we are working on bringing it's kind of the UK-based company. We are bringing their data science operations into Armenia. But apparently they are looking for very experienced people to run data science, and people with profile in genomics, oncology, and bioinformatics are basically with experience in these areas. They don't exist in Armenia. So what we are doing, actually, we found a professor from Leipzig University with the help of our colleagues from Institute of Molecular Biology, and convinced this professor to commit some significant time to come to Armenia and head the operations. And now we are hiring young data scientists to go through the training and to become fully employable by the company, and then scale it to have a full-fledged, full-scale operations of data science in the country. So basically, by having no operations in Armenia, having only like Granatus as an investors and our resources, we're bringing some cutting-edge kind of science-driven startup into Armenia. So that's how we are trying to open up this path of new startup creation. And it's going to be kind of a new challenge for us. These type of investments are much complex, much harder. They require bigger capital, longer life cycle, but we have committed to go this path. So basically the team, again, 3 of us, myself, Pierre and Yervant, are running the business, but we also leverage on our dense network of advisors and venture partners. We have highlighted some of them here, and we're going to rely on their expertise for not only deal origination, but more importantly for due diligence and expertise, but more importantly for adding value for portfolio companies. An example, for example, Robert Miller, who is one of the world leaders in particles therapy or cancer radiology. He was the head of the radiology at Mayo Clinic. Leo Petrosian, who is a serial health tech entrepreneur, currently CEO of Nile, has done a number of health tech companies. So companies that we are looking in health tech and biotech will be very much rely on their expertise and help. So why Granatus Tech for SDG? It's basically 4 important factors. Experience, we have already some important track record. This is the opportunity, this is the golden age for impact tech, and Armenia can become one of the centers of impact tech. Strategy, we're focusing on verticals and tech applications that are ripe for transformational solutions. And the 4th one, which is actually probably the most important personally for me, it's impact. At this stage of our career, at this stage of our kind of Granatus development, we are now very much concerned not only about providing good commercial returns for our investors, helping the ecosystem, but also having a real significant impact on globally, actually, trying to solve the world's most challenging and complex problems. Okay.
Yeah, let me add, just highlight some of the points that Manuk has mentioned about. Granato's first fund in Armenia, where we started, there was no basically fundable startups. There was PixArt at the time, and a lot of aspiring entrepreneurs, but no startups. And how many years? 8 years later, it's top quartile fund in Armenia. So that's I'd like this message to very strongly highlight, and it's success of all of us, and I think that's really shows where you can get to if you believe in the future and you start doing investments and the right steps in the bright ecosystem and leveraging all the resources. And I remember Vahan, when I was pitching the fund for him as a potential LP, he was curious, but he didn't really participate. Sorry, Vahan. But now he's a fellow investor, and he's venture partner in another fund that has been drawn to the ecosystem and starts investing in the Armenian ecosystem. So I think every one of us has the opportunity to really see where we can go to and draw others into this. It can be a long process. For some people, it can be like click for others, but it's important to really push. And as Manuk said, our next step is focusing on deep tech and trying to have the impact. And similarly to Benivo's story, where there was just a company out of London which didn't have any connection to Armenia. They now have 50 people here. Majority of their people are based here, and they're serving Google, Microsoft, and like Bloomberg, top blue chip companies. The same way we believe that those companies from outside, which have the experience and the knowledge and investment, we need to bring them to Armenia. So it's another platform to bring those companies, because just trying to do everything ourselves is not going to solve the problem. Now we need to up the bar and strive to really world-class solutions in science and technology.
Thank you so much. Are you guys done?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. So what I find amazing, again, is that without any prompting or prior knowledge, we're working on the same problems in a similar way, and we're attacking very aggressively to move into areas which up till now we haven't even explored, much less tackled. So when I heard the presentation from FAST and Flagship, they're applying the Flagship methodology and going into sectors that, as I told you, I thought were impossible. In fact, Nubar told me were impossible. But they're going to go in and they're going to use the capabilities and resources and competitive advantage of the Flagship methodology. And hopefully they have a ton of money. Hopefully they have a ton of money. Same thing with you. You're going to need a lot of money. You're going to need to raise money in order to accomplish these goals. And just to put a coda on that, we came to this Science and Sustainability Summit the first day, trying to bridge the gap between fundamental science, applied science, and sustainability. And where are the innovation opportunities and where are the opportunities for startups? You're demonstrating that SDGs create fundable opportunities that, in fact, we need to think about not just climate, but the entire portfolio of SDGs and how we can address them and how we can leverage them to make an impact. So we're all on the same page, amazingly. We're certainly doing that in a small project we're beginning in Gyumri called District, and we're talking to UNDP about how we can serve as a location to create critical mass for companies that are in the same space and build facilities for them, leveraging the District initiative. So thank you so much for showing us the future of where you're going. We really want to take the benefit of being the first and successful Armenian venture capital fund and taking it forward in this impact area of investment. We're going to be successful again. I know it. We're going to make sure it is. And everything we can do, we'll do it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I suspect they're as tired as I am. Perhaps not exactly, but close enough. Why don't you stay right there, if you don't mind. If you want to get down, you can certainly come down. I want to wrap up. I want to wrap up what we've done today and put it into the context of the last 2 days. So we've had 3 long and extensive deep dives into science and sustainability, into AI, and into venture, and into where the startup ecosystem is going, where the funding's coming from. I think we had learned a lot today, more than I expected. Somehow, when the cup is full, there's still room to put more in the cup. I don't know where it comes from, but it seems to be that way. So thank you guys for being the audience, and I know there's an extended audience streaming, so I want to thank everybody who made this 3 days possible. First of all, I think we've had a crackerjack AV team that has made this a production that is effectively world-class. Here we are in an abandoned factory, Motor Yerevan, and somehow we have not only an AV environment, but it's hot as hell in here. I mean, I thought it was going to be freezing. This guy's walking around in his t-shirt. He's about to take his clothes off. So it's amazing to me. We turned this Motor Yerevan into a real conference facility, and, you know, we did it. Thank you. So I want to also thank our support team. I know that I could not have done any of this without Elada Ayvazian. Thank you so much, Elada. And I'm going to let Rafi handle the rest. I want to thank our sponsors who believed in us. First of all, UATE and the ministry, and the European Union for Armenia and GIZ. Certainly they are the investors behind this initiative. But Rafi, thank you so much for making DigiWeek summits possible.
Thank you, Berj. And as usual, you were able to sort of give half the speech instead of me, so I appreciate that. I was up on the stage, or we started this 8 days ago in a much colder Motor Yerevan to kick off DigiWeek. And as I reflect back over what we've seen over the last 8 days, I really think of this as a celebration for Armenian technology, because many people have said this, but just 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, or certainly when Manuk and Yervant and Pierre started Granitus, we were in a much, much different place. And what we've seen over the last 8 days, from High Tech Showcase to Digitech and then these 3 summits, is that we not only have breadth in terms of numbers of companies, numbers of people, numbers of successful startups, but we have depth in terms of the quality of Armenian technology. And I've been using a very simple definition of Armenian technology, which is Armenian-led companies which have operations in Armenia. Because sometimes people say, well, you can't really consider, for example, Service Titan because they were founded in America. But the reality is they're about as Armenian, and because Armenian doesn't just mean being in Armenia, and we really saw that over the last few days. I want to also thank our volunteers, Vehik, Elada, the whole team, the AV team, in particular Arsen and Chris Justice, who I think is on a plane right now, Motor Yerevan, Haik, Petrosyan for hosting us and doing everything turn this into a modern facility. And you know, the title for Digitech was Thriving in a Post-COVID World. And I think, Bear, as you said today, well, we're still fighting with COVID. But what's important is that we were able to use some of the technologies and some of the changes in practice of people being, you know, getting up at 3 in the morning to be part of this, and being able to have a seamless conversation between all of us. It's incredible. From UAT's perspective, we were honored to be part of this. But I want to, in particular, I also want to thank our sponsors, EU for Business and GIZ, who really made a lot of this possible. I especially want to thank Mr. Berj Ayvazian, my partner in crime, who did an absolutely incredible job of pulling all of the speakers over these 3 days together and curating it into something that I think was valuable for all of us. Most of all, I want to thank each and every speaker that spoke at all of these events, because without you, this would not have been possible, and without your commitment to what you do every day, and also your commitment to being Armenians, we would not be able to have this quality of events or series of events and show to the world that Armenian technology has reached a totally new level. And finally, I want to thank everybody in the audience, because the audience, where you are of course sort of listening to what's happening, you participated actively with questions, but you represent the community, you represent the foundation upon which all of these companies and entrepreneurs are succeeding. Our plan with DigiWeek was to turn Armenia into sort of the center of the attention of technology over the course of the week. I think we certainly did that for Armenians in technology, but our plan for next year, and I would like all of you to be part of this, is to actually make this a center for emerging technology countries globally. So next year's DigiWeek and Digitech will continue to reach another level, but it would not have been possible if it hadn't been for the commitment of each of you. So thank you very much on behalf of UATE, and we'll see you all next year.